All right. I'm sorry. Jeez. Woo. All right, now we can start things off. Thank you guys for being here. I'm sorry. My mic just likes to act funny right when I need it to work. Let me quickly address the room. Thank you guys all for being here. Welcome to our 4th annual Nino PokeBros Invitational. Thanks for everyone getting this hyped up. We got our match ready. Our casters are ready. I'm ready to get this thing started off. Let me go ahead and make sure we're all set. I have my match all set to go. But yeah, we have some wonderful guests today. We have some great competitors. You're probably not going to see me for 3 hours, but I'm still going to get things going. Thank you guys so much. Let me make sure the music audio is a little down. But let me go ahead and make sure the match is set. I'm going to just go ahead and check with our casters, give them the feed. And without further ado, let me join in. Hold on one second. Ooh. Hello. Hey guys.
How's it going?
Good. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm going to go ahead and switch to your guys' feed now. You guys take it from here. I'll get the match all set up and I'll let you guys know when we're ready to go.
Okay. Sounds good.
Appreciate you.
All right. Cool. Joel, real quick.
Yes.
Sorry, just because I want to avoid any sort of confusion.
No worries.
Where will the feed appear?
Oh, and just go ahead and here's the link right here. I'll send it to you guys too. It's right in. I'm using Katie's feed right here. I'll put it in the player history chat right here. So you'll just watch this feed, and then that's the feed I'll be displaying on there, on the Twitch stream. But
okay,
I'm gonna leave it up for you guys right now, and then I'll switch to the feed when he gets past the team preview.
Okay, sounds good.
All
so
right.
It's just on it. Perfect.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, no worries.
You, sir. Alright, cool. So, I'm just gonna get that up now.
Yeah, thanks again, guys. Appreciate you guys being here today. They're about almost getting started, but yeah, without further ado, we have Costa and Rosemary on the feed here. Thank you guys so much again. But I'm gonna go mute and make sure we're all set up with the feed, guys. You guys can take it from
Fantastic.
here. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Nino, thank you so much. Costa, it's so great to be here with you for the Nino Invitational. This is such an amazing tournament that has been building up for over the course of the year, and I'm just really excited to be here in Casa with you. It's going to be great.
It will be great because we've got lovely Rose that's decided to join us, which is absolutely phenomenal, as well as other lovely casters too. But yes, this is going to be the PokeBros Invitational 2024, and there's been a lot of hype that's been building up between all the different community TOs that we have had, which have been supplying us with activity throughout, the off periods of VGC.
Yeah, so we have the Nino PokeBros Tour. We also had the Himmy Burt Galizzi weeklies, as well as the Tommy Tuesday weekly tours that have all been able to build up to this moment. Everybody that was a winner of one of those events got an invitation to participate here for this weekend. And Costa, this is going to be so exciting because this is going to be Regulation H. And so with that comes, I think, a whole new slate of exciting Pokemon.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, this is sort of the battle between some trainers preferring, legendary formats and other trainers preferring non-legendary. This is definitely up the non-legendary tree if you're going to bark up it. And there's a lot of variety with the different archetypes that are quite prevalent and a lot of underused Pokemon previously that are actually getting more of a shine.
Absolutely. What's been kind of your favorite to look at in terms of the meta? I'm just so excited that Sylveon is back. You can absolutely use Sylveon. It's so meta,
Yes,
and I'm so grateful.
Honestly, I mean, what I'd probably say, aside from Sylveon love and appreciation, Pixelate being able to amplify those normal type moves, you've got the hyper voice dominant meta is what I've observed. You've got the Blood Moon Ursalunas, you've got the Primarinas, you've got the Sylveons, like you mentioned. You've got so much variety. Even hyper voice Farigiraf. Why not? There's a lot of singing Pokemon, basically, going around.
Everybody's just so excited. They have to sing for the rooftops that Regulation H is here. Woohoo! But you're right. I think sound-based moves have been such a big part of it, but I also think that when you take a look at some of the other Pokemon that have come back into prominence for Regulation H, you have to look at Pokemon like Annihilate, Archaladon, King Gambit, Golden Go. I think Steel types stay pretty winning in this meta right now.
Yeah. 100%. And I think Golden Go is just one of those Pokemon where it's going to be pretty dominant. It's got such a unique ability. It's got great typing, steel, ghost type, and, you know, great signature move as well. Bundle up a choice specs, which has been rising in usage recently. Then you've got an absolute demon of offensive output pressure that you can just apply the moment that it arrives on field.
Yeah, because I think Golden Go is one of those Pokemon you just Terra Steel it immediately and go for the gold with the Make It Rains, and you can absolutely just clean up shop with a couple of those. And I think spread moves overall are super, super impactful, especially when you know that you have a ton of redirection Pokemon like Mousehold, Clefairy, those that would really love to draw the attention away from that offensive partner. And so I think that's something where we will be very excited to kind of look at to see how they're going to perform. But Costa, I think we might be just about ready to jump into our very first match of the tournament. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about the players that we have here. Very excited to be jumping into this match.
Oh, 100%. We are going to be, of course, featuring KD Armani versus Diamond 5. At the moment, it is going to be off of KD Armani's feed, and we've got some really interesting teams. Golden Go, Rillaboom, Pelipper, Annihilate, Mousehold, and the Palafin. So you've got a bit of a mix here with the Rain and sort of Mouse Ape cores already prevalent.
Yeah, and for Diamond, we do have this Alolan Ninetales plus the Rillaboom, as well as the King Gambit, Como-O, Magmar, and Gastrodon. So speaking of redirection, we have Magmar that is going to potentially be able to provide that alongside the Mousehold.
Yeah, and I think it's just a lot of redirection is so important when you've got strategies such as beat up and such. So you want to be able to redirect that away, especially if you've got a flame body user like Magmar. Great sort of threat to be able to nullify this strategy, but then that may be forcing KD Armani to try to go on the immediate offensive in anticipation of that straight from the get-go.
Absolutely. So as we kind of start to look ahead towards our very first game of the day, we can really start to take stock of where the offensive pieces are. I think also when you take a look at this KD Armani team, I kind of wonder if you are going to be bringing the Pelipper and the Palafin. I do think that when you take a look at what we do see for Diamond side of things, you do have the opportunity to bring maybe some of these offensive pieces like the Como-O actually hitting the field at the very beginning. That's going to actually be an Overcoat Como-O.
Yeah, and Overcoat does have so much great viability in order to sort of avoid any spores that go into that slot. It's great to be able to be placed next to redirection. You've got Iron Defense set up if you want, or in another case, Clanging Scales, signature move. You get a sort of Omni Boost +1 all across the board, so it's great to be able to go up against. But we've got action straight on the board straight away.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you have Super Fang on this Mousehold, you can just start chunking away at some of these more tanky targets. The Como-O, a perfect example of that, as it does end up going through the Clanging Scales. One of the biggest downsides of that is the fact that it does have a defense drop, but because it's a sound-based move, it's actually able to activate that Throat Spray and give it that special attack boost.
Yeah, and we actually see the Magmar going on the offensive. Overheat with the double up is able to pick up the KO onto the Mousehold, which is such a pivotal piece to this strategy. Even though the bulk up has been set right now, there is a bit of a proc there of the lefties, and you'll start seeing that KD Armani is going to have to be able to bring in another Pokemon to exercise further offensive threat onto this Magmar and try to nullify this Como-O before it gets a bit out of hand.
Yeah, I think that when you take a look at how much damage it's already taken, especially maybe looking at the bulk up that happened on the Annihilate, going for something like a Drain Punch might be enough to pick up the Como-O at this point in time. You're also going to be threatening it with the opportunity to go for something like Tailwind, so you know you're always going to outspeed it, but I think that the Pelipper also being able to double into that target just ensures that you're going to be able to get the knockout.
Yeah, and it's sort of a great way to be able to just pick up the pieces where you need to, because like we mentioned, this Kommo-o is very capable of just running a miss, and Pelipper is at this point where, does have the Focus Sash, is able to most likely be trained to be max speed, max special attack, because at this point, you want to be able to try to amplify as much damage output as you can in this scenario as well. But something to be aware of is a potential Lola Ninetales in the back.
Yes, for sure, because that could just help make sure that this Kommo-o can stay around for a long time, but it's actually going to be the Gastrodon. So expecting maybe something like a Weather Ball to come out here from this Pelipper to try to soak it up, but that means that there's no Follow Me to help protect this Kommo-o. So it's just going to get knocked out. With that secondary hit, the Hurricane going into the Gastrodon, that's going to be such a nice chunk of damage and gets the confusion as well.
Beautiful play here, just completely anticipating the Gastrodon switch in. Storm Drain is so great, as long as there's a water type move that does get set off on the field, but being able to have that foresight, it's just really put KD in a really nice spot. However, it's not all over for Daimon, because there is that Ninetales. It will be changing the weather, grinning in the snow, as well as any potential for either getting screens up or maybe even going for a freeze Jai, which will be super effective ×4 onto the Pelipper.
That would be a great way to be able to knock it out, but the fact that it still has that Focus Sash intact means that it's going to take 2 hits in order to get there. Gastrodon, though, I think it has a very important piece in the meta right now. The fact that you have the Lola Ninetales setting the snow really does limit what this Pelipper can actually go for. Although I guess I say that, and now Weather Ball would be Ice type, wouldn't it?
It would. It actually would, yeah. So it sort of like works in favor of KD.
It really does. And so I think that would be something that, like, that poor Gastrodon might not necessarily want to be on the receiving of, and the Aurora Veil that's going to get set here as well is going to make sure that this Gastrodon can stay on the field a little bit longer. But this Annihilate, you talk about something like the Kommo-o being able to get out of hand. What about this Annihilate? It's not only taken some damage to help boost up these beat up for these Rage Fists, but now it's got the Tailwind behind it as well, and also the bulk up we saw.
Yeah, this is great sort of support functionality from KD's side alongside that. Oh, unfortunately, the Gastrodon isn't able to actually move. It did hit itself due to the confusion. Most likely trying to go for a sort of supportive move there. Most likely, I think, the Yawn. You want to try to slow down the momentum that this Annihilate has gathered up. And at this point, it's looking quite tough because we did get a bit of a sneak preview of what KD has in the back. That is a golden go, so it does have a good opportunity to be able to immediately come onto the field.
Yeah, and it is going to be under the Tailwind conditions as well. Even though it doesn't have the choice specs, this one's actually going to be a Citrus Berry variant. You still have the opportunity, once things are really low, to just get in there, click Make It Rain or Shadow Ball, and just really start to clean things up. But the job's not done yet for this Annihilate and this Pelipper. They still are under the Tailwind as well and can go for a bunch of really big options here. Lola Ninetales is going to leave the field, and so we do get an opportunity to see that Magmar come back in, hoping that that Ninetales was going to be the target of something like a Rage Fist or a Drain Punch.
Oh, maybe trying to fish out for the burn here as well, but it is completely ignored. Gastrodon is going to be the victim of this double up Weather Ball. Is it going to be enough? It is. Critical hit. I don't think that mattered, but the Gastrodon is finally off the field.
Oh, I think that's going to be a really great sign here just to keep things going. We have the Magmar, I think, that can still play a role. Like, with the Follow Me, I think you do have to hope for something like a Flame Body activation. But Ninetales and Magmar, these are the final 2 Pokemon. And Ninetales, when you look at its offensive options, it is going to just be the Moonblast, Freeze Dry, and Icy Wind. You can't use Icy Wind because you don't want to give a Defiant boost over to this Annihilate, but you could go for something like the Moonblast. That would be super effective.
Oh, but no redirection here. Rage Fist will be targeting down the Ninetales. Not quite enough. But the Hurricane does connect, and it is enough. It does finally quell the Ninetales, leaving this Magma on its own with minimal options, going for the Overheat into the Annihilate. Not quite enough to even guarantee a 2-shot there.
No, it's not, and that's going to be so super tough because you also have the special attack drop that comes with it. And so I actually think that might be a 4-hit KO. That would be a very difficult, I think, for this Magmar to get through. even knowing that the golden go is in the back, you're not going to be able to clear it up unless you crit it. So this is just looking like a game number 1 here, going over to our player, the Jamaican sensation, by the way, in the actual Limitless tournament, if you guys wanted to go check out the page. But otherwise, I think the in-game name that we have here is different. So
Yes,
that's on us.
That is on us. That is worth calling out. Apologies there. But of course, we do have the Jamaican sensation going ahead and bringing us that game 1 win in such a triumphant manner. You know, once you had the tailwind set up and you just essentially had mouse ape, wasn't I? Mouse hold went down, but it did its job. It was able to redirect and sort of give Annihilate that room to breathe, get a ball cup set up, and then at some point just try to do what it's known to do. Just go ahead and get Rage Fist, pick up KOs left, right, center without dropping as much health.
Absolutely, and I think that's why Annihilate has been looked at as one of the biggest threats in Regulation H, just because it does actually have a good natural amount of bulk, and because of the redirection opportunities, Mousehold also with the safety goggles, it's still also able to go for attacks, but I think just in general, it's so safe to have a redirection option that isn't just a Moongus, because of the safety goggles going around, all of the grass types as well, so certainly one way to be able to keep this Annihilate safe. But Costa, we are about to get into this game number 2, and it's going to be a run back as we take a look at Diamond bringing back out this Magmar and the Komao, but it's the golden go switch up here from KD Amani that's going to make a difference.
Ooh, and we saw that Mousehold previously didn't go for Follow Me, it just went for the Super Fang, but it still was sort of a point of contention for the redirection, even if it didn't go for it. But in this case, you will most likely want to go for it. It's staring down a Magmar and a Komao. It's great a lead going into this Komao, as once you get a nasty plot set up, you could start really out damaging it to the point and maybe forcing the terrestrialization as well.
It's also going to resist a lot of this steel type damage as a steel type, and you also can't use something like Aura Sphere because you're a ghost type. So I think this Golden Go is very uniquely positioned to be in front of this Komao as well, just because of its natural typing. But you're just not going to want to take too much damage regardless. You're going to keep this Golden Go safe. It's going to be Annihilate now that's going to hit the field instead.
Oh, this might be a bait, trying to go for the immediate beat up on the side, and it is indeed well played here, anticipating most likely a double up into the mouse hold here. Does get all 4 hits off, so this is going to be dealing an incredible amount of damage, most likely about the 200-250 base power range, as Clanging Scales will now get set up on Komao's side.
Yes, and that's going to make sure that this offensive output is going to be even greater. You have the Throat Spray after that. That's going to be able to boost up that special attack even further. But you do have to take a little bit of the damage first. It's going to be Overheat, though, into the Magmar. So it was a bait. Leaving that Golden Go on the field could have spelled disaster, as it's going to be the Annihilate that tanks that instead. What a great conditioning on this turn 1.
Yeah, well played to be able to essentially get an additional further boost to that Rage Fist because of the Overheat as well. Probably maxing out at around 300 base power right now. You've still got Mousehold on the field, which does have that Friend Guard ability, as well as Redirection. So this is really what KD was looking for with that turn 1 bait.
Absolutely. And now with this Mousehold going for this Ghost Terra typing, it's also going to be able to stay safe from something like the Aura Sphere. That's going to be shut off now. And even the Magmar being at that lower special attack means that even taking something like an Overheat is not necessarily going to be a bad thing. But Magmar finally going for Follow Me, hoping it's going to be able to actually redirect away this attack. And that's here. It was a perfect call with the Terra.
Well played from KD, being able to initially use the terrestrialization when was most appropriate. Magmar will be going down. Do we see if there's any sort of connect with the Flame Body? No, there is not. And at this point, the Annihilate Mousehold combination is running rampant.
I think you're just going to be able to get knockout after knockout. And with this Rage Fist being as boosted up as it is, this Aurora Veil might not necessarily have the same type of impact as you would hope it to have at this point in the matchup. Mousehold is also still full health, so Friend Guard very active for this Annihilate. And it's gonna just go for Follow Me again to make sure this Annihilate can get even more damage off.
Yeah, and we're most likely going to be seeing the clanging scales coming out right now from the Chroma-O. Makes most sense. You got spread damage potential. Alolan Ninetales, however, does not have spread aside from Icy Wind as an option. Does go for the Moonblast, picks up the KO. Finally, onto this Mousehold. However, we have the scenario that this Annihilate is going to be free to go for the Rage Fist, pick up yet another KO. Now, Ninetales being the victim.
Yeah, it's just a KO after KO for this Annihilate. Is even getting the leftovers healing as well, so even though the Friend Guard is now gone because the Mousehold is off the table, you get a chance to come in with this Pelipper, go for a Protect even on this Annihilate, knowing that you are slower than this Como, and get a Tailwind set up here with the Focus Sash on this Pelipper.
Exactly, and you've already changed the weather as well. It doesn't come to any sort of importance right now. It's more so to a negative for the Pelipper, but like you correctly identified there, Rose, it's the fact that the Focus Sash will allow this Pelipper to freely get that Tailwind off. Annihilate just needs to sit tight in this scenario because there is no direct way for this Gastrodon to outspeed the Pelipper and for the Pelipper to go down prior to it.
Ooh, but we are going to see a terrestrialization of this Como. It's going to end up getting a Steel type. It is weak now to the Drain Punch, but you know you're going to be knocked out anyway. As the Annihilate goes to protect, this Como isn't necessarily going to be able to get the knockout onto the Annihilate, but you still have the opportunity here to go for the Kalangar's Soul and just be able to get another boost. But it's going to be all for naught here, I think, as we take a look at what's going to happen on the rest of this turn.
Yeah, and it is quite an intriguing play to go for. You want to be able to bring yourself up to the point to at least match or force a speed tie interaction, or you're not 100% sure on the speed ties between and the train between both the Annihilate and the Como-O. But we do have the Muddy Water coming out. It will connect, break the Focus Sash on the Pelipper. But most crucially right now, we're going to have to see which one is going to be faster, the Como-O or the Annihilate, as Tailwind has been sort of matched with the second Clangor Assault.
It has. That's a good point. And so one way that you can certainly offset that Tailwind, and I think that was really, really smart of Diminutive to actually go for. Because as you said, you're right. And I think now when you look at that difference, I think, yeah, we are going to have to see which one is faster. I forgot that Clangor's Soul was already active at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those interactions where you feel like, oh, okay, it's probably just going to be just a one-time thing. But it's like, no, you can actually go for it again as long as you've got enough HP to be able to allow it to get activated. But at this point, it is going to be quite crucial. Rage Fist will most likely pick up the KO, but can this Annihilate outspeed? We will not find out yet again this turn, as the Protect from the Como has been chosen.
No, we will not find that out, unfortunately. So it's going to be just an opportunity to double into that Pokemon, but the Protect is going to buy some really valuable time here for Diminutive to get something done as the Earth Power into the Annihilate. It's just going to do a little bit of damage, but there's a chance for a drop. It's not going to get it. So this Annihilate not going to get a Defiant boost from that attack.
It's such a well thought out strategy there. Maybe not wanting to risk the chance, because most likely the Como-O has been sort of built to have even more bulk, and because of its natural speed tiering being a bit lower. But the Gastrodon, you had either options of going for the Yawn or the Earth Power Crit. Earth Power Crit would have guaranteed it. The Yawn would have forced your Como-O to have to go for a second subsequent Protect in the following turn. So a bit tough right now, and at this point we need Daimon to try to get that second Protect if they want to have hopes on trying to force a Game 3.
So it comes down to these speed interactions. I feel like we did end up seeing it this at the beginning of the game, but it's early for me, so I apologize. But it's a double Protect here from the Como-O. It's buying another opportunity for this Gastrodon to get another attack. And so the Rage Fist into the Como-O just is going to be completely negated here.
Oh my god, does this slug have enough in the fuel tank to be able to quell this very rage-induced ape? Right now, actually, it doesn't even go for Earth Power. It goes for the Muddy Water to be able to connect. Thanks to the boosted rain being on the field, it will finally bring it down, forcing KD to their final two Pokemon.
And now I think you take a look at Golden Go with something like a Citrus Berry usually being on the tankier end. So not necessarily fully invested in speed, which might give this Como-O a fighting chance. But regardless, you know with the Golden Go, after it has already with the Maushold already using the Terastallization, this Golden Go can't actually tear it away from its weakness to Earth Power. And look at how much this is going to tank the Shadow Ball. The Coma, it doesn't even get knocked out to the Hurricane. That is wild.
That is so wild! Claiming Scales will be picking up the Pelipper, and this just needs to be an Earth Power into the Golden Go slot from that range. Super effective. It should be able to pick up. We know that this Golden Go is quite bulky, however. Will it be able to survive? It does not! And we've got a Game 3 on the field.
Wow, that was the double protect there absolutely sealed the deal. Even after the first one, knowing that you were able to protect yourself from a double target gave this Gastrodon so much room to breathe. And so having the Earth Power, I think also having Muddy Water in the rain was a fantastic choice to have. All of that boosted damage, as you were saying, just to make sure you could assure the knockout onto the Annihilate. Still a risky call, though. There is a 20% chance for Earth Power to drop defensive stats, and so that's why I was cringing a little bit, because I wasn't sure if you would have actually given over a boost.
Yeah, no, it's a very fair point, but at that point, you had been hit so many times. If you're that Annihilate, it was just gonna go ahead and just pick off. As long as it could move, it will get a KO. I think that was near guaranteed. But it's like you said, going for the risks there from Daimon's side, going for the double protects, understanding your win conditions, having to say, right, I just want to go for the Muddy Water. I know it's less accurate, but with the additional damage multiplier of the rain being on the field, it'll allow me to guarantee the KO, even though at a higher risk. Because Earth Power could have been very close, but you know, Daimon recognized the win condition, went for it, and that's how we got a Game 3.
Yes, I do wonder though, had that Golden Go been able to Terra to the Dragon type, if it would be able to survive an Earth Power. Like obviously taking a look at the Coma O damage, that Clangor Soul was going to do, or that Clanging Scales was going to do a ton of damage regardless into the Golden Go, but maybe if you're able to tear away from the weakness, you do have a little bit of a different end game there. But let's get back into this match. Game number 3, it's going to be a run back of the Magmar and the Coma O, and no funny business this time around here. It's not going to be a switch, it's just going to be the Annihilate straight away as we look at KD Amarni's side.
Yeah, and the follow me to boot as well from the Magmar this time around. No overheat or trying to go on the offensive straight away. Superfang will be targeting into that slot, lowering its HP output, but there's not going to be a follow-up attack from this Annihilate, just going to be another bulk up, as we're anticipating this to also be a setup from the Coma O with that Clangor Soul, bringing the Omni Boost +1 all way rounds.
And just in case people missed that speed interaction in game number 2, like we potentially did, it was the Annihilate that ended up getting the bulk up first before we ended up seeing this Coma O use its setup move. But now that you do have that speed boost, it will be the Coma O that is faster on this next turn.
Yeah, that is definitely worth clarifying, because it just goes to show that Daimon did recognize that being the case, and hence why they opted to go for that double protect scenario. But we got another follow me on the field.
We do have a follow me, which is going to make sure that this Coma O gets an enormous amount of damage. Whoa. But with the beat up going into the Magmar instead of this Annihilate, that is not going to feel very good. That is going to be several hits into this Magmar. This Maushold is not going to end up getting burned, though, by the Flame Body, so that is something to be worth while to note. But the Annihilate that is not the target that you would want this burn to go into.
No, it very much isn't. I was starting to wonder there, Rose. Does this Magmar even have Flame Body? Because there have been so many physical contact interactions we've seen across the span of all these 3 games where it hasn't procced even once, but it's procced right now when it mattered, and that is why Magmar is such a valuable Pokemon to be able to bring to the field according to your team archetype. In this case, really paying dividends, forcing this Annihilate's damage output to be halved right now, even after that +1 boost via the bulk up.
Wow, I mean, it is a 30% chance to burn. And so I think you're right. Like, we should have seen one at some point in this game already. But in such a critical moment in this game number 3, it does not feel good to be that Annihilate right now. You still have an opportunity here to go for a Terra onto what we see the Golden Go in the bag. It's going to be the same 4 Pokemon again here from KD Armani. But when you look at the Ninetales and the Como-O's got the setup. It is the fastest thing on the field right now, and Ninetales can just set up the Aurora Veil, and even Drain Punch isn't going to do enough here if this Como-O decides to Terrasilize.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why that burn is so important, because you're able to have a bit more breathing room from your side of the field if you're Diamond, as we've got the mouse hold going for the Protect. Wants to try to keep its position on the field in order to provide that Friend Guard buff to its partner Pokemon, especially it being the Golden Go having the Steel type. It resists that clanging scales so well, as well as the Moonblast.
Ooh, but it is going to be a critical hit. Otherwise, yeah, it would have just done a little sliver of damage to that Golden Go, but that Friend Guard is certainly something that is going to help keep that Golden Go much safer. But it's still slow, so you have to find a way to actually be able to potentially get this Pelipper in and go for a Tailwind. Even this Golden Go would love to go for setup here, looking at Nasty Plot as an option.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think in this scenario, you probably want to try to let go of the mouse hold. Maybe go for a Protect if you did a Golden Go, to be able to bring that Pelipper in at a slot. But once again, the Ninetales on the other side of the field is going to be able to outspeed, and in combination with a Clanging Scales, most likely pick up a KO onto the Pelipper. So KD really has to try to find a way to outmaneuver their opponent right now. But we actually have the Gastrodon switching in, which slows things down a bit.
It really does, and it's going to be able to tank some of these hits quite well. But as we do see this Terrasalization onto the Como-O, you talk about the resist on the Golden Go. Well, what about the Como-O being able to resist something like the Make It Rain? That is something that's worthwhile to point out. But this mouse hold, unfortunately, not going to be able to get the double Protect, so it's going to go down on this turn as we see that. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, Clangorous Skills doesn't actually do damage. You have Clangorous Scales and then Clanging Soul. Yes, I get a little confused sometimes when I see those words pop up, but because it's going for setup, this Golden Go actually does have an opportunity to go for the Nasty Plot.
Yeah, exactly. There is a lot of soul in those scales, and we've seen now Omni Boost +2 at this point just means that, you know, this is a really big powerhouse that you need to try to neuter as best as possible. Nasty Plot is a good way to do it, but once again, you are being outsped.
You are going to be outsped, but I love this play coming out from KD. Unfortunately, the Gastrodon going for the Protect does leave this mouse hold without the option to actually go for the Super Fang. But because of Gastrodon's natural bulk, you would love to have that Super Fang to just get it to half HP, and then you would have an opportunity to potentially knock it out with something like the Make It Rain at the +2.
Yeah, and in this situation, it's actually quite precarious for Daimon, believe it or not, because the Golden Go will most likely be able to survive a +2 Clanging Scales, and the Gastrodon will be able to pick up the KO onto the Golden Go following the Clanging Scales. So it's just more so being able to get rid of the Como-O, which I think is KD's main game plan in this Game 3 to try to seal off the set.
Ooh, well, the mouse hold is going to be able to keep itself safe once more, so the Friend Guard has to be able to come in clutch again. We saw how much damage this Golden Go took from that Clanging Scales before, and so when we see it go off again with Friend Guard still active, it's still going to allow this Golden Go to take that.
Ooh.
And that means it has an opportunity to actually use its Citrus Berry. We did not get a chance to see that activate in our previous games, and so that's a little bit of extra HP that this Golden Go gets to work with. This Como-O with the Shadow Ball is certainly going to be felled on this turn, and that is a huge threat now out of the way for KD.
It really is, but right now, is the Gastrodon strong enough, the tough little slug, to be able to pick up this Golden Go from that range with Friend Guard in combination? It is! And we've got a huge offensive threat from KD's side also being knocked off the field, but I feel like the exchange was definitely worth it. The fact that you had a +2 Omni Boost Como-O that was just running amok.
It was certainly tough to deal with, but now when you look at this Annihilate returning to the field, even though it does have the burn, you're still in a much better position. This Annihilate, unfortunately, can't go for Terrasalization, though. Even though it is weak to the Moonblast, it is a Dragon Terror type, so you don't want to be Terrasalizing away from that anyway. But it would feel better to be able to go for something like that if the Ninetales is out of the way.
Yeah, and I think that's a very valid point because at this point, if you are Diamond, you're gonna have to try to rely a bit more on this Ninetales. You've got the tools to be able to win this one out, especially because of that burn status on the Annihilate, which really has harmed KD's probabilities of being able to win this set out. But you've got to be able to try to capitalize off of it. Gastrodon, it's so bulky, it's going to stay on the field, but it's just going to go for offensive attacks. So there could be a reliance on a super fine miss here.
Oh, look at the front guard. Able to keep this Annihilate up, but the beat up going into the Annihilate is going to just do a little bit of that damage. But the fact that you still have an opportunity to go for the Rage Fist here, even with the 2 stacks, this Gastrodon gets brought to below half with the Muddy Water able to connect onto both targets, though. That is going to be the Annihilate and the Mouse Hole down. That is going to leave KD with just 1 Pokemon left.
Yeah, and well played from Diamond there. To even though the Chroma O has been sort of failed in that scenario, you've got the overwhelming amount of bulk from this Gastrodon and just the access to Muddy Water to be able to just go ahead and sweep up this game. As long as you connect, that is the most important thing there. So Gastrodon was able to do that to an astonishing level.
Absolutely, but I love this. Saving the terrestrialization for this Pelipper. You've got the Stellar Terra, so you know that you're going to have that amplified damage for a Weather Ball as well as a Hurricane. As we see that Stellar Terra go off, hopefully you're also going to be able to use this Focus Sash and actually keep yourself safe from some of these attacks. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen, but the Freeze Dry is still going to be ultra effective into this Pelipper, bringing it down to Sash.
It will be. So I think KD's game plan right now is to just keep on missing Muddy Waters. I think that is what they have to do. Going for the Hurricane into the Ninetales slot with the Stellar Boost will most likely not pick up the KO. Yeah, guarantees the 2-hit KO, but Gastrodon. Well played from Diamond. Not even going for the Muddy Water, just wanting to guarantee that Yawn in order to be able to give themselves more outs in the subsequent turns to pick up this game 3.
Yes, and so with that, it's going to just lock up the game, lock in the forfeit, and KD Armani is going to go down here to Diamond, who is able to take our first set of the day.
And well played as well from both of these trainers. The amount of back and forths that we had is sort of evident to the high level of play that we're able to observe there and that this invitational tournament does have. I think they both had very similar game plans with the team archetypes that they had. Even though they had different pieces, they still applied a protect the king or queen sort of strategy to be able to get that main sweeper set up. And it just seems like the Chroma O was able to just outpace, quite literally speed-wise as well, the offensive damage output versus the Annihilate, which unfortunately did get burned, which was a big factor there.
Yes, I think if that Annihilate isn't burned, this game looks very, very different because you would be able to just kind of keep getting a couple of Drain Punch recoveries. You also just have the Rage Fist, even with the 2 stacks from the Mouse Hole at the very end. I think you're still doing an enormous amount of damage, and unfortunately that burn did end up being a factor in this game.
Yeah, it really did, but that's sort of the job, the role of Magmar, right? Like, that's why you go for Magmar. You've got great typing to be able to redirect any sort of offensive Rillabooms that come into play, any sort of pivot actions going with U-turns. You've got the Flame Body potential with the redirection and Eviolite, which just really pays dividends, as well as Clear Smod, which is a champion unsaid there for the Dondozo matchup. So I do really like that there as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really underrated, well, I guess I would say underrated move, but only because we haven't seen it in a long time. But it's so good. I think even for something like the Palafin, I think you can also help out with that. That was an option on KD Amarni's team. And then you also just have so many other options with like other boosts. Nasty plot, well, can't use it into a Golden Go, but you get my point. There's a lot of setup moves right now, and it's still very effective.
Well, exactly. And I think it's just sort of being able to understand, what sort of strategy you need to try to employ when you've got the opponent running very similar board state reliant strategies with redirection and the setup and stuff. But no, huge props to both our trainers. Obviously, this has just been round 1 of 6 rounds for the Swiss phase of this Invitational tournament. So there's quite enough room for KD to be able to try to bring this one back as well, to try to go for top cut.
Yes, you need a X2 record today in order to make it forward. And so a lot more action for Pokemon ahead of us. Really excited to see some of the names on this list too. Maybe, Costa, we can go over a couple of those. Both Diminutive as well as the Jamaican Sensation, our 2 players at the very beginning, actually earned their invites from playing in November and December. Still haven't been able to play in a good number of tournaments since then, but it is worth noting that they were some of the very first participants to actually lock in an invitation here.
Yeah, and I think being able to sort of bring these cool strategies as well. You know, we've seen a lot of different archetypes on the rise. It seemed like they were quite comfortable in order to sort of understand their lines clearly. And yeah, they definitely brought us a really strong start to this tournament with this round 1.
Maybe a couple of other players people will be interested in seeing. We've got Charisma Check, we have Aura Rayquaza, Z Banded, Joe UX9, we've Sableye VGC, another streamer, Sempra. There's so many amazing players, and there's also a ton of European players in this list, Costa.
Yeah, I've spotted Len's name at the bottom there, Mr. Trick Room himself.
Invitation.
Yeah, exactly, at our last tournament. So that was just at the end of August, at the 28th, with a Himi Burnt Glizzy tour, which had 178 people attending, players, which is absolutely insane with these online tournaments. And he was able to go ahead once again with the Trick Room archetype. And I know that he's gonna most likely be rocking that same team, which does feature a Hisuian Zoroark, which has been all the craze nowadays.
I'm so excited if we get a chance to actually see that. I love that Pokemon. I think you can really do some silly things with it. And it's so funny to see something that you do not expect to be able to use, like Hyper Voice, actually hit the field. And then you just get absolutely mowed over with that Pokemon. I think that's always been really fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to watch as a spectator or as the trainer imploring that strategy, but not on the receiving end as much, because you're like, oh, wait, why is this Gallade picking up a KO on both of my Ursaluna Blood Moon and Farigiraf with a choice specs, Hyper Voice stuff? It's like, once again, Hyper Voice coming through. But yeah, regardless, it's a really niche pick that I am expecting to see a lot with the upcoming regionals we've got.
I think so as well. I wonder if there may be some... What do you have as your sleeper picks for Regulation Age? Because I think there is been a lot of talk about sort of the big ones. Archaludon, Kingambit, Golden Go, a lot of Pokemon that we have seen. Annihilate, I think, is another one that has certainly had a lot of attention towards it. But Hisuian Zoroark, I think the Hisuian Pokemon in general are a theme of Pokemon we have to talk about as being huge threats in Regulation Age.
Oh, 100%. I mean, even Hisuian Decidueye, for example, has been really finding a good place in the meta because of its scrappy ability, its signature moves as well, which sort of has like 3 secondary effects, which is absolutely bonkers. And don't get me started, I don't know how that's possible. But it's just more so that, like you said, Hisuian Pokemon really rising up, the most we've ever seen ever since this Scarlet and Violet gen era. So it is really allowing more room for the Pokemon to be able to be further explored. So I'm super hyped for it.
Yeah, triple arrows, actually just nuts.
It blows my mind.
Yeah, it has an increased critical hit ratio. It's 3 hits each with an increased critical hit ratio. It also has a 50% chance of lowering the target's defense by 1 stage and a 30% chance of actually causing a flinch. So that is a lot of different things that could come into play, and that could be everything. You could just get hit by all 3 of those things because of the triple attack.
Well, exactly. It's like each effect for each arrow, I guess. But like, it's just, yeah, it's sort of those signature moves which we haven't seen as much. Like, for example, Ceaseless Edge. On the other hand, we've got Hisui and Samurott able to set spikes as long as you connect with the Dark type move signature, and it's like 70 base power or something. So like, there's a lot more room for exploration, and I don't doubt there will be more of a niche that will be coming up, but. For me personally, I would say I want to see more of Hisui and Decidueye. There's a lot of room for this Pokemon to really succeed.
And Hisui and Typhlosion, I think that's another Pokemon that is on a ton of people's radars, especially after seeing the waves that it has made at some of the other tournaments that have been happening over the course of the weekend. And it's just so strong. If you have a Sun team, you can do so much damage. You have Overheat, you have Heat Wave, Eruption if you're at full health is doing just a nasty amount. And so I think that is also something that everyone's looking at is just a really great fire type to slot into a team.
It really is, because it's just so easy to just slap it onto the team as well, right? Just get a Sunny Day Pranks the user and you're all sorted. Nothing else needed. But with that being said, of course, we could go ahead and speculate all day, but we do have the tournament and round 2 coming up. So what we're going to go ahead and do is cut to a short break, and we'll be right back with some more Invitational PokeBros action.
need to try it. Guess how bad it was? Like, genuinely. Keeping in mind too, with like all of my work news and just like my natural like depression and stuff. Guess how long I played? Girl, 31 hours straight.
Testing. Can we hear me? Well, that was a wonderful match. We had our boy KD. Tough one, but we're on to round 2. They're about ready to set up. Let me go ahead and introduce our casters. Next, we have Sierra and Rosemary will be casting this match. So, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get them introduced. Let me go ahead and make sure they're ready to go. Hi, Ecos. Hi, everybody. You know I love talking to chat, but we can't talk much today, guys. We got some big games to go on, so let me go ahead and see if they're all ready. Unreal. Thanks for hosting. Big games. Yes, we have another big game, but I don't want to spoil. Ooh, my hair's sticking up in the back, but we'll fix that. But I don't want to spoil it. Let me go ahead and introduce our casters. Let me make sure they are ready to go. Hello, hello. Oh, I'm muted. I gotta unmute
What's up,
myself.
Nino? I think you're muted to us.
Yes,
Hello.
I'm unmuted. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much,
hello.
Sierra, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
No, I appreciate you guys again. I just want to keep reiterating that every time I talk to you guys. But yes, they're about ready to go. I'm gonna go ahead and switch to you guys' feeds if you're okay with that.
Yes, absolutely ready to go.
all
So
right.
let's do this.
Take it from here. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Problem. Era, welcome to the broadcast. How you doing?
Doing good. I saw I was casting with you my first round, so I wore my Sylveon shirt.
Oh my
so
god, I
it
actually
makes
see
my
it.
own decisions easier. I didn't have to pick.
Oh my gosh, I
But
should have put mine on. I wish you had told me. We could have matched.
I wanted to surprise you. I kind of forgot to
Okay,
do it all the
honestly, that warms my heart, and I appreciate the surprise. Hey, but it's awesome to have you here.
Oh, thank you. Excited to be here. You cost us a match the first round. Awesome games. So I'm excited to be joining too, especially because the next match, returning champ. So, you know, there's some good gameplay ahead.
Oh, for sure. We've got Polar Bear versus Kazuki for our round number 2 of the Nino PokeBros Invitational. And with that, I think comes a lot of hype. Not only, as you said, is Polar Bear the reigning champion of the Nino PokeBros Invitational, but Kazuki also an incredible player. So I think we're in for some really good action.
100%. I mean, hey, it's the Invitational. Everyone, you know, everyone's pulling up for the best. You gotta try and take that trophy home. But even with the teams in just Regulation H so far, considering we're still just a little ways out of our very first official event, I think it's really interesting to see what people are kind of running, because of course people have been hitting the ladder, people have been getting those games in, but there's a lot of innovation so far in this meta, which then is exciting diving into each match, because it's like, okay, like you get to know a little bit more about the player and like kind of what work they've been putting into it. I don't know, this regulation's been a ride so far.
It has been really fun. I mean, even just in our first round of the day, we ended up seeing Annihilate, Golden Go. I think a lot of Pokemon people were expecting to see really early on. But as we take a look at our 2 teams that we have ahead of us, we do end up having some really interesting pieces here from Polar Bear. One of another big 3, we've got King Gambit on this team. Clefable is also going to be a really big factor, having Follow Me and just being a really tanky force. But you also have Glamora, the rise of Glamora once again, with Paldean Tauros. How long has it been since we've seen a Paldean Tauros?
I think like for a glimmer of a second back in Reg A, and then we moved on.
Goodbye.
I don't know. It's kind of fun that obviously there's a lot more Pokemon than we had in the original Reg A, but being able to see a couple of these Pokemon that only had longevity for like one tournament, a split second before being gone, and being like, okay, this actually, there is more here. There actually is something to explore now that we've kind of brought the power level down a little bit. So I think it's a lot of fun. You get that Intimidate. You get access to some really strong attacks. Specifically, too, this is going to be the Aqua Breed. So you get that close combat. You get that Wave Crash. And even just, like, looking at a close combat against a lot of this team, a lot of these Pokemon don't necessarily appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, on Kazuki's side, you have the Ursaluna, you have the Incineroar, as well as the Tyranitar. They're going to be taking super effective damage from that close combat. But even just being able to have Wave Crash into all three of those options is fantastic. Rounding out the team here for Kazuki, you have the Golden Go. As we've seen before, this is going to be the Nasty Plot set with Leftovers. And then you also have a Trick Room option with Porygon 2 and Amoonguss. I think speed interaction here is going to be very important.
There are so many different little things to dive into with this match, but we actually have the game ahead of us. So we're gonna go ahead and dive into this, and I hope we get to see those little pieces come up as we go. Right away, Trick Room oriented kind of mode. You got that Porygon 2 and that Ursaluna going up against the Paldean Tauros and the Volk. The one thing I wanted to say off the team sheet is this Ursaluna 2 with the substitute, I think is just a lot of fun.
Ooh, and with that Intimidate, you're actually going to end up getting an attack boost as well based on who you're across from. And that on the Porygon 2 with the download ability is definitely not something you want. You'd rather have that special attack boost. So that is something that could potentially come into play here as Porygon 2 has access to both Terra Blast and Ice Beam as its defensive options.
I'm looking to here for this Tauros because this is going to be a lot of offense it can dive into on this first turn. And that just forces this Terra out on the next one if you're wanting to try and go for something like this Trick Room with the Porygon 2. This Porygon, by the way, you get to see a couple of different modes of where this Terra is going to be. The Porygon 2 for Kazuki is going to be this fighting type, which is... I can't wait to see that little animation coming on out, but it's not going to be an attack from the Tauros. Instead, Dragonite is going to be hitting the field as Ursaluna also will take its leave. So no Terra in that slot. Instead, so we wait for the text, that'll be the Amoonguss. Much better poised to be taking a hit. Volk, that'll be Quiver Dance for a setup.
So it's going to be a special attack boost as well as that special defense boost and speed. And so if it's going to be the Porygon 2 setting up the Trick Room, that's going to be something that does hurt this Volcarona in the end, having that speed boost. Both of these Pokemon are incredibly fast, and so that is something that you're going to have to keep in mind. But with the fact that you do see this Volcarona with the Grass Terra, you could just Terrasilize away, make sure that you aren't going to actually get put to sleep with something like a Spore from this Amoonguss, and kind of go from there. This Dragonite, by the way, is also going to be the multi-scale variant, not actually inner focus. So it's something that would actually be affected by something like Intimidate, as well as a Fake Out in the future.
Yeah, definitely a really good call out there. And when you do have this Amoonguss that has been swapping in, it doesn't necessarily feel safe to be going for one of these attacks on the turn. So you definitely have to be careful with how you want to be playing your cards and try and just get through this Trick Room. And the Dragonite won't be that option. That will be the swap out yet again. Be bringing the Tauros back out into the fray here. Be, Intimidate, but more so what I'm looking for is if there's a Spore into that slot, it does have clear goggles. But that will be a Clear Smog instead into the Volcarona, getting rid of that boost with a follow-up Terra Blast to start dealing a little bit of damage. A nice participation award for that Porygon too.
Oh, but the Heat Wave, knowing that the Amoonguss is just switched in, it has to tank that. But it does have recovery available with something like the Berry. So you know that this Amoonguss can stay around for a little bit longer. And with something like the Regenerator, you could actually switch it out if you wanted to, bring in something else. But there really aren't that many pieces that would like to be on a receiving end of something like a close combat from this Tauros, or even a Wave Crash. I think that's something to certainly be cognizant of, is what can this Tauros actually do in terms of the pressure it puts onto the field, as well as the targets that it has. This Porygon 2 also makes a fantastic target for something like the close combat.
I know, I keep waiting. I'm a little scared for that Porygon 2 with the threat of a fighting type move over on the opposing end of the field. Especially it's not necessarily dealing the most offense at that point, but the Amoonguss is going to be the one scared of a hit, not wanting to maybe get another Heat Wave. That'll be a Regenerator going out, and the Ursaluna coming back out onto the field. That's actually going to be a double pivot, so no offense coming out from Kazuki on this turn.
Ooh, but it's going to be the Incineroar that switches in, so the Intimidate drop going to help out with this Tauros damage. Maybe why we end up seeing Kazuki just a little bit more comfortable being able to bring in that Ursaluna, despite the fact that it would be taking a huge amount of damage. Close combat also going into the Incineroar with that Intimidate drop is going to allow this Incineroar to actually survive.
the swap in there, you do get definitely more, so you can be looking at that offense on this go around, whether it's on the UAP or whatever. It's burned, so we'll be able to put a lot of pressure out onto this turn. So that's going to be something, as the Trick Room turns are kind of delving away. If you're looking to try and take advantage of that, that has to be kind of a sooner rather than later thing. And I think that Kazuki has done a great job setting up the board state, and he can get a fake out and start trying to put some offense out now.
That's why you're seeing a pivot come through here from Polar Bear. He has to consider the fact that, yes, this Ursaluna, it got a chance to actually get this Guts boost for free on the switch in, and also with taking a very minimal amount of damage. So if you are worried about being able to take advantage of those Trick Room turns, you still have a very, very healthy Ursaluna to be able to do that. Not only that, but this Ursaluna does have access to a Ghost Terra. So this close combat wouldn't be able to connect, and you're also able to actually terastallize away from your weakness to a wave crash as well. Volcarona going to protect to stall out another turn of Trick Room also makes a lot of sense.
It's going to be just a substitute coming on out instead of that offense, though. So this is going to be a lot of fun. So making sure that even once the situation kind of ends, that you do have one turn to make sure that this Ursaluna can take the most advantage of possible. Of course, it did take the damage away to be setting up that sub, and the burn is definitely on a little bit more of a timer. The King Gambit, that's going to be item. Assault Vest lost just on the switch in, but now the Protect on the Volk has been burned. The King Gambit swapped. You got the substitute for free. Sure, these Pokemon have taken a lot of damage, but this next turn, I think, is going to be pivotal. And you can't get Sucker Punch or anything either.
Yeah, the Sucker Punch would certainly be a little mute in this particular board state, but it doesn't mean that you can't necessarily go for something like a Kowtow Cleave. It's still a lot of damage. It would also help to break the substitute and allow this Volcarona to weave in just a little bit more. Sucker Punch still makes sense, though. Maybe that's going to be enough to break the sub. It's always a tough call to say, but
that's going to be the pivotal moment. To get the Sucker Punch, it will fade. And I just woke up, so I should rephrase. The Sucker Punch won't be taking care of this Pokemon before it gets to fire off a powerful move, as that will be Facade to get rid of the Volcarona on the opposing end of the field. Now we'll be able to get a follow-up and Flare Blitz. This Incineroar likes to go back on the offensive. This new regulation is going to be super effective, so a double KO onto this turn.
That is going to be a huge swing of momentum here. Kazuki being able to take 2 knockouts is very important. And even the Incineroar actually knocking itself out in the process is not necessarily a bad thing. You can end up bringing in something else next to that Pokemon, like the Amoonguss can come back in. That might be something that you were excited to see. But you do have to worry a little bit about this fourth and final Pokemon in the back here for Polar Bear, the Dragonite, able to make a reappearance once again. It does have a lot of ways to be able to hit something like the Amoonguss for free. You have Ice Spinner as the biggest move of choice here. And not only is it going to be effective into the Amoonguss, but it would be effective into the Ursaluna as well.
We haven't seen, correct me if I'm wrong, because reiterate, just woke up, friends, but I don't believe we've seen the Terastallization coming on out. So even if
we have not,
at this point can be super threatened by something like an Ice Spinner, it is the water Terastallization, so it would be able to take the hit so well in just going for that redirection.
That's a really great point. Absolutely. The one thing, though, is the Tauros would not be redirected from Rage Powder because of the fact that it does have the safety goggles, as you pointed out before. So you're still under some threat taking a look at this Ursaluna. I think that would be one thing that you would have to keep in mind, but I love that this Dragonite also has access to something like the Outrage. I think that's another move that has come back on Dragonite. You don't necessarily get a chance to pick your target, but you're able to do a lot of damage if it hits the right thing.
To see as, oh, it's clicking the Outrage, but that's going to go into the Protect instead. And barely any damage into the Amoonguss with the Wave Crash. The double up would have done so much, but with no second attack, that's going to be the Spore into the Dragonite. So it only gets to be angry and upset for one turn.
Oh, and then you can't even Spore the Tauros, and you can't redirect it away. So I think this Ursaluna is going to be a little bit of a predicament, but we still don't really know what Polar Bear actually has in the back to be able to tank a hit like that. And when you look at just having to take the wave crash, I think you can be pretty confident that the Porygon 2 would be able to take that a little bit better if you expect it's going to be that super effective hit. But I think it's also fine to let the Ursaluna go down here if you can bring in the Porygon 2 later.
So dependent on the fourth Pokemon that's been hidden from us so far, but I definitely agree with that. At this state, you kind of know that it's on its last legs, and it just being KO'd at this point means that you can bring it in. Well, hopefully the Dragonite has another turn of sleep. That was its first turn right there. So it is at risk, danger, at the benefit, depending on who you're talking about, being able to wake up anytime, as that's going to be the Porygon, the download. And sorry, I cannot count. This is the final Pokemon.
I messed that up first. That's my fault.
Bro, I'm struggling out here today. The Porygon's here. Hey, if we want to see some damage coming on out, to see if we can maybe get it here. Again, no terrestrialization as of yet.
No, and I think that's where you could be in a really good spot here, just knowing that you have the fighting type, but you also have Ice Beam. And the fact that the download the second time around did give you a special attack boost means that that Ice Beam is going to actually do way more damage. And so both of these Pokemon are going to have to be able to watch out for that, but the Dragonite, more importantly, has to wake up first.
That'll definitely be the biggest thing, is terrestrialization finally in this match. We've been holding off on this one for absolutely forever, and yes, it is going to be the fighting type onto this Porygon 2. So it will be the fighting type attacks. Not necessarily going to be the most useful when you're staring at the Dragonite on the other end of the field, which is the one unfortunate part of that. But being able to start maybe dishing out into the Tauros, which is definitely a big issue at this point. It gets to fire off this Wave Crash first into it. The Porygon 2 is so bulky, so you got to start chipping away. Dragonite staying asleep, definitely going to be to Kazuki's benefit, as that will be the trick room to make sure going on forward that you can have dimensions on your end to keep trying to be pushing these other two Pokemon, the last two for both trainers.
Yeah, this is just going to be a forfeit. I think you could also consider this game to be in a really difficult spot. Wave Crash, maybe Crit is able to help bring this Porygon 2 fairly low, but you still have to actually be able to knock it out at some point. And this Porygon 2 does have access to recover. So under Trick Room, if you recover now, you're going to be back up to full, and then you can still threaten with those Ice Beams as well as those Terra-fighting Terra Blasts. So Dragonite really not in a good spot here. It's going to be taking super effective from something.
It's all depending on what call you want to be making, because if you're expecting the Ice Beam on this turn and want to be going for the terrestrialization, it means that the next go around, well, it can just be the Terra-fighting Terra Blast, but making the call and hoping for a wake-up, that'll be the terrestrialization into that normal type. So as long as it's an Ice Beam on this turn, you're not going to be taking the super effective damage from that move, as the Tauros will opt to protect to make sure that you can try and have a Pokemon surviving. It's going to be a wake-up that I'm eyeing up, but you need to wake up sooner rather than later, because you need to start dealing some offense. Pollen Puff into the Porygon 2 will do so much, and that will be the Terra Blast instead. No Ice Beam into the Terra normal Dragonite to take it down.
What a call! That was a crazy read. I still think you're doing a pretty good amount of damage regardless, but the fact that you ended up Terraing away, that is actually going to be the forfeit this time around, because it is over.
I'm so excited. We got
What
to
a
see
call!
the Porygon 2 with that fighting Terra. Just go all out offensive. Great way to be ending that. I think with the board state you had built up, that we wouldn't have seen this screen eventually, but being able to have that be the kind of the capstone of the match, I think was awesome. And I think it was kind of interesting, because when you look down at these final two Pokemon of kind of like an Amoonguss and a Porygon 2, sometimes they can kind of struggle a little bit with that offense, but being able to go back up for that Trick Room, the really good turns on getting that one Spore onto that Dragonite before having the Ursaluna, which would have been more so the damage dealer going down. So you didn't have to worry too much with those final two Pokemon. Be able to set back up at the Trick Room was great. So I'm curious how this is going to be swapped around. That Dragonite had definitely a lot of struggle in that last match, so I don't necessarily know if that'll be one that we get to see again.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if maybe you end up bringing something like the Clefable. Even just having your own form of redirection means that you would be able to take a couple of attacks. If it ends up being the Terra fighting Terra Blast Porygon at the end of the day. You know that Clefable is going to be able to follow Midos away, actually take resisted damage, and be in a pretty good spot there. But otherwise, I think you have to assume that Kazuki's going to try to get the Trick Room up again and again. Just knowing that the Pokemon overall are going to be on a bit of a slower side, you know that the speed is going to be one way that you can really start to get things going on Kazuki's team.
This one's definitely a little easier to say as kind of the armchair warrior over here, but even just looking back to a couple of turns and how long it took for both players, but specifically Kazuki, when there was things that would have taken a lot of damage from a close combat, to be clicking the Terra button, I feel like even just like a well-timed double up into something like that Porygon 2, because that Porygon 2 got the Trick Room up on the very first turn and could have been susceptible to at least trying to get some more damage from the get-go. Maybe a couple of those heads-up calls to kind of take momentum of the match, as opposed to letting that Trick Room be the thing that kind of dictates that pace and kind of having to go on the defensive from that point on with the offensive tools. So want to hopefully see some more damage dished out in this next one, but as we get into it, see what hits the field yet again. A little bit of a switch, and Sin and Amoonguss to be starting off going up against the Vulcan the Tauros.
Okay, so very interesting to see both of these Pokemon lead. Instead, a little bit more passive coming through from Kazuki. You still have the opportunity to go for something like the Fake Out, and the Intimidate drop onto the Tauros is certainly going to help limit some of its damage output. But the fact that there isn't any Trick Room as an option on the field means that this Volcarona may be a little bit safer to actually go for some type of setup. The biggest problem here is that you do see this Incineroar able to go for something like a knockoff, and it was trying to go into the Tauros slot in game number 1. You would have loved to be able to get the knockoff into the safety goggles. Didn't end up mattering at the end of the day, but it still would have made the end game in that game 1 much easier.
Yeah, it would put so much pressure, but knock off into the Dragonite. No choice band, so that's going to be damage a lot less, but it does mean that once you wake up, you can switch between your moves instead of being locked into one. The answer is when you wake up, because Dragonite going to sleep on the first turn hurts just a little bit, especially too since it was a safety goggles in that slot that then swapped out, so oof.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I think that is always a very safe play for Kazuki to go for, because either you're going to get the sleep onto the Tauros, which is a really big threat for your team, or yeah, you get it into whatever is switching in, and that could be like the Dragonite's a really bad option, King Gambit as well. You knock off the Assault Vest and you make it a little bit easier for something maybe like the Golden Go to actually get in there. But the Dragonite specifically, you gotta wake up on this first turn.
At this point, just going on the offensive with this Volcarona, I think fantastic. Get as much damage as you can into this Amoonguss and get rid of this pesky Amoonguss. These spores, and now getting rid of that, getting this Dragonite to sleep has been so annoying. That'll be the first turn of sleep, so at this point, it can wake up at any time, but knock off into the Volk is just going to be getting rid of that Overglow for later on, and everything's going to sleep. This Amoonguss needs to be dealt with.
I mean, you would think that maybe the Heat Wave burn onto the Amoonguss would help out a little bit, because at least it puts it on some type of timer, but it still has Regenerator, can still switch off the field, get full HP back, and because Volcarona didn't actually terrestrialize, it does get put to sleep on that turn. Polar Bear at this point needs to buy enough time to actually be able to tank some of these hits and get these Pokemon to wake up. With this Incineroar being a little bit more offensive this time around too, with something like the Flare Blitz, Volcarona isn't necessarily going to like that. Dragonite can take that though just a little bit better. And now that knockoff has gone into both targets, you're still not going to be doing very much because the items are gone. So maybe you do have a little bit of time that you've bought yourself to actually be able to wake up here.
Well, it'll be a pivot first. The Incineroar is gone. All the items have been knocked off. There's nothing else here. And Porygon 2 rejoining the field. And that will be the double pivot. I think this is going to be quite smart with the fact that the Volk has to be sleeping. The Dragonite, even if it wakes up, it's lost its choice band, and you want to make sure you can switch out, get the Regenerator. I think this is just a great call for it, as that will be another turn of sleep. This has got to be so frustrating as well to have all these Pokemon sleep, and it's all just momentum on the other side. The swap in on that turn 2 into the Ursaluna means that instantly you get that Flame Orb activation, you're instantly burned and get access to all of this damage.
I don't know why people are saying Incineroar is a little fraudulent in this regulation, because I think it's definitely been putting in the work. Knowing that it has access to 2 attacks this time around means that it does have the opportunity to go on the offense with a stab, flare blitz, stab knockoff, and really just make sure that Kazuki's in the driver's seat. This Ursaluna has time to move. Like, I don't even think that it necessarily needs to be in be in Trick Room. It already has the Flame Orb boost as well to activate Guts. Dragonite, though, like, it can go for Ice Spinner, but you still have Terra. And also, Dragonite could just not wake up.
Well, that's going to be the Volk taking another snooze, and the Dragonite, a real sleepy boy today, is going to be sleeping yet again. And was a couple of different options for the Ursaluna. Could have seen the substitute, so once things woken up, they still couldn't start dealing with anything. But just the straight facade into the Volk is going to be getting rid of this Pokemon as Trick Room gets set up from this Porygon too. And this has been a tough one. Now, looking at both of these Pokemon coming on in, I mean, not going to necessarily appreciate the hits on out and don't necessarily appreciate the speed.
No, I mean, you're just going to be faster with the Ursaluna and Trick Room than most of the other things that we do have on Polar Bear's team. But the Intimidate, being able to bring that in, certainly can help. Maybe even in an opportunity here to force out a Terra from this Ursaluna. But, oh, it's so tough. At least you're not intimidated right now if you're the Tauros. But it's still an opportunity to just bring in the Amoonguss and... the Incineroar and do it again.
You're really screaming at the bottom of the cookie jar for a positive in the situation. Like, at least not intimidated. But at least if there is the Terra and with the not being intimidated, if you go for the Wave Crash into the Ursaluna, even if it does go for the Terastallization, that is still going to be a nice little, like, it's going to be a lot of damage. You're going to have the same type attack bonus as well. Wave Crash is just a lot of damage. So... definitely something to be looking forward to. And the other positive is the Dragonite should be waking up this turn if it gets to that point, so...
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think that just going for something like a priority move is certainly one way that you can bypass a lot of these speed interactions in Trick Room, but that is a Terastallization onto the Porygon. Good for you, Dragonite. You got the wake up finally.
It's not going to be too great for long, but that's going to be... just that headlong rush into the one slot, covering for whatever wants to come on in. If that was the King Gambit that hits the field, a lot of damage. And if it sticks around, well, the Ice Beam is going to deal with that. Or sorry, even if it was the Terastallization, you get to cover both kind of angles of that. The Tauros does get to do a lot of damage. The fight isn't going to be not quite enough, even past that burn, be picking it off.
Oh, so the Ursaluna is around for one more turn of Trick Room. The only thing is that there's another priority move on the table. There's actually 2 right now. Tauros has the Aqua Jet, which would be able to pick off this Ursaluna, and this Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, absolutely. But you still have to worry about this King Gambit in the face of this Terra-fighting Terra Blast Porygon. This King Gambit does have a Fire Terra, but you have to worry about dealing with this Ursaluna.
Yeah, especially too with the Ursaluna, it does have Protect. So even if you try to sucker into it, there is a swap on the other end. It protects, and then you just like the potential of that redirection the next go around. But I think at this point, when you're down to the final 2 and there is this big threat, that making the call can sometimes be absolutely everything, as it will be the Terastallization forced out to make sure this Porygon 2 cannot be even more terrifying than it already has been in this match.
Well, I really like the opportunity to protect, because you have a Pokemon that can do that. You're stalling out another turn of Trick Room, and this Tauros is certainly something that is going to cause a problem for a lot of Kazuki's team. And with the Sucker Punch as well, you're going to guarantee that you get the knockout onto the Ursaluna, but if it protects, you also know that you're going to be safe. Something like this Terra-fighting Terra Blast, knowing that you have pivoted away from that 4 times weakness. That would have been quite bad.
Yeah, so thank goodness for the Terastallization button. King Gambit's going to be taking that hit so much better. And the Ursaluna, this massive amount of damage, is going to be gone. Amoonguss rejoins the field, and this is where things yet again get a little scary, because the Amoonguss, we saw how much pressure these spores put on before, and Yeah, that's exactly how we're going to be starting off that turn. The King Gambit, sure, maybe it didn't take too much damage the last time, but now we won't be able to dish out any either. As the Porygon 2, yet again, firing off these Terra Blasts. And that's a decent little amount into the Tauros. It doesn't quite pick up the KO. The Tauros will have an opportunity to act on this turn. Close combat into the Amoonguss, though, is not going to be the damage that you necessarily needed.
No, it's not. And with that special defense drop as well, even if you're going to take something like an Ice Beam, you're probably going down to it. This King Gambit, oh, it's so tough because you do have a little bit of time to actually wake up here. Taking your mandatory sleep turn already gives you a potential to do that on this next turn. But you're starting to be in a little bit of a spot. Thank goodness so that this King Gambit still has its Assault Vest. It's why it's been able to take these attacks from this Porygon 2 a little bit better. That Incineroar's in the back as well. You don't want to give over Defiant Boost, but that's what Polar Bear is hoping for.
I'm just looking even at this Porygon 2 to where the damage can be really coming out to actually fully deal with it. Because it's King Gambit. I mean, it's not going to be hitting it for the most amount of damage. Porygon 2 is pretty bulky. And then there is this Amoonguss as well that can just be Polypuffing to be bringing it back up as the Porygon 2 slowly but surely deals with the team. The attempt hit into their sack, another round at the Terra Blast, into this King Gambit. Again, slowly but surely.
That's getting whittled away, but it does wake up on this turn. So going for the Kowtow Cleave, knowing that this Amoonguss just needs a little bit more damage, that should be able to get picked up with one more Kowtow Cleave, but I don't think the Wave Crash is going to do it. Trick Room is over, though, so it does allow for this King Gambit and this Tauros to be faster. This Tauros is so low, though, it's going to go down to a little wind.
At least, though, I counted the turns. I thought there was the one more turn. So this is where just trying to get that amount of damage could be absolutely huge. The one thing that kind of sucks is there is still a third Pokemon in the back there that Incineroar that could be trying to come on out and make an appearance to get an Intimidate. But if you do, you need to make sure this King Gambit is dealt with. So deal with the King Gambit, come out. Still have more options. If the Tauros wants to go for a close combat and you don't pick up the KO, you could lose it on this turn. But we'll see that into this Amoonguss instead. Still not enough for that KO.
Oh, but I love being able to go for the Iron Head here on the King Gambit. You're hoping to get a flinch so that this Trick Room cannot get set up again. Or you just aren't going to be taking damage. This Terra Blast, though. Ooh, poor Tauros.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a tough one. Tauros is gone, and now there was no flinch. Spore, on out. The King Gambit's not doing nearly enough in that turn, and now yet again we fall into that same pattern. That's going to be burned to not quite pick up the Amoonguss quite yet, but you know if it doesn't swap out, it will be taken down at the end of this next turn. But even if there is an Incineroar that can be activating that Defiant, you're in the situation now where I think you're in such control of the match. Even if you don't want to go on the offensive, even if you just go for the Trick Room, you can really kind of play around with the situation at this point. You just have so many pieces.
Yeah, I don't think you mind giving over a Defiant Boost at this point because, as you said, King Gambit is just the final piece. You are going to have to take a mandatory turn of sleep here, which allows for this Porygon 2 to actually get a Terra Blast. You get a chance to fake out this King Gambit after that's over, and that should be enough. I think fake out plus the Terra Blast should be able to pick up this King Gambit here.
Yeah, that'll be the double up as yet again. It doesn't. It wouldn't even matter. That's just gonna be another turn of that sleep anyways. You're done kind of either way. That's gonna be the Terra Blast to be putting the final nail in the coffin to take down this King Gambit for a 2-0 match. With how long this second match went, it kind of seemed like we did do a 3-game series. These games definitely took their time, considering it was the Porygon 2 and the Amoonguss being the big pieces, but still, it was really, really well done with how like the entire thing was manipulated. So, I mean, Polar Bear from the get-go was kind of so many options taken away, even just from that first turn with the knockoff in that Spore.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just knowing that you have those pieces, it's always very safe to go for something like the knockoff there. And if you get the sleep onto the Taurus, fantastic. And then the poor Dragonite, it just took.
Poor Dragonite.
Oh, yeah, it was having a hard time this morning. Maybe just like us a little bit. But hey, fantastic stuff. Congratulations to Kazuki. That is going to be an undefeated record so far, 2-0. Still a lot of Pokemon to play out, though, and Polar Bear not down for the count just yet. The X2 record is going to be what takes you to the end.
Yeah, and even if we couldn't necessarily tell it from that set of games because of, you know, the constant spore pressure, what can you really get to show off with your team in that case? This is quite a strong team, like that Paldean Tauros. This tools like the Volcarona, and the King Gambit have just been so strong in Regulation H. So this definitely is a team that I think is very, very capable. I think, though, if Kazuki's just brought the perfect team that can kind of whittle away options, that there's someone we'll get to see quite later on. This should be a pretty good run ahead of them.
Well, we are going to be getting ready for the next round of Swiss at the Nino PokeBros Invitational. So we are going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we will have that round number 3 and see what other surprises are in store for us for Regulation H. See you guys soon.
It's so much work to stay muted. Guys, I'm so talkative in the background. If I wasn't muted, you'd be hearing so much. I never mute myself. Why would I ever want to mute myself? Why? Nah, we just opened my rest of the stream. Anyways, oh, I'm live in a tournament. Thank you. Yeah, look at that. See, you guys get to see everything. We get pancakes during the stream. This is just another Nino stream, no different than any other. So, without further ado, I'm going to bring in your guys' next casters, and we're going to get round 3 started. I'm going to eat this while the match is going on, and let me just make sure our casters are ready. Let me get in there. Hold on. Let me check in with them. Hello, hello.
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 Are we all ready to go, guys?
Yeah.
All right, take it from here, guys. I'm gonna eat some pancakes and enjoy your guys' phenomenal commentary. So, thank you guys. You guys take it from here.
All right. Thanks, Joel. Make sure to save some pancakes for us as well. But we are here, of course. Hello, everybody. Round 3, joined by the ever so lovely Sierra Dawn. Sierra, that was a feisty match that you and Rose had casted over before. But we got more.
I like how you say feisty, like the entire match wasn't just like sleep turns. And one of those games that, like, if I was playing, I'd be like super frustrated because my Pokemon won't wake up. But it was definitely a fun match. I'm hoping that we see a little less sport in this next one and a little bit more action.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, to be fair, P2 Terra fighting, being able to do shenanigans is definitely up on the bingo that I so happen to create, which I never created. It's just like, who would ever expect that? But we do have round 3. We've got the opponents, the players, sorry, which are going to be Slushy versus Young Elmer's Glue. So that is the name I just read out. Yes, great name as well, but we've got some good action on the way with the teams, to be fair.
Ooh, okay, so getting to see a little bit of the team. So we're gonna see a Bingus, but a lot of like the powerful things that when we've talked about Reg H that kind of paving the way. So you got to have we're gonna have a Raincore over on Kian's end. We get to see that Archaladon, super annoying in rain, super annoying in Reg H, super strong though as well. This Basky Legion, as well in or out of the rain, definitely a strong piece. And on the other end, the Dondozo, the feared thing to talk about for ever since Pokemon Scarlet and Violet came out, but especially now in Reg H as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the Pokemon that just found its way from Regulation Set A all the way through to H once again. I mean, it's just really good for obvious reasons. But then again, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for you to be able to counter it. Now, on Kian's side, there is the Amoonguss. It does have Clear Smog. That could be a very big pivotal mon for this matchup. But wait, we've got the feed already. We're going straight into game 1. Both of our trainers 2-0. And we've got the Archaladon Pelipper versus the Dragonite and the Tatsugiri leads.
Okay, so not necessarily the most often you get to see the Tatsugiri out on the field without the Dondozo already having been dealt with and eliminated. So that one, I think, is quite cool. So this Tatsugiri offers a lot of pressure with its own moves, and with the Choice Scarf, is actually quite fast. So you do have ways to kind of try and slow down the other team. And I'm looking more so at something like a Draco Meteor that could instantly be putting a lot of pressure onto something like the Archaladon.
Yeah, 100%. And just being able to place yourself into the point where you can either threaten to switch in, switch out is a really nice spot to be in as well. But yeah, as we're talking about it right now, we've seen, I believe it's Icy Wind because the feed just cut from me. Came out accompanied by... You got me. You go. You got it.
Let me know when you get the feed. But Icy Wind, Archaladon to slow down. Stomping Tantrum brings it down to just below half, as it's not going to be not any one guard or anything from the Pelipper. That'll be some damage into the Tatsugiri, but the Draco Meteor follow-up into the Dragonite. Clean one-hit KO there. I was kind of expecting the ding-ding button for half a second. We need to get some funding for the Nino PokeBros Invitational so we can get these graphics, but that's going to be a swap now into this Golden Go on the other end.
Yeah, apologies, but we are back. I've got the feed as well. That was a very quick dealt first turn there, but we've got the board state now bringing in the Golden Go. Does mean there may be a potential of the Dondozo still lurking in the back, but I think wanting to be able to play those mind games to better position yourself against an Archaludon with lower HP is really what you're trying to look for, as the Pelipper is quite healthy still, though.
The Pelipper is healthy, but the Archaludon, since it did go with the Draco Meteor, it offers a lot less offensive pressure on this turn. If it is a Dondozo in the back, I feel like we have to start seeing that swap in sooner rather than later, because the Dondozo without its buddy Tatsugiri, when you've built out a team around that, quite intriguing. Instead, Protect on the Pelipper is another round of the Icy Wind, so the Archaludon gets lowered even more. And I'm looking to, sure, that's the stamina boost. That's the third one that it has. The defense is high, but it's not going to matter in face of this Golden Go. Shadow Ball into it will deal with this super hard-hitting Rain Pokemon. But that, since it was at less HP, it does bring this time for something else. But get to see that Kian has the Incineroar and the Moongus in the back.
Yeah, and really nice Pokemon to be able to bring in towards the mid-game section. Incineroar does have the option of going for the Fake Out here onto the Tatsugiri, but more importantly, I think Yanelm is just trying to clean up the board state in order to bring that Dondozo unobstructed. And in this scenario, has to expect the Amoonguss in the back. But the Golden Go is choice specs. It is locked into Shadow Ball. So right now, it's probably going to stay on the field, try to go for the Pelipper, but there is always the option of switching the Dozo in.
Yeah, and that's something you have to be worried of at any point. Unless this is just a match where, you know, sometimes if you're staring down all these things to try and eliminate this Dondozo, because everyone wants to make sure in Reg H they have their Dondozo matchups, there is just the possibility that it is going to be something else in the back and not that Dondozo. So until we get the confirmation, which this kind of turn seems like it might be the confirmation more than any. Is this Tony the Dondozo? No! Okay, that's going to be the Palmet instead. So Dozo left at home. We're not friends with him anymore. Instead, the Palmet coming out onto the field. One of those tools that we saw back a little bit more in early Scarlet and Violet, remaking an appearance. This offers a lot of offensive pressure, and it does have the possibility as well of bringing a Pokemon back. So that is something, Revival Blessing. Hey, your Dragonite was dealt with. You can bring him back now that the Archaludon is gone.
Oh, yeah, you definitely can, as the Tatsugiri will be felled, but in a situation of what actually went through, it did enough to be able to clean up the board for this scenario. With that switch on the Palmot, you've got the immediate offensive pressure of the Golden Go, no longer locked into Shadow Ball, but also close combat onto the Incineroar. So it's all of a sudden a really good spot to be able to play the mind game, either going, like you said, Sarah, for the Revival Blessing, bring in that Dragonite, which is banded for more offensive damage output later on, or you go for the immediate offense, because the Amoonguss is on the field. We know for a fact that it doesn't have Protect, so you're either going to have to force a Terra here or a switch out.
See, I'm just looking at, like, the freest Revival Blessing out there. And this Dragonite, that now that you're not facing down this Archaludon, I feel like you kind of click that. Especially, too, if you go for this offense and all of a sudden, like, you go for this close combat into the Incineroar, and that was the one that swapped, you would all of a sudden be set so far behind. The Incineroar's not swapping on the turn, though. That is going to be the Pelipper in for the other slot. It's Terastallization now in the match. It is be the Golden Go going into that Steel type. So I think there's an offense on the horizon here, Costa.
Yeah, most definitely, as well as some revivals. As at this point, we're just going to have to see which Pokemon is going to be chosen here. Most likely it is going to be the Dragonite. There is the weird option of going for the Tatsugiri, just because Rain has been set up and you've got Draco Media Pressure. But Make It Rain, talking about Rain, has picked up the KO onto the Pelipper. Wow.
Pelipper thought that it was the one that was making it rain, but quickly finding out otherwise is it's going to be KO'd. That's going to be the knockoff into Golden Go and getting rid of the choice spec. So the damage is going to be a lot less, especially now that you are at that -1. But since you did Terastallize, that's not going to be the more damage to the super effective hit into the Golden Go. That could have been a lot worse. And regardless, at this stage, there's another Pokemon in the back. There is absolutely no way to deal with it. So that's going to be the forfeit locked in. And for
Wow.
Terra, Elmer's Glue, whichever IGN they would prefer, that's going to be the first game in their favor.
Yeah, and what a way to go about it. Not bringing the Dondozo to a matchup where it isn't necessarily favorable to do so. So they did a really good job in being able to recognize that. Clear Smog Amoonguss, yeah, there's no Protect because Kian or Slushy had opted to go for that Clear Smog. So it means that you don't have as much flexibility when it comes to its defensive capability, especially when you got to try to choose the Terra or the switch outs if there's that direct threat. And Choice Specs, Steel Terra, Golden Go is kind of a big threat, especially when accompanied by a Fake Out Pressure, Revival Blessing, as well as close combats into the Incineroar.
It's funny because looking at a lot of the different Pokemon that Ian has on his team, I look at the Make It Rain and I'm like, actually, does this really do the most pressure? But the Shadow Ball being able to deal with that Archaludon sooner rather than later, and then at that point just taking enough momentum because of all of the more supportive pieces in this Incineroar and this Amoonguss and stuff, the Make It Rain was exactly just what you needed. So I think you need a special attacker to be dealing with the Archaludon, considering the stamina boost can really get out of control sooner rather than later. It does have the Assault Vest, but I think I'd rather go up against that Assault Vest, especially if you're chipping away at it, than a +3, +4 stamina boost.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, we did see it was DJ Grant that was brought back via the Revival Blessing, but I don't remember who DJ Grant is, unfortunately. It may have been the Dragonite, most likely.
I think it was the Dragonite that we saw for only a glimmer of a second.
Okay, that's fair. That checks out. So we're going to have to see, though, what both our trainers are going to do in this game, too. We do have Tony and Quadonka leading up, so a bit of a change. We've got the Talonflame on one side of the field with Jan Elmer versus the same lead over on Kian's side, that Pelipper and our Chaludon.
All right, Bird versus Bird. So that'll be a fun one. When I look at the Palma going up against this Pelipper as well, I'm just looking at the amount of damage it could do. The Pelipper's not going to appreciate that hit whatsoever. But also, the Talonflame doesn't necessarily appreciate the possibility of something like a, oh, what's that silly strong move that everyone talks about on why our Archaludon is busted again? You know, the +1, kind of delete something. So that's going to be a little tricky. The Archaludon, having gone for the Draco Meteor in the first turn of the last match, kind of really diminished that output a lot. But being able to freely go for the Electro Shot here, I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, 100%. And I think something to also be aware of, sometimes we do see Pawmots running Volt Absorb, but in this case, Yanelm has opted to go for that Natural Cure in order to be able to switch out any status ailments that have been forced onto their side. But we do have a Terra Grass Archaludon to contend with.
All right, and that's going to be Protect for the Pelipper as well. So not really wanting to deal with the potential of a Double Shock over on the other end. Tailwind from this Talonflame to make sure that Young Elmer's going to be the fastest thing out there, as close combat into the Grass Terrestrialization going to be doing significantly less than if it was the other way around. That'll be the defense and the special defense drop for the Palmud, and the defense raise for the Archaludon. Electro Shot now. We got to wait for the little bridge to charge up here before firing off an attack into this Talonflame. And the Talonflame being the Covert Cloak and not something like the Focus Sash instead. The Sash over onto that partner Palmut means that is going to be a clean one-hit KO. But Yelmer now has this chance to bring in a fresh attacker that now has this Tailwind behind them.
Yeah, and it's going to be DJ Grant, so just about ready to go ahead and have potential with the Terra Flying option with the Terra Blast is really nice. Even if the Archaludon is at +1 right now, you are in a prime position because of the close combat dealing so much damage to be able to potentially pick up the KO there. And I do really like the terrestrialization of the Chaludon initially. You want to be able to forego a potential Oko from that close combat because you know you're picking up the KO onto the Talonflame, but this is why Jan Elmer's position of being able to bring the Dragonite from the back is so crucial while still having that Terra option available for themselves.
Yeah, and it's a Dragonite that doesn't necessarily feel quite as pressured as it did in that first match. So that freshly grass terrestrialized Archaludon has to forego that boost and has to forego this match. Going to be switching out to be bringing in this Incineroar instead. This Dragonite, unlike that last match, is going to be the inner focus. So this is going to be Intimidate. That does not matter for that Pokemon, though it will be mattering on its partner, Palmet. It's Terrestrialization for this Dragonite into this flying type. It is Choice Band, so the first move that it selects, they'll better like that one a lot. And there is the possibility of the Terra flying. We have to get past this Double Shock, though, first. Straight into the Pelipper.
Yeah, straight into the Pelipper. Very nice anticipation there. Perhaps recognizing that Kian may likely go for that switch, completely ignoring the Chaludon, which was vulnerable with this double up into the Pelipper. But no, it's not going to be a double up, just bringing that Sash down and dealing so much damage onto the Incineroar. Definitely guaranteeing a 2-shot there.
That was the nice thing about going for this Terra Flying Terra Blast as opposed to something like the Ice Spinner. Both would have been super effective into that grass, Terrestrialization, Dark Chaludon. But since you went for the Terra Flying Terra Blast into the Incineroar instead, that Incineroar would not have minded the Ice Spinner. It does kind of mind that move a lot. And there is still the speed over onto Elmer's end. So something is not going to appreciate. I don't think either of these Pokemon is going to appreciate what's next.
Yeah, and I think at this point, you're probably primed to get a Revival Blessing off and just pick off one of either the Pelipper or the Incineroar. We know that Pelipper does have Protect, so Incineroar may be the likely slot of choice here to target if you're anticipating a bit of a defensive play here, but no Revival Blessing, actually. We have the Pawmot switching out for what seems to be the Dignan, which I'm waiting for confirmation, is the Golden Go, so wanting to anticipate that as well.
Chat, let us know what your favorite nickname is, because we have a lot going on over here. I like the swap, though. A possibility to have a later Revival Blessing for something that you might prefer more than the Talonflame. And also just being able to keep Pokemon around, considering the Weather Ball. It's a good amount of damage into the Golden Go, but it's not the damage that you need to be picking this up. We get to see the confirmation of what Kian has swapped for the second game, that Basque Legion. So that's going to be something that as this game goes on and things get KO'd, that once it does hit the field is going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, and it does have Swift Swim, so you see either fluctuates between two sets, that being the Choice Banded Swift Swimmer, or the Choice Scarfed Adaptability sets, which both are equally powerful, but they just depend on the team build around them. So being able to capitalize off of this rain weather is super good, especially if there's any tailwind on the other side of the field. But the most important thing here is the fact that you're going to start stacking up those Last Respect boosts. You've got that as an option, but you do also have the Aqua Jet as a choice, which does pick off that Golden Go.
You gotta make sure you're getting rid of a big damage option. So the Golden Go is gone. Terra Blast, Terra Flying from the Dragonite yet again into the Basque Legion. It will be holding on. These Pokemon are definitely not getting Oko. They're just taking a lot of damage. Weather Ball, well, that will be the Oko. Critical hit will take this Dragonite down.
Yeah, and what a way to go about it, you know, foregoing your dragon typing, which would have allowed you to resist. It is sort of the give and takes, the cost effects of trying to terrestrialize your Pokemon dependent on your position on the board. At this point, you know, it's done and out of the count. Sure, there is Revival Blessing potential here, but the rain is still in effect, which means even though, you know, you've got the advantage of Fake Out, you're still not going to be able to do much else from this. So this looks like a bit of a wrap-up here of Game 1.
That was also what was nice about going for this Aqua Jet on the last turn. The Basque Legion, that's the choice band, so it is locked. But it's going to be locked into something that is a priority, so not even the option of going for anything else is going to be taking care of that final Pokemon. And that is going to be key in for the first game in the set.
And what a way to go about it. I think being able to pick off and understand the board position as best as possible there is, you know, what really pays dividends to be able to capitalize off of it. There is the Revival Blessing we were talking about, which could have been a main player in the affair. We didn't see it come into fruition as much in that Game 2, but we're going to have to see if it does with Game 3.
Well, I'm excited that we get a 3-game set in this, especially with how differently both of them played out, because it was light and day between both of those matches. I'm curious, and both players making adjustments going from each match. So sometimes if you win the first one, you don't necessarily make the adjustments going into Game 2, but Elmer with the adjustments of going for the speed with that Talonflame, and it not necessarily working out despite the amount of offensive pressure they were able to put in from the get-go. I'm intrigued if that's something that they want to be going ahead for in this second game. The third game. I can't count today. I was having issues with that earlier, Costa. Like, what
No,
is happening?
don't worry, same here. I don't know. Sometimes they're a bit complicated, but sometimes they're so simple. I guess with that being said, we didn't see Dondozo being brought game 1. We didn't see it in game 2. Do you feel like there's any room for game 3 for it to be brought here, Sierra?
I don't really know. I'm kind of eyeing up it's whether you think the Amoongus is coming on out.
Oh, yeah.
The last thing I think you want to be doing is bringing the Dondozo and then bringing it into the answer on the other team. If you have then been like, hey, I'm not going to be bringing this either one of these matches, and then all of a sudden be able to force it out, I think that could be the option. I just don't know either, stacking into these Pokemon, if it's necessarily going to be doing the most. I don't think it could do more than like the super offensive pressures of something like Star Chaladon and this past week. Good, so.
Yeah, 100%. I think Dragonite was a really good reliance on that. I'm aware that there wasn't any Amoongus in that game too, so we're going to have to see if that has influenced Jan Elmer's decisions, but it doesn't seem to be the case. We've got the Pawmot still on the field. However, it is accompanied by a Golden Go versus what is now, instead of an Archaludon, that Basculegion, which does change up a bit of this affair, as it's no longer susceptible to fake outs, and it can try to go for that immediate damage potential.
Yeah, and not just locked into something like the Aqua Jet potentially. Something like Wave Crash could be a lot of damage. So curious with what it wants to be locking into, because Wave Crash into these in rain coming from a Choice Band Basculegion, you don't have to be hitting into super effective hits. You can just be hitting into neutral, and this is going to be absolutely devastating. So definitely, I think a lot going to be riding on this very first turn of this match.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what the options are. Flip Turn is a really good potential of just getting that immediate damage whilst being able to reposition your board state, as we are actually going to see the Golden Go being swapped out right now for what seems to be the Tatsugiri, which will be taking that damage of water types times full resisted. So really good switch in here.
I'm curious how much this will be doing, considering it's going to be the Terra Water Rain boosted Choice Band Flip Turn. Considering that all the resists on the other side. Pelipper wants nothing of what's happening, though, considering there is the Electric-type Pokemon on the other end. I think that's going to be great. As Flip Turn, a chance to make sure that the damage that you're being done is going to be later, and that's not going to be much at all. It is just going to be that little chip away, but now you have the option of bringing in something else that can be dealing with the Tatsugiri just that little bit better. The Amoongus is going to be the one that hits the field.
Yeah, and that's a really good sponge to be able to bring in to absorb all of that damage, as it is going to be the double shock. So there was a sort of a consideration that Jan Elm had to go through with the thoughts of, as you either go for the electric type move or the close combat if you're anticipating what the switch-in is going to be. It could have been an Archaludon, you could have gone to close combat, but it would have been a bit of a stretch of a read to do. So double shock makes it safe. You do drop the electric typing right now, you're pure fighting, but the Amoongus is in such a good position to just redirect all of that pressure. Whilst, on the other hand, we do have the Pelipper. It doesn't have Tailwind, however, it can try to go on the offensive.
Yeah, and we've gotten to see that even when there was the speed options for Elmer's, that it didn't necessarily outwin the match. So Pelipper not having the Tailwind, I think is going to be okay in this case. As we were talking about dropping a typing, well, Costa, Terastallization coming on out wants to have a word with you.
Yeah, it does. Thank you for calling me out so swiftly as well. Icy Wind double connects onto the Pelipper and the Amoongus, whilst it does leave this Thunder Shock now, or should I say Double Shock, available to pick off this Pelipper. No redirection on the field.
And that's going to be a Pelipper that is absolutely fried and gone. So that's going to be something that, yeah, like to be, but you had a little bit more Amoongus. It's going to do what it does best, and that is going to be putting a Pokemon to sleep. So the Tatsugiri is going to be sleeping for sure on the next turn, which is going to be nice, at least.
Yeah, it very much will be. And being able to terrestrialize back your typing is such a cool mechanic, which we don't commonly see, or we hadn't ever since Red A matches that we had, because there were the very famous Dondozo, Pormort archetypes that were going around. But what this allows you not only to capitalize off of the damage output increase, however, you're able to surprise factor your opponent. But Basculegion's on the field right now. We're talking about all of this immense damage potential, but it has the speed advantage via the Swift Swim. So what you're going to have to try to factor in right now is, do you have any safe switches, or do you just try to focus down on the Basculegion? You still have the Focus Sash available on that Pormot, or are you anticipating any sort of flip turn mechanics shenanigans coming into a play again?
That's the tough one, because if you do want to be locking into something that's a little bit more damage on this turn and it's not the flip turn, you could be stuck. We are going to see a swap. Graydon, we hadn't seen that name yet, so that one is going to be the Dondozo. So there is going to be the possibility of, yeah, because of the Sash, swapping in the next turn. I didn't get to see what the Amoonguss into, but that's going to be, if anything, all of a sudden a Dondozo that can then start getting the set up with the Tatsugiri coming on in next turn.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that Kian didn't go for the Rage Powder means that they're wanting to at least rely on the resisted switching of this Archaludon. It'll be taking the double shock just fine. It's overwhelming physical bulk, now bolstered by a +1 in defense, really puts it in a good spot, at least against this Pormot, which does get actually taken down via the Pollen Puff double up. Really nice way to be able to remove Revival Blessing potential from Yanelm's side.
Yeah, with bringing out the Dondozo, you can then force the Satsu back in, so you will... Oh, it's not going to be yet. We're going to hold off on that. But you do have the option on this turn of either just attacking with this Golden Go, or to be bringing in the Tatsugiri. Anything that goes into the other slot won't do much, and you can be set off. I don't think the Dondozo is in necessarily the greatest of positions, considering how threatened it can be. And you also don't want to be then setting up to potentially just get clear smogged away. So that is going to be something that, this is where kind of that little bit of a mind game comes on out.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with this switching of the Basculegion, being able to take this Shadow Ball for the favor of its partner Pokemon there. Draco Media will be targeting the Dondozo, dealing a 2-shot there, and because of Unaware, can guarantee a KO if it targets that slot yet again the following turn.
All right, the Basculegion, that will be the double up to be taking care of this Pokemon. It's such a strong late game, but it's something that Elmer doesn't have to be worrying about any longer. With the fact that it was the Draco Meteor 2, that's going to be a lot less damage that our Archaludon could do going on forward.
Oh, yeah, 100%. At least when it comes to anything that's not the Dondozo because of the Unaware mechanic and interaction. But you can still get additional Electro Boost going as long as the rain is still in effect. And Amoonguss has a really nice way to be able to side Pollen Puff its partner back up to health. So it's a bit of an interesting situation. We could see a clear smog going to the Dondozo, anticipating the Tatsugiri switch in here, or just the side Pollen Puff. So we're going to have to see what they collect in with.
All right, that's going to be the swap into the Tatsugiri. What's nice about this, too, is making sure that this next hit, you are going to be good past, as Commander is going to be raising all of these stats. Make sure you're going to be taking these hits a bit better. So I'm curious then with what this Amoonguss is going to be looking into and what it did and what this Dondozo wants to do. That is going to be the Earthquake to be hitting into it. Doesn't take care of the Archaludon, though. Going to be holding on just a little bit with this 15. But it's looking to be setting up that loss special attack. Make sure it has the options of dealing with the other Pokemon other than this Dondozo once the time gets back into it. It's going to be just so into the other slot.
Yeah, exactly. Pollen Puff wanting to just play a bit more safe from Kian's side, opting to go for the side Pollen Puff. Just because it's a bit risky if you go for Clear Smog into Dondozo, and it's just going to be a Protect that comes out, you lose a lot of momentum. Hence why Electroshot being able to guarantee more damage onto the Dondozo if there is a Commander switch out is really cool play as opposed to utilizing Draco Meteor once again, because at least you're hitting for super effective, double damage. But it sort of feels like a middle level play from Kian's side. Could have been a commit, but we're going to have to try to see how they fare against this Dondozo's output, because Earthquake is in such a prime position to essentially make Elma run away with this game.
Love to see how much this Earthquake will do on this turn. Your
Oh.
Caledon, it's not going to be holding on. The Pollen Puff tried to make sure that it was going to be good, but no, it goes down. Yamugas holds on, but at this point in the match, it's not really going to matter. It's trying, Casa. He's definitely trying. That's going to be the Spore. It's got its berry recovery, but for the final Pokemon, that is definitely a tough blow.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, is there any world this Amoonguss can bring it back? Like, multiple consecutive critical hit pollen puffs, but then you've got the golden go you don't have it yet, there's no point. So yeah, that's what we see being translated on the field. We've got the winner of this round 3 being Jan Elma's Glue in what was a triumphant Dondozo showing in that game 3 in particular.
I appreciate that you're a dreamer and you're a believer for the
Gotta be.
Amoonguss. I respect it. Amoonguss could do crazy things, but I think this would have been the craziest and a little too much. But that was, again, like the game 1 and game 2, we already talked about how differently they played out. But then being able to see that Dondozo Tatsugiri coming on out in that game 3, and I think too, something that really could have been just either way, because if all of a sudden that wasn't the KO from the Earthquake, I mean, I think that Dondozo would have been cooked. Yeah,
I think it definitely would have been. And it sort of pays a bit of testament to how you can condition your opponent, or let's say get conditioned by your opponent, depending on the outcome of game 1, game 2, etc. We saw game 2, there wasn't the Amoonguss that was brought from Kian's side, made Elma consider the Dondozo as a potential bring. It turned out to be quite nice for themselves, as long as they got rid of the Amoonguss, or at least they nullified the pressure from it, which they were able to do really well with that Terra Electric double shock Pawmot, which, you know, didn't only catch their opponents by surprise, definitely caught me, and picked up a really vital KO onto the Pelipop.
No, I love the double shock shenanigans though, because you hit it into the other Pokemon, then it's like, oh, okay, the electricity gone, and then it's like, psych, right, back around too.
Yeah, exactly. Oh god.
It is a fun one, but fun series, and there's going to be a lot more on the day. So we're going to be taking a quick break as we get the next match ready. But be sticking around. These matches have been awesome. We'll see you real soon.
Well, hey there, buddy. How are we doing? What's going on?
What's up, peeps? Hello. Hello.
If
We're
you
here
got-
for round 4. What?
We're here for round 4, and what an honor it is to be casting with an absolute legend. Thank you for letting me do this with you, Costa. I really appreciate it. If you guys don't know, me and Costa go way back. We casted together for a birthday tournament about 3 to 2 years ago, and I knew this was a star. I knew this guy was a star the day I heard his voice, and it's just so awesome to see how far he's come with casting with Pokemon. It's just an absolute honor to just know this gentleman. Hats off to you, bro. I'm so proud of how far you've come and how you'll go far to go.
Bro, you flatter me so much. You are the hostess with the mostest. You've got the poker suit. You're Mr. Nino. So all of the praise and love and appreciation, grab it all and chuck it back to your side. Because that's how it is.
You stop.
You lovely person.
What?
So don't worry, it is all my pleasure, my friend. I am very honored to be here. Thank you so much for getting me on, as well as the others. It's fun. It's been super fun, and we're looking to keep that pace going with the momentum.
Let's do it. Yeah, I mean, with that, let's just get right to it. I'm gonna tell these guys to go ahead and start, and we'll go ahead and start looking at these team sheets. We got a really good friend of mine, John Zhu, who's playing. He's already got the Water Taurus ready to go in this Dozo matchup he's going against. So he's already prepared for it, but we're going to have to see. As you saw in the last match, you still have Dozo, but you have other tools in the chest where you can avoid the counter, the Dozo counter. You counter the Dozo counters, right?
Yep, that's 100% right. I mean, you got to be able to, like, when you're team building, especially in this format, because it's such an open playing field for Don Dozo to just do Dozo things, you got to be able to factor it in as a must, as one of the different points around the building of the team. So we do have, I think, what did you say? Because I don't know how to pronounce that. Wojtek King?
Oh yeah, I just call him John Z, but yeah, Wuji. He likes to run under an alternate, but the alt is out. We know his alt now. He has a different alt he'll play on, and he's already. I've already exposed him many times on stream, but he's a really good friend. But yeah, we'll go Woji. We'll just call him the King because he's the King. He's a really good player, and he's going against someone from the Brazilian ranks. They're a really tight-knit community over there. They have their own kind of VGC team, so they really kind of bring it home when they run some of these tournaments.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Brazil goes crazy, and Brazil's always really good. They bring all the hype, all of the spice as well. So I think Nada, I do recognize their name from the Brazilian Victory World Cup. As well. I think they've debuted as one of them. So really looking forward to see how they bring a couple of changes with the Alolan Ninetales paired up with a Dondozo. Sure, Tatsugiri, yeah, it's like, ooh, Dondozo. But wait for it. There's a Frostmoth.
Yes! You're the one that said it. I'm sitting here eyeing it. Thank you. Like, that thing goes crazy. I don't know if it's running a Calm Mind set or what, but with that thing with an ice background, and there is a Ninetales 11, it has so much high specialty, but so much high defense, and it's gonna get crazy here. That thing gets buff. If it gets one Calm Mind off, it's hard to kill. I'll tell you what, I've went against a couple of them, and I don't really like that Mon, to be honest.
Well, if you're going against it, that's kind of the point. You're not going to like it because it's just going to be there and it's just going to be annoying, especially when it's not, and I think we've seen, it's not Calm Mind, it's choice specs.
Oh.
So get ready for some action.
So yeah, instead of taking that one turn to waste over a buff, it's definitely just going to hit hard right at the get-go. But hey, as your part, I'll tell you one Pokemon I do like fighting against. It's Dondozo. I would love to fight Dondozos, as my chat knows and hates. I love to go against a Dozo. I love the mirror Dozos. As casters, I'm sure you might love that as well, right?
Oh yeah, it's our number one most amazing thing that we desire every time. 100%, you heard it here, folks.
Oh my gosh. Well, they're done with preview. Let's get right into it. Let's see what kind of leads we got coming out here today.
Nice. Okay, cool. So, just real quick, I wanted to see where we're getting the feed from.
Oh,
Nino?
yeah, I'm sorry. Let me get you the feed. That's my fault. I'm too getting hype over here. I'll grab you. We're getting John's feed. Let me grab it. I'll get you the leads while we're going. We got a Gold Dingo and the Water Tauros on the field right now. And let me just grab this feed for you.
All good. All right, so we've got the Golden Go and the Tauros then against Limora. So that means that there's a lot of pressure on Limora from the get-go. But then I guess Incineroar on its side of the field does have Fake Out potential. It does have the option of going for U-turn, Flare Blitz, Knockoff. It is an Assault Vest variant, so it will definitely take all of the offensive pressure that this Golden Go wants to dispatch, basically.
And I mean, a Dondozo loves going against gold. It'll do as many make it rains as it want, but it being unaware, it's still gonna just stay the same neutral, and you can do make it rain as many times as it want. It's still gonna do the same amount of damage. So I mean, I think he's kind of going for that, predicting the Dozo lead first off, bringing the Tauros in the lead, kind of pins him. He can't bring in Dondozo by himself. He can't bring him out in the same, because I'm pretty sure that Water Peldalian Tauros does have Mirror.
Oh, yes. It definitely... Actually, it has a clear amulet.
Whoa! Oh my... Okay, I guess he's just kind of pinning the Intimidate section to kind of get it on the Intimidate turn one. Gotcha.
100%. It checks out, but we do see Make It Rain on the offensive straight away. The Terra water from the Glimora allows it to be able to two-shot this Golden Go, to be able to, sort of lower its resource potential whilst not getting K'd off and completely wiped off the earth of this game one.
Yes, and then the other tools it have. So if it's not gonna have the Mirror Herb, it's got many other tools. The Talonflame has a Will-O-Wisp it can put off on it. We also have Tyranitar with the low kick, which ends up doing some damage, and Jonzu also has a Mungus with no Clear Smog, actually, just the Spore variant, and so we can kind of see it going back and forth here.
Yeah, we will, as we do have first Terastallization over on John's side, or should I say the King's side with the Steel. And Wave Crash already going on the offensive, trying to pick off that Incineroar.
No, it's going right into the Dozo slot. Nader does predict that. It's an easy predict there in that slot. Let me go ahead and update the names here, Costa, while I get that set up. Sorry about that.
All good, bro. Don't worry. As the Glimora does survive for yet another turn, enough to get the Meteor Beam out via its Power Herb boost, giving it +1 special attack. It will be trying to at least get that boost going from now. That's why I said trying, because it just missed onto the Golden Dog. Golden Dog completely avoided it, but I don't think it would have picked up. It may have picked up the KO from that range. It depends on the train and how bulky this Golden Go is. But yeah, Golden Go is on 57. So definitely in the orange there. Could have been going down.
Oh man. So I mean, we're playing the game. So who gets in the best position to kind of get a KO? His opponent Nader is taking a lot of damage. Dozo took a lot of damage there. So looks like kind of Jonzu's in the driver's seat for the time being right now. And the Talonflame comes out ready to Will-O-Wisp for that. Let's see if we get a call from the Dozo with the Wave Crash into the Talonflame slot. Oh no, he's going all in. Tatsu's coming out. If he Wave Crashes into this Talonflame slot, his Will-O-Wisp is not going to be a factor in this matchup. Let's see what he targets here.
Yeah, it's just really does come down to the targeting. We know that Dondozo has Wave Crash, Order Up, Earthquake. It could well be Earthquake here, whilst trying to time the switch out of the Tatsugiri. But no, the Order Up into the Golden Ghost slot doesn't survive. Doesn't actually get KO'd. Does survive with 9 HP, but no Wave Crash like you were talking about, Nino. That would have been so good.
No, we got to make it rain. I think it might hold on here. Let's see if Dozo with the boost. I think it's going to hold. Oh. But this next turn is going to be tough because he can only target one of these mobs. Earthquake is only going to hit the Goldango. Talonflame's still in the air. He can order up or Wave Crash with the slot. So Nader's going to have to make a decision here.
Yeah, and at this point, like you said, Talonflame does outspeed. Even the fastest of Dondozos cannot outspeed a max speed Talonflame. So what are your general thoughts around this? Do you think there's any sort of options for Nader to take in this scenario?
Not really. I think it's just going to take the Will-O-Wisp. Oh, it's going to go for Tailwind, and then the Make It Rain just KOs. Great decision from Jonzu's part. The KO happens. It's going to be enough. He's neutral damage because Unaware Dozo doesn't see these stat downs that it took. Boom! Well played by Jonzu. Getting the raid boss, as I'm hearing the term come out nowadays. The raid boss is down.
Raid boss is definitely down. So that is a really big pivotal scenario to allow John more room to navigate around this Dondozo and not have Nader rely on this big sweeper. Although Nader will be bringing in this Incineroar, Golden Go has foregoed its ghost typing. It will be susceptible to fake out, and this Tatsugiri is Focus Sash, but it will likely try to go for the Muddy Water here, pick off this Talonflame as well.
Jonzu vouching to save his Goldango another turn, which is a great decision. You kind of want to get another turn, get through this fake out turn, bring in the sand, get some more chip on this part, guys. He does call it right. Tyranitar eats the fake out. Talonflame sits, gets a Brave Bird. Is this enough to KO the Tatsu? No, that's a buff Tatsu, or he's a very defensive Talonflame. But Muddy Water does come out. I think it's good. It does take out the Talonflame. Talonflame's done its job, though. It set up the Tailwind, not only for Goldango, but now for a Tyranitar who might be able to outspeed this Incin and probably maybe even this Tatsugiri.
And I think that's really why we saw John go for the Tailwind.
Yes.
Sure, you could have opted to go for the Will-O-Wisp, but that would have been just momentary, as opposed to setting up the rest of your team for success with being able to capitalize off of it. So being able to bring that Tauros back in, the Aqua Breed, means that it does threaten this Incineroar straight away from the bat, which is going to force Nader to take a bit more of a defensive strategy.
Yes.
This Tyranitar is very bulky, so it's not going to be going down to another Muddy Water against this Tatsugiri.
Yeah, it definitely wants to save his instant, try and cycle for another Intimidate here, but this Glim doesn't look like it's got much HP to survive. Whatever hit's coming out, it's going to proc out the spikes and bring back in the incentive for another fake out turn. But protecting the Tatsugiri and not getting any damage off here is just going to be a no damage output from Nader, and while Jonzu just continues to put the pressure on.
Yeah, and that's exactly what John wants. He's just sort of getting rid of all of the available switches and slots that Nader has. So just being able to pin him in this way is really, really good, and may force Nader to consider either double protects or at least trying to get a focus and pick off this Tyranitar if it can with the Muddy Water crit, or at least get an accuracy drop, because this is a sort of pivotal stage of the game that you really need to try to identify your win conditions, and I think a Muddy Water accuracy drop may just be their out.
So we're going on the hack side of facts for us to win this game, which is always the best way to play, correct?
Correct. You heard it here.
Oh, I love the RNG. That's why that makes this game so fun. The randomness comes into effect. He goes for a double protect?
He got it as well.
Oh, man, he's going to live another turn. What is he going to call here? So Tauros gets faked out. Knockoff does go into the tattoo slot. We have just a fake out slap on the Tauros, and that's all that's happening this turn. So we're going to live another turn with Nader with both Pokemon on the field, but it's still, we have a Water Tauros -1 or -2, I think, into that Incineroar, and the Tyranitar is only scared of the Muddy Water, like you were saying.
Yeah, exactly. And it's sort of the play, fake out, protect, that you sort of say, okay, that's a faux pas. You never go for a fake out. But in this case, it works out perfectly. But close combat, the Tauros is going to outspeed, pick up the Tatsugiri, and this is looking like it's the end of game one. Jonzu pushing through to be able to force to a game two.
Oh, I love how you said that. People just make so much fun of people when they do the protect fake out. It does actually have a purpose, guys, but maybe not so much in this game. He did live another turn, but the end result didn't, I don't think, change that much with the I think he's just outspeeding. Tailwind has ended. The Tauros is just naturally faster than that Tatsugiri.
Yeah, it sort of depends on the training of it, right? So this is sort of at the point where Nader didn't click in the forfeit just yet. Tried playing to their outs in order to figure out that information, that bit of information, because in the end of the day, VGC is an information game. If that is a bulky, adamant sort of Paldean Tauros, then perhaps Focus Sash Max Speed Tatsugiri could have outsped.
Yeah, but, you know, Pokemon's done a lot better with the coming years, have not making it such an information game. With this new open team sheet format, that was one thing that holds these casual players from jumping into this, like, I don't know what my team guy has, I don't know what he's going to play, but now I think it's opened the field for a lot of players to kind of jump in a little easier to play this fun, addicting, great game that I love so much.
Mate, 100%. And I think it is sort of being able to make it a bit more accessible for everybody. But even within that level, there's always like the nuances of how fast is a Pokemon trained that isn't revealed from the get-go with the team sheets. But I guess going into this game too, any highlight Pokemon that you want to see coming out
I think you know what I want to see. I want to see Nader's Frostmite. I think he saw Jonzu knows this matchup to the back of his hand. I think Nader's going to have to try and sneak some gameplay with this Frostmoth. But we have leads out. Pokeballs are getting thrown as we speak. Let's get right into it.
Oh, okay. So we've got the Dozo Glim versus the Golden Go and the Tauros. So a bit of a callback to the previous game, but you do have a couple of other options that you need to consider. There are mind games.
Yes.
The Glimora went for water terrestrialization game one. Does it go for the same game two?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it paid off too much. Glim, I don't think had so many action. I think he's trying to play this mind game like, do I Tatsu or do I not Tatsu? So with that choice being made, Glim has the choice to either being hit, getting spikes, maybe even setting up, what set is this do we have here? Let me see here. It looks like he is, the power herb. So I was gonna say meteor herb, the power. Excuse me, the power
Meteor
herb
beam.
boosting the meteor beam, so it can get that +1 right off the bat. And I mean, earth power is good at a +1, but even going for it just at the get. Nope, we're playing. We're it's just baiting. Hit my glim. I'm bringing a Tatsu in anyway. So psych.
Yeah, really nice bait here to be able to force that Dondozo mode from the get-go. But John Zhu, from the other hand, just saying, right, you know what? I'm going to anticipate any potential bait move here. Bring in my Talonflame, be able to outspeed you and force that situation. But it comes down to the reads. Do we see any reads? No, we don't. It's just an earthquake.
It's just an earthquake. Goldango usually is trained to live this. Knowing John Zhu, it's going to live. Yes. So
yeah.
We do. Oh, he does. He does pin the slot just in case it went for the water tower. John Zhu's using the information from last game, seeing if Nader's going to double down on the same action. A lot of people like to change it up, but John Zhu's going to pin him if he did make that decision again. But again, we're kind of circling back to our game 1, where otherwise I think we're going to either go for the Will-O-Wisp or the Tailwind. In this position, I think maybe Will-O-Wisp, because if you just set Tailwind by yourself and then lose your Talonflame, I mean, that's fine for a late game, but getting the Will-O-Wisp off, I think will kind of pin him in a situation where he can't do any damage here. But as we go back to game 1, the Tailwind really put all of his Pokemon ahead. But as I see this Terra grass coming out, I'm pretty sure he's going to plan on taking a Wave Crash hit here.
Oh, and Will-O-Wisp does connect. So that is so big for John Zhu, being able to halve all the damage output of this Dozo in combination with that Terra Grass. Wave Crash does try to target it down, and pitiful amounts of damage. I believe that's 33 HP's worth. And yeah, this is not looking good for Dozo cornered now on the other side.
You do not want to be starting your turn 2, turn 1 with the locked Dozo. He's locked in. He can't switch out. He can't make any adaptations. John Zhu knows the only 4 moves he can play right now. He can't switch, and we have a burned on Dozo now. Now this comes a game where John Zhu just sets up his backfield, gets in a position where he can sweep at the end, and slowly chip down this Dozo for an end game.
Oh, 100%. As we do see the Tyranitar being brought here, I think wanting to try to focus on the Intimidate cycles is really key here to be able to further neuter this Dozo, as the Brave Bird's just going to be acting as a gradual damage dealt over time at this point, +2 defense. And Order Up, trying to boost the attack back up, but not going to be able to boost it up as much as he'd like.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle from here. We have a burned Dondozo, and we have a John Zhu able to cycle his Intimidate for his Tauros, even baiting the Wave Crash for the T-Tar. Even if he Wave Crashes that slot, we have the option of bringing the Water Tauros in, and it's a tough spot to get out of here. We need some crits on Nader's side and a couple prayers and thoughts going on in the background.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm all for it as well. We're going to have to see how their final 2 Pokemon, or maybe in combination with the Tatsugiri, once it's off the field or out of Dondozo's mouth, how they could try to counteract this, because this is essentially just Dondozo being whittled down over time.
Yeah, it looks like Nader's going to be vouching just to kind of get Order Ups and try and get back some kind of ground on this game. Now his leftovers is taken away. John Zhu is just playing this perfectly. He's played this Dondozo a time or two, but I'm optimistic like a man like yourself, Costa. I believe the Dondozo can somehow pull this off in some way or manner.
Well, I mean, hey, we got the #1 Dozo believer casting this match right here, so it's gonna have to have its #1 cheerleader supporting it right now to get out of this mess.
Yes, but let's see what he can do. And the last turn we let go by, he went for the Order Up into the Talonflame slot. But now he does Wave Crash, and he does get a critical hit! And the prayers have been answered! Let's go! We got 1 down. Oh man, John Zhu is shaking his head as crit. I can feel the shake from 2 states over, but we will see what he can do from here. We just needed to chip it down a little more. The Dondozo's on its last legs, but it does take Tyranitar down with it before it goes down.
You know, Joel, we talk a bit about the caster's curse.
I've done it!
But this is a whole other level. This is the Dozo cheer.
Oh,
And
Whose fault was it? Was it my
super
fault,
effective.
or was it your fault, or was it kind of a combination of both?
It definitely was, but I mean, in this scenario though, yeah, that is a big KO on the Tyranitar, but it's not more so for its position, it's more so for the fact that it's an additional slot that Jonzu can rely on. So,
Yes.
like we've discussed, we're just wanting this Tatsugiri, if you're Nader, to be able to survive and then be enabled in the subsequent turn once this Dozo has gone down. So it's
Right.
just more so trying to time that against having the Talonflame Tailwind pressure, which can get things out of hand for Nader.
Yeah, the setup you always want to do is you want to KO the Dondozo and you want to KO the Tatsu at the same turn. So you don't give any offensive pressure on the next turn for the Tatsu to get something off. So I know Jonzu was trying to get in that position where he could double KO and he was set up, but now losing T-Tar with the Sand Chip later on. And now we got, oh no, he might go down to a burn and a chip here, just protecting the Tatsugiri. It's not going to take any hits and it's going to come out with no damage on it on this turn.
Yeah, very well played from Nader there. It's not a big play, but it's a safe play.
Yes.
You want to make sure that the Tatsugiri remains on the field after this. You want to be able to threaten with its surprisingly powerful special attack stats. With the Draco Meter you've got as an option. You do have the Icy Wind, which I feel could really merit more speed control in favor of Nader, especially depending on what their final Pokemon are. We know Glimora is in the back. It does get a special defensive boost. It's not helping it in this scenario right now,
Right.
but it's going to be the main potential sweeper alongside Nader's final fourth Pokemon that hasn't been revealed yet.
Yeah, just to talk about that a little, outside looking in, you see the protect and you wonder, why did you protect there? You're going to go down anyway. You just killed yourself. No, he set it up so his Tatsu comes out free, and I just kind of want to reiterate that. But let's kind of see what we got going on here. We haven't seen a terrestrialization yet on the opponent's side, so we have some options here that Jonzu is going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, and I think being able to have that as a potential threat of defensive switch up to any, let's say, oncoming close combats and such is really key, because this is a Ghost Terra Incineroar. So
Yes.
there are options to be able to forego any close combats and render them immune. So that's something Jonzu is definitely taking into consideration here.
But revealing the Incin, though, now Jonzu knows what's in the back. He knows what 3 Mons he has to deal with. He knows the Glimor's in the back. He has to set in a position where he can get rid of that Glimor at the end, which it might be having the Tauros in the end to one-hit KO. But again, he still is holding his Terra yet, so that might not be as well if he does Terra Water. The Draco Meter does take out the Tauros, though. He gets the KO, and that's a big play for Nader.
Yeah, that really is, because the Talonflame isn't necessarily threatening you as much. It is more so the Tauros in order to have the Glimora slot checked. So really nice place there, focusing on to the Tauros. Picking up the KO does pretty much mean this is a locked situation, because you're going up against an Assault Vest Incineroar, which on its own, healthy as is, it will pretty much sweep this game if you give it enough turns.
And Jonzu, knowing that, knowing the lines that he's seen, he's going to toss in the cap, and we're going to go to a game 3. Well played by Nader. I think the pivotal turn, I hate to say it, was the crit. The crit really kind of threw Jonzu a little behind, and he was kind of in the driver's seat. He was waving at the crowd, you know, kissing babies on the way, but the crit came through and really put a stake in the fire. And that's what happens in this game. Sometimes you can be ahead, and the crit can just turn the game over. But along with the crit, the play from Nader, where protecting the Dondozo, going down to the Will-O-Wisp burn damage, and getting out his Tatsugiri safely was another good follow-up play to keep the pressure on Jonzu. So it was a well played set. He took the advantage he had and captivated on it.
100%, and that's sort of what you need to be able to do. You need to be able to take all of that momentum and force it through, keep it going. You're not allowed to leave your opponent any breathing room in order for them to just go ahead and, capitalize off of it. You need to keep on pressing as much as you can, especially in that scenario where Dondozo wasn't looking the best. But I guess with this case right now, we've seen Dondozo being brought. Do you feel like there's any change-ups that both of the trainers are going to try to go for, or are we going to stay with the same leads?
I think with the Aurora, with the Ninetales Ice and the Frostmoth, I think him having T-Tar is kind of pinning him in for a weather game. I think he's going to stay on the Dozo front and just try and play it correctly. But we have Pokeballs being thrown again, and we do have Nader going with the same lead, and we're going to have to see if this 50-50 again, will he or won't he?
Yeah, and that's sort of what it comes down to. Normally, you do see trainers click in to the same leads when they feel confident in their flow charts against a certain archetype. So that seems to be the case right now. But what it comes down to is the finite granular details. It's the mind games. It's whether you are going to terrestrialize, like you said, Joel, or not. And sort of if you can catch your opponent off guard with the current trend and pattern you're going for. So I wouldn't be surprised to actually see this Glamora go for the terrestrialization once more, because it sort of does condition a Jonzu to try to anticipate that and go for the Thunderbolt and force a turn lock-in there.
Yeah, and I think Jonzu's best bet is to kind of plan for both slots and not go with one all in. You have to play it a little safe here. And you're in a game 3 situation right now. You don't have to go for a hard read yet. You're not behind yet. You're in turn 1. So I think Jonzu's pressured to go for the safest play here, in which he targets both slots and kind of sees what's going to happen right here. And it looks like we've already seen that Glimmer is not coming out. He is Terra Watering, and he's staying in the field, trying to play with Jonzu's head.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of what we're talking about, trying to lead into the mind games and just click that terrestrialization button. Protect from the Dondozo means at least it will be safe from that Thunderbolt redirection, which I anticipate would have been going into the slot, but especially against that Will-O-Wisp, you see that defensive Terra there in order to allow Talonflame to survive yet another turn.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking maybe Jonzu maybe goes for the Thunder there too, but I think he plays it safe with targeting both slots in case he did swap. Thunderbolt would have been a really big player. Meteor Beam, I think, is definitely going into the Talonflame slot. I think Jonzu was safe to Terra here to cover for the Meteor Beam and to cover for the Wave Crash. It is going into Talonflame. I think it's going to be able to take it. Oh, it is enough.
There it is.
Wow, the +1 neutral damage is enough. So, wow, Nader making a great play there, pinning him by taunting him with the Tatsu swap and getting some pressure on there.
Yeah, it's sort of the Calps where I've been in this exact similar situation where I've had a Glamora on the other side of the field, Power Herb, Meteor Beam, and I'm like, sure, my Talonflame's going to take it. I've got a bit of bulk in it. And it's like, no siree.
Yo,
you
I'm
see
a
the
+1, man. It's going to hit it hard. Oh, man.
That's it.
So, I mean, Glim's looking pretty, I don't think you want to switch Glim here. It's got its +1. It's putting pressure on. So, but, Nader could fake out Jonzu. Jonzu could double on that slot and say, okay, I got rid of the Talonflame, which is a lot of pressure on my Donzo. Now I can go into Donzo mode safely. But I don't know. You kind of might play a little safe, see what Jonzu does, and adapt from there. So this turn is going to probably be the most pivotal turn of the game right here.
Yeah, and we're, hence that being the case, we actually see the switch-ups right now.
Yes.
We do see Tatsugiri being brought in, Dozo mode activated.
Yep.
Now you're being brought up to the +1 of its attack because of that Intimidate being brought onto the field. But Earthquake seems very fair to pick up a K on the Golden Door and at least some chip damage onto the Tauros.
So no Will-O-Wisp, no Tailwind. He went for, and it's just going to be tough here. We got an Earthquake. Both of them are living. So we need to somehow maybe get this Goldango off, get a Thunderbolt damage, because his Maker Rain's probably not going to go, but we do see another crit on the Tauros. Oh, man, the luck is not on our viewpoint side today.
No, it isn't, but we do have a really good switching of that Tatsugiri. You saw Jonzu was sort of locked into that side slot of the Glamora, seeing how much damage potential it has on the field, really wanting to get rid of it, and we're going to see the forfeit, Joel!
No, it's just unfortunate. The 50-50 games really can take a toll, and it's just in a game 3 situation too. You flip the coin and you get heads or tails, and I mean, it's just a tough matchup for that kind of opening turn 1. But well played by both points. Sorry, I mean, it's both well played on both opponents, but Dozo is is back. Is back in action in this regulation. It really kind of died off with restricted. There was still some play in it, but it's back with a vengeance. Everyone has plenty of counters, but if you're a Dozo player and you understand those counters, especially in an open team sheet, you look at the open team sheet, you see what kind of potential Dozo counters you have, and you lead according to that, and you adapt. But well played on both parts, and good luck to the rest of them. Jonzu's only 3-1, still in contention for making top cut. Nader goes to 4-0 and looking pretty strong, and that locks in his cut. Actually, 4 wins will get you to the next top cut.
100%, and what a way to go about it as well. I definitely feel like in that game one, we're feeling, okay, well, Nader's sort of really pressed against Jonzu's strategy. Jonzu's really brought all the heat against them, and then sort of started seeing the breakdown of that, the adaptation from Nader's side, saying, okay, well, I acknowledge what I need to do. Obviously, there was the crit, which was quite vital in that game too.
It was.
But it's a psychological game as well. That game 3, we saw Nader lock into the protect of the Dozo, anticipating that defensive play or / will-o-wisp into the slot, and then going for the meteor beam, guaranteeing picking up the KO onto the Talonflame, even if it's foregone its weakness to rock. Just really, I would just say, knocking that game 3 out of the park, all of the momentum out of Jonzu's breath, and we sort of felt that with the first couple of turns after that.
Yeah, it was kind of the reverse of the game 1, unfortunately. But like I said, these are great players. Each of these players has won a 50 or greater player tournament. So both of these have a bunch of accolades on their bet. These are great players who have been in these situations many times before and can definitely dig themselves out of it. But again, hats off to both competitors. That was a great game 3 set. It was wonderful to cast with such a great co-caster right by my side over here.
Right back at you, dear sir. I think that had a lot of hype. It had a lot of drama, a lot of action. What more do you need?
Good one to get us warmed up. So I'm gonna get your beautiful self a break here. So we'll get you a little round off here. We'll bring in some more casters, and we're gonna take a break ourselves. So without further ado, we're gonna be right back, guys. And thank you so much for being a part of this.
Right back at you. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh man, just the one mistake on the meteor beam power, but otherwise it looked pretty good. I loved it. I enjoyed it. It felt really comfortable with you, but I mean, any feedback I'm more than willing to take. Constructive criticism, whatever you have. Gotcha. Understand. That's a great point you make that I don't completely understand yet, and I need to bring that to my attention. Great point, Cost. I kind of have to adapt a little better to those situations and kind of feed off the caster, right? It's like a live thing you kind of have to adapt, and it's something you guys do very, very well. Awesome. I know that's a tough part to do too. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Oh, I got you. Okay, totally understandable. Hey, good stuff. You get yourself a break, get your rest, and yeah, I'd love to have you come in if you got. I think maybe that's it. That was your 3. You're done. I don't want you to come at what, an hour before midnight. I was crazy asking for that. No, go ahead, get your rest. I know you're on completely different time zone, but no, I guess this is where I'll kind of just thank you. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and it's wonderful to have you. And yeah, your feedback really can help me get to the next stage that I need to be and to get better at what I'm doing. I know with more practice and more kind of situations like that, it'll get better over time. I would fancy that like a cream pie on a Sunday, man. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, so get out of here, enjoy the rest of your Sunday with your family, and thank you so much for being a part of this, man. Hey, have a good one. Bye. Hey, anytime. Well, hello, hello!
Oh, is that the Mr. Nino PokeBros
Oh,
himself?
is that the greatest caster that ever lived, Sierra?
You can't say that after having Costa and Rose here.
You guys are all just so nice. No wonder you guys just get along so well.
No, I'm telling you, you said that. I have you echoing. There's the stream. I had the stream open. I was like, I'm hearing Joel.
I'm hoping it wasn't
times.
my fault. Now I'm
no,
double
I had to
checking.
check it wasn't your fault.
Okay,
but we're good. It was my fault. What's up?
What's up? We got our winning ins. We got a winning in match. Both of these players are 3-1. We got a familiar face around the community, Professor Ragnar, going against the Canadian player. I'm gonna have to double check Klumzuki. So we should be in for a good match. And guess who is on the docket? The Sneasler is coming to play out. So I'm going to go ahead and tell them to go get started, and we can start maybe analyzing and getting right to it.
Sounds good. I am not personally, I'm looking at this. I see the Sneasler. I'm like, oh boy. Because it was funny. I was talking about this with Costa and Rose earlier. I am not a Sneasler fan. Like, it's Dire Claw, like, especially too, I played against somebody with like Helping Hand. That was one of the last Reg 8 matches that I played, and it just OHKO'd my entire team. And the worst thing is like this Pokemon is so strong, but it's not fraudulent either. It's actually good, and it's annoying, and it's, oh goodness. So I'm not surprised to see a win-in situation. Is the long story short. Like this Pokemon's kind of good.
Yeah, forget the one-hit kills. It has the chance to sleep you, to poison, to paralyze you. The hacks are on hacks are on hacks, which we love to see, right? We love the randomization. It makes good content for the casters. Am I right?
Okay, for the casters, yes, because
But
like,
not.
I want to sit here and I want to every turn like, ooh, what shenanigans are happening now? You definitely, I don't think, speak for the generic player base when you're going on about that. Ooh, let's see some hacks.
Yeah,
but...
look at you looking out for the player base. Well, okay, I love to see it. No, this will be a fun one. I swear Ensign's a fraud, but here he is, the tribal chief, as he's nicknamed on here, and we even have a mental herb Amoongus. I know we saw a lot of sleeps in a previous set, and we might see some sleeps again.
If we can see more sleeps than we did in that round 2, that would be nuts.
No, that would be insane. So we want less sleeps for sure.
Less sleeps. Less sleeps, not more sleeps. We want less sleeps.
I really like the way Ragnar's team's been built together. We got the Amoongus, the Goldangle, the Sneasler. He's got probably a lot of fake outs that can happen, and we got the Basco Legion. So we got a lot of heavy hitters and a lot of support mons that can do some kind of navigating through the matchup.
I like when it's like the Basque Legion, but not on like necessarily a rain team.
Yeah.
Just, like,
You wonder where there's a Plepper. He's not there, but we're getting right into it. Let me go ahead and get to our game feed and let's see what we have.
Right away, Sneasler and Garchomp. Okay. I'm excited to see Garchomp in this match. I was so on like my Sneasler hate train. Garchomp making a reappearance in this like regulation. Awesome. And going up against these, the one thing that kind of sucks is because of the Rillaboom and the grassy terrain, that Earthquake doesn't look as threatening, but even just some rock slides onto the Volt could be big.
Man, Rillaboom has really made a good play in this meta. It's just the terrain setting, the threats it puts on other, and of course always the fake out. But we finally found a Mirror Paladalian Taurus water on their side, and he also has a Gengar, which is, I've been saying, I've never seen a Gengar come to play. And I guess it's good in this meta. The Focus / Curse Party, and of course the Haze.
I have to see if it's good in this match, though, because I don't know with the Garchomp on the other end if it's going to make an appearance. That's going to be the Dire Claw. Super effective. It's going to be the status. The Paralyze coming on through. I mean, at this point, like, the thing wasn't a... I don't know. I guess you don't want to get paralyzed anyway. It's not going to matter. That's going to be a rock slide. That's going to be connect. The status doesn't matter. You gambled for nothing. Rillaboom goes down. I'm scared once this terrain's done if the Garchomp's still sticking around. I don't know if you've seen it on the sheet, but cool little thing is the Sneasler is Terra flying, so you can just Earthquake next to it.
Oh, wow.
Nuts.
See, well-built
like
team by Ragna. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts, but that will be the Tauros coming on in, so we'll be able to threaten at least a bit this next turn.
Put a little intimidate pressure on the opposing side. Maybe threaten Ragna to maybe switch out here or maybe keep the pressure going. But, I mean, maybe even going for that Terra flying Earthquake play. But it's not worth it in this grass terrain. So, like you said, it's not really a play you want to put on the table at this time.
What's also funny if you don't want to Terrasilize because it's Focus Sash, you can Earthquake next to it, bring yourself down to Sash,
Oh
you get your Unburden and your Acrobatic.
Oh my god, whoa, this dude's cooking!
This is dirty, I love this.
Well built, I like it. So we're going to see the Volk switch. Probably we're going to see a Gengar maybe for surprise. The Serial Killer, what do we have here? It's the Unaware Clefable, which has definitely made an interest in this meta as well. Not only countering the Dozo, it's just a beefy support mon, helping hands and Moonblast. The Moonblast does a lot more damage than I see. I think it's gonna do nothing. It takes like 50% on some mons.
Yeah, it's nicer. I think we maybe got too used to the Clefable ones. That's gonna be the Terrifying Acrobatics. That's fun,
see?
though. That's
Barely
a
anything.
negative damage for now. The rocks also negative. That's a flinch. Okay, that's the game we're gonna be playing. You're talking about all this RNG you like. Well, there you go.
But without the Unburden, that Caesar's not doing too much damage, not even taking it under 50%. So this with grassy terrain, this Clefable's ready to just follow me and tank some moves while either setting up the Tauros or getting a free swap in.
I mean, at this point, if we're just going to be playing the game of fast Pokemon over on this end with like the Garchomp and the Rocks game, that's going to be an interesting one, especially too with like the Clefable. You can't really redirect spread damage, so.
No, Ragna's sitting really pretty here. He hasn't really taken any damage yet, so I feel like the pressure has been set. Yuki's just trying to get in a good position to kind of get some damage done or even KO a Mon. But I really like how Ragna has just left his Mons on the field, still kind of putting in pressure and just trying to get another Mon knocked out and then force us to a 4v2. But we do see a Water Terror on the Clefable, and we'll see if... Nope, it's still not following me. Are we going to target it? No, we're trying to get rid of the Tauros. So let's see what we do here. Another, no, we get a stomping. We spread the damage. We don't bait into a double yet. We kind of wait for some kind of protect to come out, but it doesn't. Wave crash, big into the Sneasler. Not, it's going to take it to Sash, but it's close enough. It still doesn't have to proc. And they both kind of do the same thing. We got, everyone's taking damage here. Everyone's kind of getting pinned. But it's going to be an advantage more for Ragna because he's one Mon up and he's gotten both of his Pokemon down in the yellow.
I mean, bringing the Sneasler down real low, not proc the Keen, the Focus Sash, it's an interesting one. You won't be able to get the benefits now. A lot of this kind of across the board. Nothing really in range. Like, you've done a good amount into that Tauros, but not really in Rockside range either, so that's kind of dangerous. I am worried if we get to the point of when this terrain runs out, because this Garchomp will be able to deal massive amounts of damage then. So I think it's just going to be kind of a little bit of a longevity game until then. The Follow Me, that'll finally be coming out, but nobody's going to be following. It's just protects.
Yeah, protects and protects. Just kind of waiting for this grassy terrain. Like you said, I think kind of that's maybe Ragna's game plan. Wait for this grassy terrain to set and probably just throw up some massive earthquakes. I think it has one more turn, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it does. So we either we can't double protect and go here. I mean, we have to put at least one KO on the board and maybe save the Garchomp, maybe switch in the back. And that's kind of, I think, what he's going for. Maybe no. He's going to keep it on and try and maybe chip away these Mons. Them being in the yellow, I think it might have enough damage with both of them attacking one slot. But the Tauros appeared to outspeed the Garchomp, though.
It's a risky one, but the Tauros got to pick a target too, so
yep.
We'll have to see exactly where. The no switch out. That's the protect on the Clefable.
Interesting protect on the Clefable, because we like kind of that. We're going to wait for the grass to sink. So he's going to let his Sneasler go down, and Garchomp takes no damage here and is maybe ready to unleash some earthquakes, because Tauros only has 2 water moves, I think, or 1, and then it has close combat. But of course we have rough skin on the Garchomp, so it's going to take some... Oh, he just goes for earthquake in the grass just to get the chip down, which is going to do way more damage next turn. So it's going to be interesting to see what Mon he brings in. Basilisk Legion doesn't seem like a good choice, but he could pressure with some fake out pressure with Incin. So, but Basilisk Legion does a lot of damage. Even if that Water Terror is on there, I think it might even still be enough.
Yeah, I do like the decision for the Incin instead, more so too, so you can have the fake out on this turn if you are worried about the Tauros at all. You can just make sure that is completely gone, or even just that direction. Instead, that's going to be the grassy terrain gone, but locking the stomping tantrum just to ensure that the Tauros goes down this turn.
All right, it's probably going to try and go for the close combat, but not if it fakes out that slot. But if he goes for protect, he saves it for another turn, dodging the fake out, and then it'll be a lot pressure the next turn. He does make that decision, so he's waiting to either try to kill this Incin or kind of get this Garchomp down low enough. But next turn we have Follow Me on the table, so it's gonna probably have to go for this earthquake, but it's got its partner Incin who doesn't have protect.
You will be doing enough though, since there isn't any terrain up. But if you're the way that it's targeted down too is you can take the double KO on this turn if you do want to go for it. What is a little scary about it is you are going to be damaging your Incin. That is something you want to go for. So you do have to kind of make the choice. So if you are like, hey, this hasn't gone for it and you think it is the Follow Me, you can just go straight for this earthquake and just try and take everything down. So you get so heavily punished if there is just the protect on the other end. I
mean, the Incin might live, but it's going to take a lot of damage. But, you know, we go all in. Let's go all in. It's probably targeting the Incin. Let's see what goes down here with this wave crash. Earthquake is outspeeds! Oh, no! Is that a speed tie? Am I misseeing that? Tauros go first the other turn? Am I missing something?
I am just trusting in our leader Joel over here.
No!
That's gonna be the Garchomp first. That's gonna be the Earthquake. That's gonna be a double KO. A lot of damage onto the Ensign.
Oh,
but I think you're gonna be taking this trade any day of the week. That one's gonna be way more beneficial. And if it was a helping hand close combat into the Ensign anyways, then well, what do you lose? Oh no, I Earthquaked and my partner Pokemon's KO'd anyways. That's final Pokemon now. The Volcarona.
Oh man, the Volcarona is so good at the beginning game when it sets itself up, gets some quiver dances up, and just. But we got 2 physical mons on the field that have 2 times 4 effective damage. It's a 1-hit KO. All he had to do is hit the rock and send us to game 2.
That was, yeah, at that point, the poor Volcarona.
I love that it's 4 times weak to rock. I hate that thing, so I'm bringing every rock move I can into that thing, because once it gets 1 quiver, it's almost the fastest thing on the field, and it's doing a lot of damage. So, well played by Ragna, really putting the pressure with this Sneasler Garchomp lead.
Yeah, that was a fun match.
Yeah, it seems like you're taking a liking to the Sneasler there. It kind of, didn't...
No, it was the Garchomp.
Forget the Sneasler. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted, Nino.
yeah. It was the Garchomp and the Garchomp only. And the weird grassy trade, should I, shouldn't I? But, hey, I liked the... Even though there was like some really complex parts of the teams, like the whole, if you can pop this at Focus Sash, you get your Unburn, you get the Acrobatics, you do it terrifying, you steal so much after that. Like there is some really cool gimmicks, but at the end of it, just the Garchomp, just like pure damage output, I think was awesome to see. So I'm not necessarily surprised by Rumba.
It's a really well-built team, and I was talking to some of Ragnar's friends, and they've been prepping for this invitational. One of his team building partners was getting him ready for this tournament, so there's been some kind of thought process in this, and it looks like a good team into what's out there in the top meta picks.
I mean, it just looks kind of annoying, frankly, and I mean that in like a good way.
Yeah,
but
that's how you win. The annoying teams always win.
Well, that's exactly it. But, hey, if it works, it works. So
well,
I think it is a team that is potentially a little bit more exploitable once you kind of have the idea of what's going on. So now that you know, like, okay, it's just like Garchomp, go fast, do damage. So like, I think that there is maybe a couple ways to try and maneuver that a little bit. And like, there is so many turns that there wasn't necessarily the damage output coming out, where even just like a Moonblast or something into the Garchomp then I think could have been like devastating.
How we may be feeling about Yuki bringing the GOAT King Gambit to this matchup, maybe it might help him with these Intimidate spams. Maybe we might see the guy sitting on his butt coming out here lately.
I think the issue with the King Gambit is if you bring it, it is, okay, that's where your Terra has to be committed. So if you are okay with committing it, it's fine. It is dark, so it's not a resisted one. So that will be the adjustment here. So if it doesn't Terra on this first turn, I think that's going to be maybe the dangerous part, because the Stomping Tantrum into that Pokemon from here will not be great. And with the Earthquake, well, the damage is going to be reduced anyways. Yeah,
the Terra Dark on the King Gambit just gives it so much damage, and then you stack that on the black glasses. That Sucker Punch does more damage than some people anticipate most times. So pressuring that Garchomp to take a lot of damage and getting the Terra off. And now we got Fake Out on both sides, if I see that correctly. No, actually the Sneasler does not have Fake Out. So his Rillaboom does have Fake Out pressure, but we don't want to swap the Incident. I think Yuki can kind of read that. He knows Instant doesn't want to come in, so I think he knows what he has in the field. He has to make a decision what he's going to do.
Well, one decision is going to be pretty easy.
You called it. Yes, you have to get out of that quad weakness. He's got too many quad weaknesses against this lead. He's tearing out of it for sure.
Yeah, would have been quad weak to that Sneasler, so flinching that one to get rid of that close combat, definitely good. And you're going to be now just neutral to the Stomping Tantrum. You take that so much better. And since you know that you're going to be taking that damage at this point, you're talking about how much damage a Black Glasses Sucker Punch can do. What about a Black Glasses Terra Dark +2 Sucker Punch.
This is one-hit KO everything on the field, especially with that Sneasler taking a little chip. I think maybe Sneasler can live, especially with the Focus Slash, but without, if it didn't have it, I think it could live. But now with that little chip, I think every one thing on this field right now can go down to this Sucker Punch. We have to really adapt right here. And he's going to bring in the Ensign and just say, hey, this thing's going to one-hit KO anything. Who cares if I give it a little more? I need to somehow pin it somehow.
I mean, you better make sure that this road that you're going down, you're prepared for it to be treacherous. Because if you do not have a response to the King Gambit from this point,
oh man,
it could be devastating. I'm looking at the potential of a fake out and a close combat on the next turn. But the King Gambit has Protect, so you can even just go up past it. So now we get the Defiant. We're at a +3. You do at least get a Rillaboom Intimidate. That's going to be nice here, but whew, you think this one's going to pay off?
Oh, no, I don't know, because like the fake out there, what do we bring in to pressure? And it's probably going to be a Watermon to even intimidate both these slots and then have some pressure for Wave Crash. I think it's finally going to outspeed the Ensign. I don't know about the Sneasler though, but there's the Intimidate already on the field. We're in a good position. We might even want to fake out the Tauros here, but that would be crazy. I think this Kowtow into the into the Ensign at +5. No, what the tank that Ensign is, he can take those hits. So it was a safe swap, even though if it was going to be +2 and +3, it's still living this hit. So let's pressure some fake out and see what we come out with here.
What's a little tricky is it's not going to be one of those Assault Vest King Gambits to where, like, okay, this is going to be the safest fake out you can ever have.
Right.
There's Protect and it's wasted. All of a sudden, you could just find yourself KO'd by the Tauros on the opposing end.
Yeah.
So that's going to be kind of a little bit of a dangerous one. And the Tauros has Protect as well. So there's nothing really to stop just kind of Protect on this turn.
Oof, and then how do we adapt from that turn? Do we call that and maybe bring in the Wave Crashing? But like without the rain, we don't have that super damage that we're gonna have, and especially with the speed and a Swift Swim too. I'm assuming that it is still Swift Swim. No, it's adaptability, so it is it vouched for more damage. So which makes sense with not having on a rain team.
It's kind of like you swap the ability in the item. So instead of having the Swift Swim and then an item like Choice Band to do more damage, you have the Choice Scarf. So you're faster and then your ability does more damage. That's kind of a fun one. But it was just Protect on that turn.
Yep.
So this is where it's going to be a little weird. So this does have a lot of damage, but it doesn't necessarily pressure into the opposing Pokemon as much as it maybe would have, considering that the priority is going to be a Dark type. And both of these Pokemon, it should be okay. So it is a little bit scary. The double up with the priority is the one that I am worried about, because that is going to be just enough chip damage. At +3, the Sucker Punch into the Sneasler, not very effective, but it doesn't necessarily feel that way. That's going to be taken down. And this Ensign, which normally would be able to pressure a little more, depending on how it's built out, won't be able to, but the Will-O-Wisp is at least a way to neutralize that King Gambit a bit.
It neutralizes a bit for his Basilisk Legion to come in, so now when he pressures on the Sucker, it might be enough. We haven't terrored on Ragna's side, right? So we have a Grass Terra, so it can get out of that Ghost weakness to try and live this Sucker Punch and try and go for a Wave Crash in the King Gambit slot. But we do have maybe the chance to Protect here, make that call, and then just Wave Crash out the Ensign and just kind of pin him to a 3v2 now.
I'm looking at which one, because the Basilisk Legion, that's a Pokemon 2 that the later comes in. I mean, it does have the Wave Crash, so it can be dealing a good amount now, but I'm looking like at the last respects and the damage it can kind of do.
Yes.
So you don't necessarily want to waste what could be that late game sweeper with that Choice Scarf now. With this Garchomp, I don't think it necessarily pressures maybe as good as it needs to. But this is where we could get an answer to the question of which one was faster. Considering in that game 1, it came down to the Garchomp being faster at the end.
Yes.
This could be a good way to test it and kind of maybe know for if we do get a game 3, which way this will go.
Yes, okay. I mean, I'm going to be watching. I'm definitely going to be watching to see. We'll see if he goes for the Wave Crest and Garchomp, because we know that's the threat on the field. I think Ragna's going for a big read here. I think just the Ensign is threatened to get him another fake out next turn. But I'm just worried about this King Gambit protecting and getting baited, and that way he just tries to go for maybe even a flinch on the Tauros even, but we'll kind of see how this turn plays out. Stomping! He's going... It's not enough! We need more damage there! But the Wave Crush and the Garchomp shouldn't be much either, but it's going to take some rough skin damage as well. It looks like this Garchomp might not be long for this world because it did not go for Protect there.
Yeah, especially too, depending on where the King Gambit wants to be targeting into the parting shot, it will make sure at least that this Incin gets off of the field, but that will be bringing in this Basket Legion. So depending on what move is going into this spot, that could still be a devastating hit about to happen.
Oh,
that's going to be the Kowtow Cleave.
Into the full health choice scarf. Oh my gosh, it's done. Done. Oh, but we do have the instant coming back into a fake out again. But again, we have both protects on both slots. And
more Defiant.
Oh my gosh. A little bird, but this guy is at, I think, +4 now with the two Intimidate, the 2 Defiant boosts, and then 2 Intimidates. Yeah. So we got a +4. Black Glasses, Terra Dark. I mean, this sucker eats this Garchomp, but again, we just wait out this fake out turn with the double protect. I think that's kind of the safest play here.
Yeah, the burn doesn't feel maybe as good as you would want it to in this moment. That's for sure. And yeah, this seems like a pretty safe just protect past this, and then I don't really think that there's too many options. The Stomping Tantrum wasn't doing the damage you kind of necessarily needed. This Incin, we get to see some with the Flare Blitzes. This one is not going to be able to really do much with that knockoff. So yeah, I think it's kind of...
No, he doesn't even need to protect the Tauros. Here we go. We're going to see the turn exchange. Does it go first? No, the Garchomp goes again first. So there's the stomping into the protect slug. But this guy goes for a wave crash to the instant 100%. Takes it out, knocks it down to a 4v1. Excuse me. His opponent has not lost a Mon yet at all. This King Gambit came to play today, and I think it was a good adaptation from game 1.
Yeah, I think too it was an adaptation that wasn't necessarily respected. I think when we started the match, it could have been maybe neutralized a little bit more. But I mean, if you're gonna right away Defiant into the King Gambit, it already had the Sword Stance, you Defiant it and you get into it more, you need to have a proper answer. And I think when we're staring down, there was the Aqua Jet and the Sucker Punch into the Sneasler, you kind of lost your only option with a close combat to get rid of it. And you kind of know now for Ragna in this next game that you need something maybe a little bit more consistent.
I'll tell you what's consistent. 100% Spore.
Yeah,
this man, I think, is bringing Amoonguss. I think Amoonguss is going to put a lot of pressure on the King Gambit, and it's going to probably...
At least with the Rage Powder.
Yeah.
Like, that one, I think, more than Spore. Because, like, well, what are you going to do with your Sucker Punches, then, if you just get redirected away? Now
you're going to be slower than everything, and I'm going to be able to kind of pin you to kind of take you out. So I think if I was Ragnar, I think Amoonguss might have a little better play in here, and that's how we get this Game 3 adaptation. But Yuki, knowing Ragnar has to make a play, he's seen the King Gambit shine, and Yuki just looks at his board and says, okay, how does he beat my King Gambit? He's definitely going to bring his Amoonguss. Do I just start off with maybe a Grass Terra Volcarona? Maybe even get some fake out pressure? So we have our own follow me guy on Yuki's side too with the Clefable, which I think might even be a better redirection Mon. I mean, even though it doesn't have Spore, but it's a tank and it's going to take a lot of hits.
The Clefable, yes, but if there is just like the spread damage threat from the Garchomp, I do like the call out potential of the Volk if you're kind of expecting that sort of change. Because I think in the very first game, the Volk never really had an opportunity to get set up. That was kind of a little bit detrimental.
Yeah.
But if you're totally expecting the Amoonguss for this game, I do like that sort of choice, especially with the Terra. This Amoonguss can't really do too much to you, and if you're worried about having to clear Smog, well, all of a sudden you're not really doing anything else with it if Volk does want to try and get set up. So I like that potential adjustment to an adjustment. If we
Yeah,
get that
that's why I love the game threes. I mean, when playing these locals, when you're face to face with these people, it's just such an awesome mind game. It's like, I love to say it's poker with chess. And I know you're over there getting addicted to chess. Might as well throw some poker in that and run some mons as well.
It's auto chess. I think it's a little different than the chess that we like to compare. VGC.
Oh my gosh!
This
yes.
is addicting, though. I will definitely give you.
All right, we're gonna get us a game 3, which I think this is our 4th game 3 out of the 5 rounds. These competitors are going at it, and this round, like I said, is a winning round. One of these competitors is gonna move on to top cut and try and put a stake in for our PokeBros Invitational trophy.
See that trophy? It looks pretty.
And they ran out of the smaller size this year, so I had to pay for the bigger size. It's gonna be a bigger one this year. Hopefully, I don't have to ship it overseas.
You're just cheering on. Who's going to the next regional? I'm going to, so I can just bring it in person.
Hey, I didn't think about that. That's a good point. So here we are. Yuki going for the same lead, feels really comfortable. Doesn't feel the need to adapt. But Ragnar bringing out that Amoonguss, bringing out his Garchomp. I'm not too sure how the Garchomp puts some pressure in here. I guess it's still, like you said, does the Stomping Trench on the Bishop, forces it to Terra. But Mr. Donkey Kong, a.k.a. Rillaboom himself, has that fake out on the Garchomp. So it could possibly go for it. But then that leaves the Amoonguss to kind of sneak in some things on the King Gambit. So I think you might have to play it safe on Yuki's side. Maybe go for a protect and then wait for the next turn to kind of set up. Maybe we'll see.
I don't think you need to. You saw after that Terra Dark how little damage that Stomping Tantrum did. And if you want to fake out into the Amoonguss to ensure that there's not going to be any Spore, and you know that this Garchomp can't necessarily do the damage, I think maybe that's why we're eyeing up the potential of this Rock Slide to try and just go for that flinch, but there's no setup to be that way. No matter which way you faked out, could be the option. The critical hit is for a little BM, but the Rock Slide, the flinch is going to be the thing to look out for. It's not going to happen,
and
though.
not get the
Sword
flinch.
Stance.
The Sword Stance is coming up. It's getting this Sword Stance is just so crazy, and then it's just the engine's running. The turn 1 engine is running, and we just need to get to the finish line with this now.
Even though it did get set up this turn, if you can, with the Amoonguss, not take enough damage, which when you're staring down this Rillaboom on the other end, I think that's definitely more likely than not, you can try and go for the Spore this turn. Right?
Yes,
so,
I think this is a better safe turn to go for that. And I mean, do you go for the redirection, or I mean, you might even be able to just Woodhammer, Kowtow that slot and just take it. I think a Kowtow will just take that Amoonguss out turn 1. So I think you kind of maybe have to use Amoonguss to just kind of pull away damage so Garchomp can do a little more chip. But we see Yuki just taking out his Rillaboom, saving the fake out for a little later in the game. And again, I don't know how this Garchomp is going to put any pressure on right here.
Well, I don't think that there's going to be any option of any pressure from here on out, considering the Clefable is now on the field.
Oh my God.
A double protect from the Garchomp and the Amoonguss. If this was a Sword Stance, I would have absolutely lost my mind.
That would have been wild. I would have been losing my mind with you. So, no,
I think at this point we just played the RNG game. This Clefable is just gonna follow me. The Amoonguss can't really Spore.
It can't.
The Garchomp, you just kind of have to go for a flinch, if anything.
Oh no, yeah, he can't. Yeah, the Clefable has safety goggles and it's a Terra Water, but who cares if it's not Terra Grass? It just redirects the Spore, and I mean, you can redirect all you want. You're gonna take a Kowtow, and your other slot is not putting too much pressure on either of these 2 slots.
Oh, this is a tough one. I know we were talking about chess, and I talked about, no, it's a wrong chess, auto chess. But if we were talking about traditional chess, this kind of looks more and more like a checkmate situation. One of those situations where you can kind of see the next couple of turns, and you're like, oh wait, this doesn't look good no matter what I do. The fact that we have this +2 King Gambit next to this Clefable, I think is a super dangerous situation. Garchomp swapping out, so no potential. Oh, we're not even going for the follow me. If this Amoonguss did go for a Spore, I think that could maybe be dangerous, depending on where the Kowtow Clee is.
No,
That'll
it's
just be into the
not
Amoonguss, so
enough
it won't
damage.
even matter.
Yeah, he was trying to clear Smog it, and it's too much damage sitting there with the. I mean, maybe if it wasn't Wise Glass, maybe if it wasn't Terra, but the combination of all three, the Swords Dance, the Black Glasses, and the Terra Dark, that Amoonguss is not long for this world. Now our redirector game plan is out the window. I'm just gonna maybe get suckered by everything, and this Sneasler not having Fake Out either. Is not probably going to pin him in any way or shape or form. And I'm sure he didn't bring the Instant either, because the Instant is just going to help the King Gambit get even stronger. Yuki is really playing this game very well.
Yeah, this Mega Bisharp this coin is a problem.
Yeah.
So if you're going to Baltimore, make sure you have an answer into something like this, is all I'm saying. 'Cause
Yeah,
this is
look at you. Oh my god.
hard to
Everyone
watch.
bringing their King Gambit counters. You just got to have close combat, big close combat hits for it, ready to go. And some burns turn one maybe, but we get the redirection. The sucker's coming off either one of these slots may not be long for this world. Even though it's resisted damage, it's just too much for the Sneasler.
I mean, you're talking too about like, hey, have your close combats, but when do you get that opportunity for it? That's going to be a void onto the one that redirected. But considering you are just safe to press the Sucker Punch, like, it's not really any fear of, oh no, there's the potential flinch now. So that's kind of a little rough. That's going to be Vascular Legion for one of the later ones. That has to be the instant Terra, or else you know you're just going to be absolutely gone. So
even with the
any
Terra, it's
attempt.
just so much. I mean, I
think you're still done. I think you're still cooked.
It's just too much. But
Fish.
well played. I mean, Yuki kind of just saw how Ragna plays this game with he led Garchomp every game, and it's just with the tearing out of it. Like you said, with that stomping tantrum, not taking it so much, it's just there was no need to protect ever. So it's like we needed more pressure on that slot. Maybe leading the Basca Legion turn one and just coming out with the Wave Crash off the bat and just getting some chip on that boy, because we saw the Will-O-Wisp isn't going to help too much. We just need damage on this thing somehow, or some way, shape, or form.
It's so tough though. That's still, if you gotta play then a game. If you're gonna Terra Grass, well then you can get faked out. If you don't Terra Grass and they call that you're not gonna Terra Grass, it was tough. I'm looking back to this Garchomp and kind of what was said after game one, which is it's something that was definitely a very cool concept, but it can definitely be adjusted for, and we got to see the adjustment, and it is massive. This turn two, you think the Terra Dark Black Glasses, Swords Dance, same type of attack bonus is much too much? We got the helping hand as well. Like we're cooking over here.
And there's that stomping tantrum, just doing that little chip that we need more. We need more. Garchomp versus the world now.
I don't think the Garchomp has it in the tank. You can click Earthquake freely now here. So that's
now you can, but we got a sucker. Oh, not the helping hand sucker for just the sauce. Here it comes.
Garchomp fans, look away.
Don't look. It's not a fraud, but bye. Oh. Dang. Well.
Oh, don't worry. We got the rough skin chip.
Well, we're not going to take away from Ragnar's great team that he has, but this King Gambit, Yuki just found kind of the solution to the matchup and just getting his King Gambit set up. And King Gambit's a really good mon in this meta. I think some people don't underestimate it, but some people I don't think are respecting it quite as yet.
Yeah, I mean, with a built-out like team of 6 too, all it takes is one team or one game plan where you see the King Gambit isn't going to be amply respected, and you can just bring that and roll over an opponent, which I think is what we got to see in the game one. No King Gambit, but it looked like an exploitable board state, and Yuki say less. Like, I'm going for it, and the King Gambit just rolled from there on out.
Man, now we got to see some King Gambit gameplay today, and that was definitely how it's played. It got Will-O-Wisp, nope, didn't care. I got my +2, and I think that's really the best set that it can be. I know you spoke a little bit about the Assault Vest set, but we just need damage in this meta. We need hyper offensive damage, and if you get that King Gambit set up on turn 1, it's really, really tough to come back from, as you can see.
Yeah, and like, when you have something like that, oh, the Clefable, I can do a follow me here, or in the case that we talked to Ski 2 and 3, here's the fake out, and then I know that I'm just not going to be too pressured. I mean, it's kind of one of those teams that unless you have a direct answer that you can use right away, you're kind of done. And we always talk about being scared to lead an Ensign into those types of teams. But when the Ensign is the answer with the Will-O-Wisp, that just feels so bad at that point.
Yeah, we're kind of more looking forward to a faster Will-O-Wisp setter, but well played by both guys. Great to see a game 3 again. So good, hats off to our competitors. Yuki is in top cut. Ragnar has one more match to kind of make his stake into the top cut, and I'm kind of looking forward to see that. We might even kind of watch that. We'll see. I'm gonna go get us another feed, and we'll go from there. So we're just gonna take a quick break, switch up some casters a little bit, and we'll get right back to it. So thank you guys all for being here. We appreciate y'all. So we'll be back in a little bit here. I hate the mute button. I hate the mute button. Thank you for my chat for telling me I'm muted, though, by the way. But it's been an awesome day. We are in our last round of Swiss today. Everyone else, X2 cut. We are ready for our match to get started. I'm just going to make sure our caster's ready. I'm going to pass it on to them. I just want to thank you guys all for being here. I hope you guys are enjoying the comment. If you're new here and you haven't followed yet, please do. We've gotten all the ads mostly out of the way. We're not going to interrupt with any ads. If we do, we'll take a pause, get it out of the way, and not interrupt the gameplay. But I appreciate you guys all. We'll go ahead and get it switched up to the match right now. Let me make sure I can give them the green light. So thank you guys so much. Hello, hello.
Hello.
All right, I've got them all warmed up for you guys. I'm gonna just let you guys take the helm. I didn't give them any secrets of who we're playing, so you guys take it from here. Thank you, casters.
No secrets. All right.
No secrets. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Okay,
Let me turn my music off. Nino caught us off guard.
Let's check on these team sheets, shall we? Let's see what we got.
I believe too we get to see the run back of Regnite here, who we just got to see, unfortunately take the loss, but has the cool Garchomp Sneasler team. I don't know if you got to see that match, but that was a pretty cool one.
I did see Garchomp at the end, unfortunately not able to take out the King Gambit. So one of the stronger mons, of course, as we've seen lately. So one of those things you kind of have to worry about. But I'm looking forward to see if Ragnar can bounce back. I've known him for quite a while, so if any player can do it, it's definitely Ragnar.
Hey, at least we don't have to worry about a King Gambit on the other end this time, so that's definitely the first little victory there, right? But
yeah,
it definitely looks
so
like an annoying team in its own right. We got the Armoration Didi, we got the Meowscarada and the Salamence, and then Titar, and then the Palmut with the Revival Blessing. Also Palmut with Nuzzle too, which looks annoying for a good chunk of the team.
Not something you're kind of used to. I mean, these are all good mons. You know, Palmon, of course, we've known since Regulation A, the whole Revival Blessing, that's just good. Armor Rouge and Didi. But seeing Salamence and Hitars and Meowscarada is kind of like, oh, these are kind of the odd three that they all do something so different. You don't expect them on the same team, but it makes sense in their own right. Salamence is having Intimidate, so it's not physical, so you kind of get to do whatever you want. Tyranitar is just great because you're playing Weather Wars over 70% of their matches. And Meowscarada is just really fast and really strong, so it all kind of makes sense, even though it looks odd.
Yeah, I think been the fun part of Reg H is that you kind of get things that look a little weird from the get-go, but then when you like think about it for a little bit longer, you're like, actually, wait a second, like this is actually kind of like heat in this regard. So let's get to the first game, see how it's gonna go. We got to see it in the last match. The Regna was very much so going for the Sneasler and Garchomp, and if you weren't ready for that lead, it was so annoyed not to see how Sally the Salamence and this Armor can go up against it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to her. I mean, the one thing I do like about this kind of matchup is here, I think Salamence can actually do quite a bit here. Just looking at the composition, I mean, who doesn't? Goldango doesn't want to see it. You have to Terra. Amogus really doesn't like it either. Basket Legion is waiting in the back. So you have a lot of options, even though the lead necessarily isn't. And there exactly is the Salamence. Just in the lead here, you get Intimidate and you're special. So you're kind of in a really good spot on this lead.
Yeah, that'll be at least the good thing. We get to see what's in the back there, too. I'm not necessarily surprised when I see an Armor Rouge. I feel like the Indeedee right there behind. But the Palmet as well, which Palmet and Reg H has been so annoying so far. Sneasler's not going to stick around, though. That Intimidate will be switching out. And this is going to be, drumroll, Incineroar coming on in to get that return into him.
Yeah, Incin being, of course, one of the premier intimidators in this format. But even though it's always been kind of like ever since it got its ability being one of the premier ones, it doesn't necessarily always feel as strong in this format. So kind of interested to see how it kind of plays a part here. But either way, does resist a lot of what's going to come out here damage-wise. And of course, you have Fake Out next turn for the Salamence, which is a flying type. So you're kind of just in a decent spot. And of course, the fabulous nickname of the Tribal Chief, the one and the only, is Armor Rouge just goes for Protect here.
Oh, that's all we've seen on the stream, by the way, for you and anyone else tuning in now. We've gotten some really good nicknames. Rip the Garchomp going down on that very first turn there. The Garchomp, I think, is definitely a really annoying Pokemon if you're not necessarily respecting it the most. So getting that out of the way, I think, is definitely due in this match if you want to be having a shot. Because this is the last attempt at a win in too, I believe.
Oh, well, that makes this a little bit, even now, a little bit more pressure just because you don't want to necessarily give away the first game. Like, sometimes you can come back from it, you get as much information as possible, even though you have the open team sheet. You just want to see what your opponent plays the matchup like, and then you can make adjustments. But the more pressure you're kind of putting on yourself as, you know, Big Draco was dropped, and, of course, drop a Draco. Famous line, we all love it. But now, Sneasler comes back in, and you're kind of in a really good spot, and you always said, just like you said earlier, Indeedee could be not too far behind, so kind of have to see how this kind of plays out as our good friend Mega Man here is just kind of a sitting duck. Can't really do too much here.
Depending on how things play out, because when you're talking about the Indeedee kind of making an appearance at any time, that's something that can go ahead and be stopping that Fake Out on the other end, bringing that Psychic Train, stopping that priority. So Psychic Surge, this is going to be the Indeedee Armor Rouge, the classic combo, the most beloved combo I think that we have here in Pokemon, that size spam, is Terrestrialization. Over on the other end, that's going to be the Incin. We saw the Meteor Beam being clicked, so that's going to be something to definitely help with that damage.
Yeah, the Terra Ghost is going to be pretty useful here just because you don't have to take as much damage, but now you do leave yourself kind of open to what was, a Meteor Beam coming out, and this is a +1. Even though you did Terra out of that, weakness, I don't know if you can necessarily take this. Armor is known for being pretty strong. The power up goes off. Will it KO is the question, and does half. So really good Terra there. Knockoff comes out. Not able to pick up the KO only because it used the item. So Mega Man gets to live another turn and get even more potential damage here.
So love you're talking about the other nickname. That's a great one in itself. The Mega Man nickname.
Yeah, truly.
Definitely one that you want to be getting rid of sooner rather than later, not necessarily be sticking around. So that survival is going to be but weird with how the next one it turns out.
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty interesting just because I'm looking at it. Like, there's not really great speed control here, but because you are the Sneasler, you do have quite a bit of speed on pretty much everybody on the field right now, so you can potentially pick a KO, but follow me is always a thing here. And now that you're no longer immune to expanding force, it kind of makes this a little not, it doesn't really play in your favor as we see a protect come out here. I'm assuming this potentially is just going to be a follow me, and there should be an expanding force. You are +1 now, so even Ensign, which is normally, oh, I never have to worry about Armor Rouge, you will now because you're Terra Ghost. Expanding force will come out +1 on the field. There's no way you survive this, and you're kind of, if you're Ragnar, in a weird spot because now, I mean, how do you nullify the Ndidi follow me without giving up pretty much everything else that could come in here?
And that's where losing that Garchomp right away in the match really, really hurts, because that's something that could be pressuring a lot more in this match. But with the fourth final Pokemon and being that Basque Legion and just staring down this follow me on the other end is a lot of damage dealt in return. I don't really think at this stage there is really too much of an answer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you do have Last Respects here. You do have a lot of great damage, but unfortunately, Ndidi is one of the bulkier Pokemon, and it is exactly on comps like this. This two-man that we always see, Armor Rouge and Ndidi, is good for a reason. Wave Crash coming out here. If this picks up, there's potential here, but unfortunately, just like I said, this is one of the premier follow me users besides Clefable. It is that for a reason. Dire Claw going to go into that slot. It's finally going to be able to pick up a KO, but unfortunately, Expanding Force just comes out here and cleans up, and there's still other Pokemon in the back you have to worry about.
Yeah, the Armor Rouge by itself just put in so much work that didn't even really get to talk about the other ones. So that's going to be the final two, and you need an answer to this Armor Rouge and fast for game number 2, that's for certain.
Yeah, I think the one thing now going into this game number 2, Ragnar has to immediately worry about is the Salamence. Just having to eat the Draco that first turn and having to Terra your basically your only immunity into our good friend Mega Man the Armor Rouge kind of backfired because you don't really want to Terra there because now it's like, okay, cool, I can take your Meteor Beam now, but guess what? Now I've made myself vulnerable to Expanding Force. So Ragnar has to find a way to kind of really just, I don't know if you necessarily have the tools. I mean, you could lead Incineroar because at least you have Fake Out the first turn on the potential Salamence, but then what does that leave you exposed to is the bigger question.
That's exactly the issue. And we got to see in the last set as well that there was good adjustments made to kind of counteract. So I'm not quite too certain. It's all about the preservation of the Garchomp for me on this turn, but we haven't necessarily gotten to see too many of these other pieces coming on out from Ragnar, at least in that last match. But man, this team, the Sai Sand, more so I like to call it when you get to see that sand, like T-Tar, it was just so set up with that Salamence from the get-go. Again, as you said, kind of pieces that offhand are like, but actually work really well.
Yeah, it's just kind of interesting because like it kind of reminds me of what used to be Japan Sand, but there's no Excadrill. You just have the two components, which you always had Immense, and you had a T-Tar. And then you have the dynamic duo of Ndidi and Armor Rouge, and hey, Palmont, because if in case I just like, oh, I have another Fake Out user, I have something that could bring something back from passing out. And then, I mean, we always knew kind of this generation, we found out really early on, Meowscarada, out of all the starters, was kind of the premier one, and this always shows why. Being able to just absolutely crit through something with Flower Trick is really tough to get through. Yeah. So Ragnar right now, without the speed control, you have to, I think Amogus can play a big role here, but of course you do have to worry about the side spam aspect. So depending on what the lead is here, you can probably have to Terra a little early just so you can get a slight positional advantage, but we'll see what the leads are going to be, and that's going to tell the story.
That's the biggest worry for me, is when I'm looking at, hey, this would be nice, and maybe trying to deal back a little bit. You're just going to be outsped, and if you're already worried about having to Terra or something into that Sin, or even on this first turn, that could be rough. We will see a little bit of adjustment coming on in the first turn now. Instead of Sneasler, that Incin is going to be coming out right away, but so is the Ndidi on the other end. So Psychic Terrain, no Fake Out right away, but I am curious about the damage that can maybe be threatened from this Garchomp.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like Ragnar's kind of thought process here, just in case the Salamence was led again. Like, hey, I can at least fake out here. Garchomp to kind of cover, like, hey, if you want to just go for Meteor Beam, you're not going to be able to do it for free. Because at worst case, you know what? Guess what? I'll just Earthquake. I'll do enough damage to myself where I won't KO. You'll still get your Meteor Beam off, but I'll do at least more than half to your Armarouge unless you Terra. So kind of like a gift and a curse type of lead here for Ragnar. So now we have to see who's ready to play chicken.
Ooh, that is not the type of first turn VGC I want to play, but it's definitely the one I like to watch. That's going to be Terrestrialization. You know that there's the potential of a spread damage Earthquake on the other end, so Terrestrializing into that grass type right away makes a lot of sense. But we're going to go Terra via Terra. And Slim, my feed is lagging, so I'll let you take this one over.
Yeah, absolutely. We do. Actually, it is the Ensign opting to Terra here. Into the Terra Ghost. We did see this in game 1, so this is a bit of a gamble. I really like the Terra into the grass just in case there is an Earthquake coming out. And we just see a helping hand here. No follow me. Rock Slide comes out, opting for a flinch. Where there's a flinch, there's a way. Do you get the flinch? Mega Man does not flinch. Gets a huge expanding force here. Not able to pick up both KOs. We get a knockoff on the Ndidi, but both kind of remain here. And honestly, Ragnar, I mean, the gamble unfortunately didn't really pay off. You took more than you won.
My feed is still playing a little PowerPoint, but I could see now as I get back loaded in for sure, the amount of damage the expanding force did, and that game of chicken definitely kind of was a little bit of a rough one. Are we just gonna see the same when there's a rock slide, there's a way mentality? Because I kind of looking at this right away, it kind of feels like it has to be that way. No.
I feel like at this point, you're all in on Rock Slide, and that's all you can really do.
Oh,
if
no.
you flinch, you can get a knockoff and a KO. This will be great, but hey, this is the game we play sometimes. You gotta flip the coin and just like, hey, we hope the rocks go off. We see another helping hand.
No.
Just in case there's a switch, you're gonna try to say, hey, I'm gonna KO whatever comes in here. Rock Slide, do we see it? Indeed, goes down. The question is, will there be a flinch?
There's a flinch. There is a way.
Oh.
Mega Man says, no way, no how. Expanding Force. It didn't need to do any damage on this turn, essentially, to get the double KO. So, Helping Hand, a little overkill, as you called, for the swap. But it's just going to be these two Pokemon that are taken down.
Yeah, truly unfortunate there. Mega Man saying, you know what, I don't care if you're the tribal chief, I do not acknowledge you, I'm gonna go ahead and just do what I do best, and that's spam damage, and that's really all they wrote. Now, Basket Legion comes in here, but unfortunately you're gonna get intimidated, so now once again, and of course with the Terra Grass, one of your best moves, Wave Crash, doesn't really do too much. Dire Claw is something you can potentially use here in the Sneasler, but again, Intimidate is such a huge part of this team in this endgame here.
Yeah, it's nice that Mega Man has already taken a decent little chunk of health. And when I look at this too, I look at thank goodness the Ndidi is out of the way, so you're not going to get redirected on this turn. So you got to kind of take your blessings where you can. But Salamence is definitely something that could be dealing out a world of hurt in return. Neither one of these Pokemon, it wouldn't be effective, but you still don't want a Choice Specs Draco Meteor or anything going your way.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the also interesting things I just remembered, like, oh, we went for Expanding Force 2 turns in a row. You can still opt to click Meteor Beam here if you feel you have the advantage to take damage and probably pick up an instant KO on whichever one you choose. As you see Last Respects come out here, not able to pick up the Intimidate, hurting here. We see the double up on Sally. Sally, you've done your job. Service to you. The Intimidate was much needed. And now, once again, Mega Man, for 3 turns, has clicked the same move and has been picking up all the damage here. And of course, Sneasler only being saved by the Focus Sash here, but this has been a fantastic showing for Armarouge right now.
Yeah, and where this gets sticky is that sure, the Salamence got taken down, but as the Palmette hits the field and does have that Focus Sash as well, if you do want to be getting rid of that and not seeing the potential of a Revival Blessing, you need to double into it. And you're not going to survive another turn of these expanding forces, so you can't double into it. You'll be taken down, but then you still have to get through that one last Pokemon in the back if you do want to try and get rid of Mega Man instead.
Yeah, this is a really tough choice here because you just can't take another expanding, so I think you have to go for a KO here, and you just kind of have to gamble on your opponent not making the optimal play, because if a Revival Blessing does go off, this creates a huge problem, and you do have to worry about the Focus Sash. So you kind of just have to play on that. As you see the Dire Claw go into that, able to pick up the KO here. Now, the question is, what is the Revival Blessing potentially going to do here if they went for it? That is the biggest question here. You see Last Respects come out. It's going to do a lot of damage, knocks it down to his Focus Sash. This is the question here. Is it Nuzzle? Is it Revival Blessing? We don't know. And it's just a Nuzzle able to pick up the KO. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we easily have a game 3.
Wow, that is not the route.
Yeah.
I saw with the Revival Blessing, the Vascu Legion could only pick the one target and was so low health, could have been taken down, but Last Respects, none given to the Palm Knight on the opposing end. Hey, love the content. Love that we get another match. Let's go.
I mean, this game too, as interesting as it was kind of like, it felt like a game of coin flips. The first two turns, Rock Slide coin flips. That last turn, Revival Blessing. Okay, you're gonna click it or you're not. I have to take down the Armor Rouge. I got it right, and okay, cool. Because if that's just a protect, this game is over. So 3 coin flips, they don't go your way, and Ragnar lives to fight another day. So we all love a game 3. It's the game 7 of VGC, so why not? You know, it's good for content, like you said.
Yeah, it was kind of either way you went down was kind of rough, because I mean the Sneasler, especially get the Focus Sash on Burden, you get that speed. You don't necessarily have something that's going to be able to come back in and be able to handle it, then hey, it is what it is. But I can't wait to see the adjustments we get for this game 3. There's definitely a couple different ways that our players could go here. Ragnar was the one who made the adjustment into right away bringing out that Incineroar to leading next to that Garchomp to be able to pressure, and instead having that Caesar preserved for the back, which I definitely really, really liked. And that's where we also got to see right away the Psy Spam come on out, and this expanding force from Living Large that was able to do just so much. So I'm curious if you even want to kind of lead off the same way, but then maybe have different end pieces, if that can maybe be your way for success as well.
Yeah. You know what I'm kind of interested in just for Ragnar? I wonder why Ragnar doesn't think Goldango is necessarily great in this matchup, because just looking at it, I think it can kind of do some things here. It's not bad. But, like, maybe Ragnar sees something, like, maybe we don't. Because matchup-wise, you have Terra Dragon, you have Make It Rain, you have Nasty Plot. You could set up here, and then the next couple turns, you could have a really threatening presence on the field. And there's no wide guard anywhere. So I'm kind of wondering what the thought process is there. But maybe we'll potentially see it in this game 3. As, but it's just going to be Instant for now, and Garchomp once again.
I'd be worried about it into Mr. Mega Man over here, this Armor Rouge. If you are looking at like needing to commit Terra and needing to kind of set up a little bit anyways, because if you're redirected into the DD with Shadow Ball, like you can't get nothing done. So I think it's a high risk, potentially high reward sort of play. But if we're staring down this immediate issue of the Mega Man, I think that needs to be kind of dealt with. Maybe in the back, once you bait out the Terra, it could be fun.
That's true. But interesting to see how this kind of plays out here, because we just remember the last couple of times we've seen this, the last time we saw this lead, it was Helping Hand 2 times in a row and then expanding. So maybe something a little different here. If you can force a Terra to potentially just like re-pivot yourself, this may change how it is. That you have options, right? Because Garchomp is here. You're kind of like, I have to worry about it. But if you protect and you just go for a potential, let's say, parting shot, then you're kind of in a different position here, and you make a bit of adjustment, because it almost forces you to keep helping handing, or it forces you to go for Meteor Beam here, as you do see the Terra come out from Armor Rouge.
Yeah, it's not a fun decision with this instant for the Terra you have to make in eyes of this Armor Rouge. But the Terra for this Armor Rouge to instantly go into the grass typing is not one you need to be thinking about whatsoever. So that one, the instant click, makes a lot of sense. So Incineroar, that will be into the Ghost Terra to make it official. Make sure if it is going to be a Meteor Beam, head it that way. It's not going to be doing an absurd amount of damage. Garchomp, Stomping Tantrum is going to be the first little amount of damage, as no Follow Me coming out from the Indeedee. So they will be getting into that anyways.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. You just see the Meteor Beam coming out here, so trying to potentially get a KO and trying to just like pour it on a little bit just to get that +1. And remember, this took half, and it's exactly half once again. As we see knockoff come out. So, Ndidi finally off the field. There's no more follow me. And it kind of does help you in the long run, because now you have two things you can focus on. There's no redirection. Even though, you know, Mega Man, the Armor Rouge is kind of still of an issue just because it did finally use the Meteor Beam here. So it is +1. Doesn't necessarily have the speed, but has a great Terra right now against your lead. So you really have to find a way to reposition yourself as Sally the Salamence comes out, which we all know this is a really big problem. Just because Intimidate not only hitting the field, a potential Draco into either one of these slots, not what you want to see here. So Ragnar has some choices to make.
Definitely nice to see the Ndidi gone, so you don't have to worry about a Trick Room option either. So your Garchomp isn't all of a sudden just going to be super, super slow and at the mercy of the other things. But the Salamence, definitely not something that out of like that you don't want to be staring down if you are this Garchomp. So that's a little bit of a rough one in this situation. At least you haven't gotten the crazy expanding force off on that first turn to do a bunch into that Garchomp. But any expanding forces from here on out are going to be even more devastating to remember in that second game.
Yeah, so interesting that Tyranitar flashes in the back there. Didn't expect to see that just because it really, I felt you didn't really play too much of a matchup here. If Basket Legion's in the back, you don't want to get Wave Crash. But we do see a Protect come out and a Dragon Pulse opting as a slot. Not going for Draco, didn't want to be -2. So very, very good push there. But Expanding Force, unfortunately, because of the Ghost Terror, is going to be able to take down the KO. But honestly, not bad. I mean, you still have your Garchomp around. You still have some options depending on what's in the back. You don't have Fake Out anymore, but this is a much better few turns than Game 2. So there's options here. Now, the question is, if you're Ragnar, what do you go for here? What can come in to potentially slow down the potential Salamence or Dragon Pulse, or at least threaten the Armor Rouge to maybe put itself in a, like, okay, I need to protect this turn type of, like, mentality?
That's the thing. I'm looking, it's still a little early in the match if you're having the Basket Legion. So Sneasler, the other potential pick, I think makes a little bit more sense here. I think this one is still in a little bit dangerous of a spot, considering you don't get that Unburden boost till after you get that item broken. So you're not going to be necessarily as fast as you'd maybe like to in this situation.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those times where it's just like, you already burnt the Terra, so there's not much you can do. You have to... I think you almost have to just stay in with Garchomp here and potentially try to go for a Rock Slide. If you live, then, you know, hey, Rock Slide is away. You get a nice little flinch going. And then, of course, Sneasler can now threaten the Armor Rouge. But a little bit of a coin flip here, as we do see... interestingly enough, the Sneasler was enough to kind of like, hey, I need to back away here. So Terry comes out, the Tyranitar, and very, very interesting here, just because depending on this turn here, you potentially could pick up a KO, but Dire Claw goes in and... oh my goodness.
All right, Dire Claw be doing Dire Claw things. The sleep on the T-Tar. That's going to be the Dragon Pulse into the Sneasler to do a good chunk of damage on this turn. Bringing the Sandstorm is also going to be bringing a little bit of chip to the Sneasler, but it does to your Salamence as well. I think for the Sneasler in the more immediate future, just because of the health bars, is a little bit more of the concern. But I think that you can do a lot with these Dire Claws in the process, and that always sucks to then bring in something that you'd maybe want to pressure with the next turn. I don't know if you necessarily could have gotten the opportunity on this turn, considering how much this Garchomp could threaten into it, but to have no chance in the matter whatsoever with that sleep definitely doesn't help.
Yeah, that is probably one of the few things that when it happens, you're just like, there's no way. As we do see a close combat just go into the Tyranitar, and that was one of those things I was kind of a little worried about, because Tyranitar doesn't feel like it did too much in this matchup, and now you just gave up a free KO. Rock Slide does go into the Armor Rouge that just switched in, so you'll take single target damage here, a good amount, and of course get buffed by the Sandstorm as well. So even though you brought the Sand to potentially chip away at the Focus Sash, it's actually backfiring against you now. So this is kind of still a very weird spot here. Winnable, but it got a little clunky towards this end game here, as we see, of course, the clear amulet preventing the Intimidate on Garchomp.
Yeah, that's going to be Intimidate at least onto the Sneasler, but the Garchomp still has a really good amount of health, and I'm looking at Live and Large, kind of options being slowly but surely taken away, down to 2 Pokemon. The Salamence is at half health, and Ragna still has a 3rd Pokemon in the back to still be able to deal with the situation. And these 2 Pokemon that he has out definitely have a decent amount of speed to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the biggest threat right now, I think, is just the Sneasler, because
Yeah.
that's the only thing that can really threaten our good friend Mega Man the Armor Rouge here. And you just have to worry. Garchomp goes for Protect here, so trying to see if you can potentially bait an attack, maybe a Dragon Pulse right into that slot, as we do see a Protect from the Armor Rouge. So not what you wanted to see there if you're a Ragnar, but let's see how this turn plays out. We do see Dire Claw does go into that slot. If the Salamence does target the Sneasler, this would be a really, really good KO. And it is, unfortunately. So now the question is it Basculegion? Well, of course, there's no Intimidate now. We've seen plenty of times Basculegion unfortunately get stuck in a position where Intimidate was the thing. Can Basculegion potentially clean up the rest of this game with last respects if that's what's in the back?
Yeah, especially too, this would be the prime time for it, and having that speed, it will be the Basculegion. This is a Pokemon that can wreak havoc. The Garchomp will be able to have an opportunity to attack on this turn as well, but are we going for the double protect? Oh, we're going for that RNG. I think we're gonna go for it.
I mean, this is kind of one of those things where it's like, hey, you Dire Clawed me into a sleep, so why don't I just potentially get a double protect here?
I deserve some luck too.
Yeah, it's fair, right? And double protect doesn't go through. Unfortunately, it does fail, and this should be just a last respects right into the Salamence. So Garchomp just, hey, I'm gonna go for free damage here. I don't pick up a KO, but when there's a Rock Slide is away, don't need to worry about anything else. Another one comes out, not able to pick up, but last respects, Basculegion is gonna be able to clean up this game in a really well played end game here by Ragna, and unfortunately, just a little bit of Sally kind of letting us down, opting for Dragon Pulse, not able to pick up the KO with the Sand combination of Tyranitar, and that has been what really turned this game around, as we see the last respects able to pick up the last KO here, and Ragna able to really bring it back from what was a really grim first 2 turns.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the first 2 turns, and even if there was the +1 Armor Rouge and you're starting to get some damage, I don't think it's necessarily as grim as it kind of looked at. I think the middle game started getting kind of a little funky, a little weird.
Yeah.
But the first turn, there was that double up into the Indeedee that I believe did go for that Trick Room, which would have been a much better scenario, because like the Armor Rouge, get the +1 in the Trick Room, I think we already would have been done this game. We would have been talking about our top cut. It would have been completely different. So even if you were getting damaged and maybe you weren't having the Pokemon, getting rid of that Indeedee immediately was absolutely humongous. And I think really just kind of set the pace of the match, that even when it got weird, you still had some level of control.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah, it's kind of huge, because I mean, we've seen multiple times the Indeedee was always just like, okay, I'm gonna go for Follow Me, or I'm gonna just be offensive and helping hand. So being able to just like, hey, I kind of need you gone, because if we're doing attackers versus attackers, that's okay. I just can't have this bulky support just kind of sitting here helping everybody else and just enabling more and more damage. So really great turn there. And like you said, it did, the mid game kind of got a little clunky. I mean, for Ragnar, it was fine. Just kind of like, okay, cool, protect here, reposition here. But that's when we started to see Living Large kind of like, oh, Tyranitar came in, unfortunately got a little sleep. You weren't able to get it down to Sash and the Sand KO. So then you had to make swaps, and you gave up free KO. So that's where it got a little clunky, and that's what really led to the Shining Star and Basculegion able to clean up, because that's what it's supposed to do. Just, hey, just clear the way for me. I can come in the end and doop, 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 pick up KOs, and that's exactly what it was. So a really, really fun game to watch.
It really, really was. But that was, I believe, our final win and in, so we will get the opportunity for Top Cut. Break in a second. I do have to say shout out first off. Rose is here casting earlier. It's her birthday, and she came here on Invitational to cast on her birthday. So in chat, y'all gotta give her a big thank you and a big happy birthday. But it's been a lot of fun. We got some more matches. I can't wait to sit back and watch. But we'll be taking a break before we're back here with the Invitational, so stay tuned.
Yeah. Thank you once again, Sierra, for being on as well. So it's been a pleasure, my honor, my first time getting to cast with you. So it was great. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and everybody. Yeah, stay tuned. We'll be back.
god. Guys, please, if you're not following the Legend of Gotti, thank you so much for the raid, man. My heart's skipping beats. Did we bring it home? Oh, Nino, play the video. What? Play the video. What video? The Butterfree video? Yo, welcome in, everybody. Oh my gosh. Brazil is here. Oh, I gotta visit. We're coming to Brazil. We gotta come see the Brazilians. They're amazing at the game. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Oh, we're just heading into top cut of our Nino PokeBros Invitational. We're gonna have around a lost and final. Nah, you're still the GOAT, bro. You're still the GOAT. Good run. Thank you, Slam, for shouting him out too. Great run, man. You're just the GOAT. You're an inspirational player to us all. We love to watch you on stream, man. And we'd love to have you maybe come hang out with us one time. Maybe cast a match or something. But hey, get some round. I know you've been playing probably all day and yesterday. 12-1 is nothing to be. You know, you're the GOAT, man. Thank you so much. But thank you so much for thinking of me and bringing everyone over here, your audience. Really appreciate it. Guys, we're about to get started. I gotta come address the GOAT himself, but we're just in between rounds. If you guys have any questions at all, it's been a heck of a tournament. We're gonna be awarding our winner the Nino PokeBros Invitational Trophy. We can actually take a look at our top cut right now if you guys would like to take a look. But yeah, we actually have Nader P, a Brazilian player, is in top cut. So if we got some Brazilian fans in here, don't go anywhere. We got another Brazilian making a run to maybe another finals run as well. So we'll be rooting them on. I'll take some rest. Have a good stream. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. But now we got Elmer's Glue, who won on the Tommy's Tour last invitational brought up. And then we also have John Zoo. We also have Clumsy, who got their invite by not getting invited to the Pokemon Week Invitational. They did not get their invite, so they got their invite to the PokeBros Invitational. So they're making a run themselves. They've won a tournament, so it qualified in them as well. We have Jackson C, which is Ploppy. Ragna has top cut. We have Violet. I think that's Massa, another great player. Pedro VGC. And Alt Kyle just nailed his winning in two. And we can't forget our returning champ, Polar Bear, is making his run to be the first ever two-time Invitational champion. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. We got some wonderful casting matches coming up. We got 3 more rounds. The top 16 should be pretty quick. We're gonna see if we can get one of those matches, then go into top 8, top 4, and then finals, guys. So let me go ahead and get us all set up. I will be right back. Thanks again for all coming in. I hope it was a wonderful show, and thank you for Victory Road for putting on these money tournaments that really help our players. I'm probably gonna be running some more money tournaments. So I might switch over to just money entry. I mean, we go to locals anyway, and we pay the $10. Why not just do that online too? So I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get our match all set up. We'll get our casters set up, and we'll get right to it. Thank you all. Nino forgot to mention the wild card. There's only one. Chill, Oryx. I'm not even going to shut off my mic. I'm going to just read chat. Of course there's a Dodo in Tatsu. Of course! It looks pretty good. You know, the 3 Tatsus, they look pretty good, man. I really like it. I think this is the perfect Be Right Back screen. All right, let me get Hemi's feet. I am actually gonna mute. I gotta set up. I'll be right back, guys. When is cut? We're setting up cut right now. I think all the matches have finished. I'm getting to cut right now, guys. So stay tuned. go. Let me get this Gamba up. We got a big matchup. We got our PokeBros champ, our PokeBros champion versus our last year Invitational champion. This is gonna be a hot one. Get your belt straps in. Get your drinks ready. Get the football game on the background too. And I got the goated casters ready to go. Let me make sure they're ready before I go live on them and they do some crazy stuff like my man Jin over here. Jin! I love you! I love you. Good to see you. All right, guys. I could talk to the chat all day, but let me go ahead and see what these boys are up to. Good morning. Oh,
well.
Good morning. Are we ready, boys? Can I go to cam now?
Go to cam.
All right, boys. Take it from here. I'm out.
All right. Gamers, the odds for doubters, or the odds for polar bear. All right, we gotta even out these odds a little bit, okay? We gotta even them out. The Gamba's up for like 3 more minutes even. Still, you got plenty of time.
Whether you want to even up the odds or not, you have 2 fantastic players that we're going to see coming up in your top 16. So, Polar Bear, Peculiar Bear, whatever you want to call him, has been absolutely marvelous. The defending champion and of rocking a fantastic core of 4 with, of course, the Paldean Tauros, Volcarona, King Gambit, the Shogun himself, and Clefable. Meanwhile, Big Zoo is in the building. We all know Zoo. If you don't know, Drawn's with the GOAT. So now we have Talonflame, Garchomp, and Goldango, which is one of my faves. So a very interesting matchup team sheet-wise. So just looking at what you see here, not counting the players aside and what they've done, right? Just going mon for mon. Who do you think has a distinct advantage in this matchup?
Oh man, it's tough. It really is. You've got the Clefable King Gambit combo. I really like it. Volcarona is one of the best mons in the format right now. Obviously, Glamora with the Focus Sash. All right, so it can stick around on the field a little bit longer. One Make It Rain will not take care of it. So I really like Polar's team, Peculiar, whatever we're going to call him. We'll find out what his name is at the end. I really like it. Of course, the Dragonite. He's thinking about bringing Dragonite too, so maybe that's for the Garchomp. I'm not sure. But Jonzu, obviously, he's got Sandbill on the Garchomp. He's got the Talonflame for speed control. Goldango's amazing. Yeah. So it looks like a pretty even matchup. The Tauros. Let's see if the Tauros gets any work here too. They both have Tauros.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Tauros, I think is really great. Because Intent, even though it is great as an Intimidator, it has Fake Out. It's just not. It doesn't do as much as it used to be able to do. It's still a great glue mod, but Paldean Tauros is just like you have a better like typing that you need, water and fighting, and then you have the Intimidate, and the speed tiers obviously just makes so much more of a difference. As we're ready to get started here, so in the lead we're gonna have Tauros and of course that Volcarona, which you said one of the best mons in the format. Definitely agree. Versus Goldango and Tyranitar. So very, very interesting choice here. Trick is available because this is a Specs Goldango here, so it could potentially lock someone into something. And Tyranitar, not in the most favorable position, but Volcarona doesn't really like rocks.
It's going to be interesting to see. The Volcarona, you pretty much either have to Terra or swap here because the Rock Slide from you can't take care of the T-Tar in one go unless the close combat from Tauros potentially could pick up. The Volcarona, though, is 4x weak to rock. Like you said, you really don't want to get hit with Rock Slide here. So you either Terra or swap. He's thinking about King Gambit. That's a resist. That's not. I don't hate that.
No.
And then he's just protecting here. Okay, just in case the T-Tar Terras or something.
Yeah. And we do see that Volcarona opt to come back, not wanting to force the Terra here and have to take a potential Rock Slide here. King Gambit, the Shogun himself, steps on the field here. Can resist anything that really wants to come out. Can take a Make It Rain. Can take a Rock Slide. Can take a Knockoff. Anything really that wants to come out. A Low Kick would be kind of interesting if it comes out here. But Tyranitar does opt to say, hey,
Wow.
That's a fighting type. I don't want to deal with that. Going for the Terra flying just to get some potential super effective damage here. As Tauros just goes for a protect, opting to scout, kind of see what's going on here. As you do see a Thunderbolt, so potentially what could have been a split sort of damage here, as Terra flying could be going into the Volcarona spot, and that's exactly what happens. Trying to opt for as much damage as possible here, but the Shogun with a great swap, able to take that with negligible damage here. So
Just
all in all,
eats
a
that.
pretty decent turn. And now you got more information because you know what Goldango's locked into, so you can make some adjustments here as Gambit's sitting in a really, really great spot.
The Terra's gone on Jonzu's side now, and that was a great protect for Polar Bear. Now the King Gambit basically can KO the Goldango for free here. So he's gonna ignore the Goldango slot. I think that's a smart play because like, are you gonna give up your Goldango to a Sucker Punch right away? Like probably not. So I think it's a good call to just leave that slot be.
Yeah, I mean, even honestly, what you could do is the Goldango's not really going to do much. You could swap into something else here and just go for an easy kowtow into that slot. Nothing should be able to take you out, as we do see Tyranitar opt to go back, and now Amoonguss comes in. Yeah, completely understandable. Like having to take a Wave Crash and a potential just Sucker Punch, which we did see, but interestingly enough, doubled into that Tyranitar slot and left Goldango for free here, which I thought was a free kowtow into that slot, but opting not to. We do see Thunderbolt here, just making a big read, and unfortunately not really paying off, and Jones was just staying there and getting free damage, gets a free K out of that, and Polar Bear, that unfortunately didn't go any way you thought it would, and a really, really rough turn, honestly.
Right. I think if you're Polar Bear here, you get the Volcarona, obviously, to come in. You could go for potentially I don't know if Heat Wave is going to be enough to take care of the Amoonguss, but if you focus the Amoonguss here, that frees up the Goldango for next turn for a potential Sucker Punch, but also the Goldango could go for a nasty plot here as well.
Yeah, Goldango specs, so can't go to it.
Oh, it's specs, yeah, sorry.
One thing is, though, you could, it's a little risky, but you could go for Quiver Dance. It is a little risky because there is a double tap potential here on the Amoonguss. If you do get the Quiver Dance up, all of a sudden you're in a really commanding position. Because even if T-Tar comes in, now that it's Terra flying, you can still do a lot of damage with Heat Wave. So there's some options here. And if, let's say, potentially, you know, Garchomp's in the back, you can just spam Heat Waves, you get some free damage. So Tyranitar is going to be the one that comes back here. The question is it just opting for damage? And it looks like it is. And Amoonguss avoids that.
Amoonguss avoids. Oh no.
Now we're going to see potential Kowtow Cleave. Do you pick up? No, not even close. Needed the Heat Wave there.
Enough.
And that's really unfortunate here, as we're potentially going to sleep just a big, huge Amoonguss sleep spore coming out here. And right into the Gambit. So, okay, all in all, it could have been a little worse. It could have been into Volcarona. It could have been worse.
Yeah, honestly, not terrible here. The Heat Wave would have procced the Citrus Berry probably, so I don't know if Amoonguss goes down anyway there. Because the Heat Wave would have procced the Citrus Berry instead of the Kowtow, so I don't know if Kowtow would have picked up anyway. So honestly, I think you're looking at the same situation, but Amoonguss just has a little bit more health now.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, I think potentially you would have, because, like, it would have gotten enough where it's in the red, pops the Citrus Berry, Kowtow Cleave comes in, and then it goes back to the red, and Sandchip might have been able to pick it up. So that's why it was huge, just to see what it would look like. But either way, a really tough situation. But, I mean, you can make your way out of it, but you do have to worry about, of course, Tyranitar. You don't have Intimidate anymore. So T-Tar is sitting at just absolute fully sacked. Hey, I'm neutral. I can do a ton of damage here. Garchomp is the one that comes in here with the sand still up. And now we're going dragon for dragon as Volcarona just goes for a protect. And this is free damage here for Jonzu.
Yeah, if Jonzu went... Ooh, okay, so he's in Terra Blast. Okay, I was going to say, if Jonzu went for Rock Slide here, that would be the read of the century and basically GG's right here. But... because you do not want to swap in your D-Knight to take a Rock Slide from a T-Tar without any Intimidates.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, still in a really tough spot, because I mean, Choice Banded Dragonite is nothing to scoff at all, which completely understandable. But there's still so many options having Goldango in the back and still having a really healthy Amoonguss in the back as well, where Jonzu could easily just like, okay, what's more important to me? I could protect, swap. I could even go into, like, Heat Wave is not really a move here. You could even potentially go into one of these slots, just go into your Goldango, and then you just rearrange your positioning here. While Polar Bear is more or less locked into having to like, okay, I need to kind of press the issue a little bit. I need to start getting some damage down. And it looks like this is what we're going to do. We're going to go for that damage, and we're going to go for the Terra Choice Banded E-Speeds, and that can clearly even the odds here. But depending on what Jonzu goes for, it could be an easy counter because Tyranitar is still, you know, kind of sitting around in a big threat.
Yeah, we gotta hope that the Heat Wave and the E-Speed's enough to pick up the T-Tar. Otherwise, the Rock Slide will basically GG's. Okay, that's a lot of damage.
Here. The question is, Earthquake comes out, so
Okay.
Optic get huge damage here on both targets here. Of course, you are that Terra flying, so you're not affected. And the question is, Heat Wave doesn't hit. It does, and it's able to pick up T-Tar. So luckily for you, really good turn. But I mean, all in all, Garchomp did significant damage here with really no cost at all. So you're still in a very good position because even though the sand does go down, so that kind of like evens the playing field a little bit. But Amoonguss is in the back just kind of fine. And honestly, so is our good friend Goldango in the back.
Yep, and you had to use so many resources just to deal with that T-Tar. Also, I think Jonzu could have been in an even better spot here if he just locked Rock Slide that turn. But I understand not locking Rock Slide in front of the King Gambit.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Amoonguss coming to bat here to see what it can do to help Garchomp as much as possible. And a very interesting spot. Like Zoo was ahead. Got some really good positioning wise, but all of a sudden, as soon as Dragonite came in, it kind of evens the odds. And Volcarona, of course, being one of the faster things that was on the field, really able to keep spamming out Heat Waves, even though it wasn't able to really set up any Quiver Dances here. So a very interesting turn to see how this goes. E-Speed does a lot, but the question is targeting. Where do you want to hit your moves into?
He goes into the Amoonguss here, and that's the right call. Oh my gosh, he calls the Protect on the Garchomp. Goes into the Amoonguss. Wow.
Yeah, that's absolutely devastating, to be honest with you, because I think at that point you just have to kind of take the gamble because you just needed another huge Earthquake there, and you would have been able to do some big things here. But unfortunately, Amoonguss goes down for free, and now, of course, I mean, now you have to eat an E-Speed into your Garchomp, which is gonna get close. I think you potentially pick up the KO here, and single target Heat Wave, if it hits, would be able to take out the Goldango here. I mean, all you can do is really lock yourself into potential Shadow Ball here, but then you also have to make sure you KO the D-Knight in return, and if you don't, this is the one issue we're having here. We're struggling with specs. You could make it rain, but is it worth it? What is the move here if you're Zoo? Do you think you can win this game?
Yep. Also, you got to remember with the Goldango, the King Gambit is just waiting in the back. Oh, it is asleep, but it's Assault Vest, and I mean, your spec's locked, so I mean,
yeah, gonna have to make some decisions here. As Volcarona does opt to come back here. The question is, do you swap into an Earthquake here? Will King Gambit be able to take that much damage? Hasn't used the Sleep Turn here. Tried to go for the double Protect here. Fails. E-Speed is gonna pop out, and it's gonna absolutely potentially just nuke this Garchomp here. And just lives and would have been able to get a huge KO here. But Make It Rain does hit, able to take down the Dragonite here. So honestly, a double Protect, which almost we thought was going to be able to pick up a KO, is huge. You are able to live the turn. Volcarona has to come back in. Even though Make It Rain, you are at -2 now. Honestly, you get one more big attack with Garchomp. You might be able to pull this off.
I think Earthquake is enough to win the game, right? But you have Sucker Punch. Oh, Gambit hasn't burnt a Sleep Turn either.
Exactly. So I think you can take one EQ and then you can go from there. If you can take one EQ and then Make It Rain, you might be able to pull this off. But it really heavily depends on Sleep Turns.
Gambit's really bulky. We'll see if he even lives this this Earthquake.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I think he
ladies and
should.
gentlemen, we're gonna find out. This is the turn that will decide this first game. I mean, King Gambit has really shown that it's a threat, but hasn't really gotten to do as much as it could have, just because it did whiff on a Sucker Punch, and of course it got put to sleep. But if the Sleep Turns play out correctly, depending on how much damage this Garchomp does, we'll be able to see if it can win this game. But instead, we just see a Protect, scouting the Volcarona Protect here.
Wow.
Does it pay off? And it does. Now the question is, now you're gambling once again with Sleep Turns. This is going to get really dicey as we see a Make It Rain come out here just chipping away at the King Gambit here. And if
Yep.
you're Zoo, you need another turn of sleep.
Yep.
If you don't
you're
get another
Jonzu,
turn of
you
sleep,
need
that's
this
it.
turn of sleep, and you need your Garchomp not to get sucker punched here. Otherwise,
There's
Yep.
one. So now it's all up to RNG. Ladies and gentlemen, these past two sets, we've seen some RNG with me and Sierra, where we saw the Ragnar match, and now we're going to see one more. Does King Gambit stay asleep? That
wow.
is the game-winning win con here, which is crazy enough. It's just all about sleep turns. Volcarona gets the double protect as well.
Wow.
Oh my god! So actually, this is huge because of the double.
Oh, he
Even if
stays
you go here, you're
asleep.
gonna go down to life orb damage, and
Oh, yeah.
and your Volcarona has to take it. And
Oh my gosh.
another win con we actually just glossed over
Oh
was
my
life orb
gosh.
damage. So you're gonna get KO'd because of double protect.
What
Garchomp
is
would have
going
cleared the
on?
field.
What is going on?
That is the worst way you want to go out because Garchomp clearly could clear the field here, but the double protect, the one thing we didn't take into account, we were more worried about sleep turns. A double protect was the
Wow.
game-winning win con here for Polar Bear as we go into game 2, and that's a tough one, unfortunately. But well played by both.
Holy.
But that's a tough way to go out.
What a first game, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts, you know, because it's like, oh man, you know what? I've gotten down to this, and a double protect, and you clear the field. There would have been no Mons left, no Pokemon left. And
Yeah, so John won the
sometimes that's
first.
the way cookie crumbles.
John won the first gamble with the sucker punch. He stayed asleep, and then the double protect, the 30% chance came in. It's kind of crazy because these games are all so close, and they come down to RNG. Who has the better RNG, literally? So it's like, wow. When the games are that close, it's
I mean,
it's crazy.
You just gotta tip your hat, unfortunately, because those are the ones you can live with. You can be like, hey, I played to my outs. There was a couple times I could have played this optimally a little better or whatever. But if that's the way you lose, you can kind of be like, all right, then there's things I can clean up during the way. Like there's other ways to guarantee I clean that up in the end. So it just kind of sucks because, you know, you play through your outs as much as possible. And of course, so did the opposing side. Polar Bear played his outs, and it was a double protect. So you got to live with that. So you just try to figure out, okay, what in my game plan from that game one can I take away that was good? I think the one huge thing was letting the Paldean Tauros go down actually really early almost backfired. If you're a Polar Bear, you didn't necessarily have to put yourself in that position. So now, do you change it up? Do you play a little bit more? Just like, because look at Zoo's team. It's primarily a lot of good physical attackers. So I think keeping around the Paldean Tauros, if you're Polar Bear, I think would be it'll make your game plan a lot easier going into this game too. So what do you think Zoo has to do to potentially like clean this up, even though almost had a winning line there going into game 2?
I'm not sure because if you call the I'm trying to think if he earthquakes earlier with Garchomp, like in that game 1 instead of calling the Volcarona protect, and he takes care of the King Gambit before, right? And then it's just a 1v1 because you KO your own Goldango, yes, but you know, I'm just thinking about that. It's like, what about the 1v1? But you died a Life Orb chip. So, okay, yep, I'm thinking about that. All right, here we go. Game 2. King Gambit lead with the Defiant boost off the rip. That's actually crazy.
Oh, yeah. This is the type of things you want if you're Gambit. Like, you get to just, like, oh, great, a free +1. Okay, cool. Now, who wants to take a low kick? Who wants to take a sucker? Who wants to take a counter? Are you just serving it up to anybody who wants it here? You're threatened, but nothing that you can't particularly take care of just because you have a Intimidate of your own. So now you can potentially, even if you want to, just go for a Terra here and then swap. But honestly, you probably want to get as much out of this turn as you possibly can because this potentially is just a double up into that slot because it has no protect. It is the assault.
Right. It's the assault vest. You get the free boost, but what are you gonna do with it now, right? The Aqua Tauros, it resists most of your attacks. You're Terrifier, so you're not in the best spot right now, even though you got the free boost.
Yeah. Very interested to see how this kind of turn plays out. So, will King Gambit be able to potentially get off some good damage here? Sucker Punch goes into Tyranitar, getting a little bit of damage. So, looking for a double up here. Wave Crash comes out. Potentially picks up. Yep, absolutely.
Huge damage.
And a critical hit. Not sure if it mattered too much. I mean, there was an Intimidate on board, but, you know, it would have gotten really close. But that's why I appreciate the fact that, like, you know what, I'm gonna double that slot just to make sure. As we see a one-hit KO. Shout out to the Oko, and yeah, just immediately just trading blow for blow, one for one. King Gambit, a huge threat now off the board. T-Tar, no more sand for the rest of the game. No more potential rock slides because Volcarona was key in that matchup, as we do see it in the back.
Yeah, I really think getting rid of the King Gambit for Jonsu here is big because the Goldango isn't threatened by much other than the Tauros at this point, and then obviously the Heat Waves from Volcarona, but Goldango's biggest threat was the King Gambit, and not having that around anymore is big.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you kind of cleared the way a little bit. I mean, there's still a potential guard trap in the back, but you've cleared a lot more space for your Volcarona to potentially become a really good mon here. You can set up, you can Terra. So you're in a pretty decent position here where I think you can scout and just like, let me lead and just see what you bring in to counter if I bring the Volcarona, and that's exactly what we do see, and it is the Garchomp in the back. You could potentially swap out the Paldean Tauros, bring it in for later. I mean, you have to take a little bit of damage to suffice for it, but if anything is going to take some damage and be okay, it is the Dragonite. Now, the question is, what do you do here this turn with this Volcarona?
Yeah, I think you protect swap to Dragonite here. I don't see a huge issue with that because Dragonite also resists like all of Tauros's attacks, and I would assume that like there's probably a wave crash coming from the Tauros into the Volk here. Oh, he's going for the Quiver Dance here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's fair. I mean, you don't have too many attacks that should be able to take you out, and then you can Giga Drain a lot of that health back. So if you get one up, I think you can potentially sweep this game, or at least take care of the mid game, where Paldean Tauros' Dragonite should potentially be able to clean up the last little bit. We do see Dragon coming out, so calling it, and getting a huge attack there. The question is, what does the Paldean Tauros go for? We do see the Quiver Dance here is faster, so that's huge. Now at the +1 should be able to be faster than Garchomp here. The question is, what's the move of choice?
Should be Wave Crash, right?
Wave Crash right into that Volcarona. How much damage do you take?
That's a dead Volcarona.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's an Oko, and I did not expect that. And honestly, I should, but honestly, hey, this is the kind of the gamble you took. You could have went for the Terra here to potentially not have to take that super effective damage. But once again, this is more of a showcase of how strong Paldean Tauros really is in this format. It is one of the premier attackers and intimidators. And yeah, the clear amulet is just really showing its worth here.
Yeah, and like you said, it's just one of the best water types in the meta that you can get right now. And I'm honestly gonna throw this puppy on my team. Like I'm starting to think like, wow, I could see a spot for Paldean Tauros in my team right now. But yeah, if he protected the Volk there, he's in a way better spot. Or if he Terras, like either way, he was in a better spot. Terra Grass on the Volk. I don't see a problem with Terra Grass at all. Like if you just Terra Grass there, you're in a way better spot. So
yeah, I think that was just one of those like the risk was not worth the reward. We were going to go for the Quiver Dance. You had a great swap in. There was no need for it. Getting a little greedy there to see if like, hey, what if you? I think Polar Bear probably was like, oh, you see the Protect. It's pretty obvious, right? So you're probably just gonna double tap the Dragonite. I'm willing to let it go, and then I go for the Quiver Dance here, but really unnecessary and unfortunately backfired. So right now, looking like a potential pretty decent, easy cleanup here, but we'll have to wait and see how this goes. Never put it past anybody to make a mistake here. As Zoo swaps into his Goldango here, and Garchomp kind of sitting here in a little bit of in target range of potential whatever this Dragonite wants to go for.
Yep, we're gonna see the Protect on the Garchomp. Also, yeah, I was thinking maybe he went for the Quiver Dance because the Tauros swapped, or he thought the Tauros would swap because he was -1, right? So if he went for a Giga Drain there, he just sucks all that HP back. So I don't know. That was definitely a risky play by Polar Bear.
One thing is,
swaps out.
Is able to catch the E-Speed, so really, really great stuff there as Garchomp does swap out for the Paldean Tauros, getting another Intimidate here. This clear amulet Paldean Tauros has been absolutely amazing in this matchup here. Gonna be able to eat this and take the KO. Hey, sometimes you got to
Wow.
take them for the team, and that's exactly what happens. Garchomp gets to come in here, and now Goldango kind of gets to do Goldango things. I mean, Wave Crash, you're going to do a little bit of recoil to yourself, so a little bit unfortunate there. Does still quite a chunk of damage
Not
there.
bad.
But,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, Thunderbolt comes out, able to
Okay.
pick up a KO, and this is now an easy cleanup for Big Zoo. So, all in all, now, if you're Polar Bear, you just have to worry about, okay, why did I do what I did in game 3 and game 2? I mean, so what can I make the adjustments that are going into game 3? Because the Quiver Dance was an amazing play, but just gave it away, unfortunately, not going for the Terra there.
Yeah, and I think when you're saving your Terra for Dragonite, to get that extra E-speed damage, it's like you do sometimes have to save your Terra for the Dragonite specifically, you know? And it's like, okay, so if that's the case, you can't quite make those risky plays like that. So I think the Protect there, it's a whole different game, and we'll see it in game 3. It's going to be a lot closer. So
yeah, I do understand just wanting to preserve that super amount of damage that E-speed, Terra E-speed can get for you, but knowing that a potential ghost type immunity is in the back, I don't know if you can ever truly rely on it because Goldango has shown his face every time. I don't think there's a world where
Right.
Goldango doesn't come to this matchup. So I think
Right.
you opting to just like, hey, you know what? Even if I don't get E-speeds off, if I get this Volcarona set up, this team really doesn't like it. You cleared out one of the most tougher things to clear out, which was the Tyranitar. You have outs against the Garchomp. So it's just a matter of putting it all together. So I'm waiting to see how this game plays out. And I want to say the star so far, I think between the games, no matter how they went, the Tauroses are coming and they're
Tauros.
putting in a lot of work.
100%, yep. The utility you get from the Intimidate, especially like you said, Jonzu's team is so physical, right? So being able to have that Tauros to rack up the Intimidates, but also Jonzu's clear amulet one seems to be superior right now. I mean, just not being able to get intimidated is so broken.
Yeah, it's been amazing because like, oh, you can swap around your Tauros all you want to. It doesn't matter to me. I can still continue. Like, what are you gonna do? Party
Yeah.
in front of me? Oh, what are you gonna do? Intimidate me? I still can get whatever damage I want to, and whatever's beside me, you have to worry about that as well. So really, really well constructed idea behind the clear amulet Paldean Tauros here. So interesting to see how this goes out. So going into this next game, I'm wanting to see, like, I don't know if anybody necessarily switches anything up. I think, well, we'll have to wait and see because King Gambit, I think leading it is it doesn't get to get the maximum amount leading it because it becomes an easy target. I do think if you want to bring the Gambit, it probably has to be in the back and you can maybe swap it in like you did game 1. But the question is, can you get your Quiver Dances up? And
I'm trying to think if Glamora, does Glamora have any help here? Like it's not very good into Goldango, right? But it's decent into T-Tar, into
But that's
Garchomp.
only if it Terras. So it's kind of like such a gamble, you know? We're waiting to see how this goes out. But I mean, there's always like Glamora can always find a way because of physical attackers. You can get the spikes up because of the debris ability, which isn't bad. And then I don't think Amoonguss is gonna show up again after what happened game 2. So if spikes do go down, there's no way to get rid of them. As we see the leads come out here, and guess what? I was wrong. It's the Amoonguss
lead.
making a huge read there.
So both of them switched up here. Both of them switched up here.
I really love the fact that he just called it out and just like, you know what? There's no way I'm not gonna bring Amoonguss. I think you switch it up and really getting that read perfectly here. The clear amulet has been just marvelous here. So now you have an outstanding lead position here. The question is, do you keep pressing and how do you press advantage here?
Yeah, so I think in terms of the leads, you have Terra Grass option on the Glim, right? So potential Protect, Terra Grass out of the Glim here, potential swap Terra Grass, or you just go for damage on the Tauros here, which he's thinking about, I think. But I don't know. The Amoonguss is kind of in a good spot. It can't really get taken down here, so. And he doubles into the Protect on the Tauros, and it's going to be a free Spore for the Amoonguss. We've seen it too many times.
A risky turn, but like completely understandable. The Tauros after the last couple games have shown like, okay, this thing's kind of an issue. I'm not really worried about the Amoonguss too much. I just need to get this Tauros out of here. And being able to have to take the spore, it just happens. But actually goes into the Tauros, opting not
Wow.
to go into the Glim. And
What the heck?
so potentially making a read here, like, oh, there's no way you stay in here. You don't really do much because I can just like do whatever. Like you don't do enough
Yeah.
damage. But unfortunately, paid off. So both players have shown different times of making some reads where not really necessary per se, but now we're once again at a stalemate of just like, okay, well, now that you can't protect, I mean, you could go for the double, but what's it going to gain you here? As you do see, Tauros just retreat for a polar bear here. Now the question is, what takes place? It is the Dragonite. But once again, Amoonguss free to potentially go for a spore here, as we do see the spiky shell go up. Will Zhanju call that?
He might go for the spore twice in a row in that slot.
Huge wave crash there. Not able to do a lot of damage for a really good swap in there. And the question is it a
Nope.
spore? Nope. It
Wow.
is into the Glamora. So right now, Polar Bear, hey, these are a great couple turns where
Yep.
leads didn't really go in your favor, but being able to get in Dragonite here basically scot-free. Oh, you love this.
Yep, and he's clicking the funny button, clicking outrage here, and then the sludge bomb into Amoonguss. That should be enough. But you don't get to pick your targeting here, so you got to remember that it's like it's a risk reward button here.
But I mean, either way, I mean, it's not like the one great thing about this format. There are almost no fairies, so you can
Right.
click this and just knowing like, okay, no matter what comes in or what happens, I will get damage.
Yep.
Even if it's not a target I want, I get significant damage here. There's no fairy types, there's no Terra Fairies. So honestly, if you're Polar Bear, hey, why not? Click the funny button. Let's see what happens. As you see Tauros opt to come back to his Pokeball, go back to his trainer. Zoo now switching in Tyranitar.
Okay. So Sandstorm's gonna kick up, and then we've got Outrage and Sludge Bomb coming out from Polar Bear's side. I do like how Polar Bear takes the entirety of the time to like think about everything. You know, I think that's a really
And ladies
good.
and gentlemen, I spoke too soon because I forgot to glance again at what the Amoonguss Terra is, and it is a perfect Terra Fairy. So if that outrage does go into that slot, oh my goodness! And Amoonguss showing the versatility
Wow.
and why it is the GOAT. And Zoo being able to call that like, hey, you're in a spot, you want to click this button. I'm gonna let you gamble on whoever comes in because T-Tar takes it. It's chunky
Yeah.
enough to take the damage. Perfect play there.
T-Tar
and a
eats
really
that.
good buff on our Terra.
Right, that's a pretty much a free swap there. That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. You get Glamora sleeps, and now Dragonite, unfortunately, you're kind of stuck. This is kind of the issue now.
Yeah.
So, what do you do to kind of get rid of this? T-Tar just kind of can just start going crazy into either slot. I mean, you can honestly leave the Glamora and just continue to attack into the Dragonite slot because Dragonite's now locked into Outrage, and whatever swaps in, you get guaranteed damage.
Yep. Yep. You basically Jonzu's in an amazing spot besides the toxic spikes coming down, but if Amoonguss ever swaps out, actually they're not a poison type anymore, I was gonna say. But if you do, unfortunately, to do any damage to the Glim, you have to hit it, you know? So you're gonna drop some spikes, but other than that, you're in an amazing position here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do know it is up to Amoonguss and friends to kind of see. Glamora does take its first turn of sleep here. So, no problem, no worries. And we do see another Outrage come out doing a ton of damage. And
Ooh.
even with Intimidate doing so
Yeah.
much, we do see us go into that slot. So, you know, not necessarily getting in for free. You had to take a lot of damage. But, I mean, you got 2 sleeps off. Now we're going to play the sleep game. Let's Glamora wake up this turn. Going in. Dragonite is forced to sleep next turn. And right now, you're just slowly taking your time, biding time. But the question is, what is Zoo trying to set up here? What do you think is this angle?
Honestly, I think that here you're playing once again with the sleep turns with Glim. You don't have any spreads moves on Glim, so you can't click, for example, like Mortal Spin, something like that. Have we seen confusion on Dragonite? He's got to burn a full sleep turn. Zoo's just in a pretty good spot here. Except his Tauros, he can't get any more Intimidates off after this turn unless he swaps out here. So,
Yeah.
other than that, I'd say Zoo really has command of the board. He can position his Amoonguss however he wants, swap it out, get a sweeper in right now. And he
Big
just
wave
decides
crash
to-
coming out here, trying to
Yep.
opt to just like, you know what? I need to take care of this Glamora before it gets too crazy. Does go bring it down to its focus sash. Of course, the question is, Do you stay asleep or will you go down this turn is the big question here. You see first layer of spikes go down, and Tauros does faint just because of the recoil and having to take that outrage that they did swap into that last turn. Glamora stays asleep, which is huge because now you can potentially go for a Pollen Puff or whatever form of damage into the slot freely, and at least you trade KOs, but it's not a bad KO to trade at all. You see Sludge Bomb pop there.
Yep, and Tauros was on its last leg anyway. It had 10 HP left. To be able to get it down to the Focus Sash all the way, just with 10 HP, amazing.
Absolutely. Really, really baller turn. So now, once again, you're still locked into Outrage. I really like what Zoo's doing here. Like, you know what? I'm going to keep you locked into Outrage, and I'm going to just keep going into the other slot because, honestly, that's your best bet. Garchomp is in the back. T-Tar is in the back. Volk here in a really, really tough spot. And guess what? Mungus, because of that fantastic Fairy Terra, is in a great spot versus the Tauros and versus the Dragonite. So honestly, Polar Bear is kind of in an odd position because you want to set up, but you have two things with rock typing and ground moves here, and a Terra or Terra Blast if you want to, and it's just really a tough position to be in as Garchomp hits the field.
Yeah, I think if you're Polar Bear here, you have to Terra Grass the Volcarona. They'll probably call the Sludge Bomb into that slot. That's the issue. But, like you could protect here, lower the Garchomp's attack by 1. I like that.
It's a scary turn. So Amogus loves clicking the little mushroom button. It's a scary turn. If Zoo gets any of these right, you potentially just swap into a Spore here. But let's see how the turn plays out. Tauros does hit the field, and of course, has a fantastic, one of the best abilities in the game. It is Intimidate, lowering the physical attack of the Garchomp. Amogus, not really so much because it is a special attacker. Amogus, what are you going for here? This is the $1 million question. Dragon Claw goes right into that slap, so a really good call, getting some free damage there. Does take some Triple Life Orb here. Sludge Bomb going right into the Paldean Tauros.
And the poison.
So now you get not really that. You also are gonna. Oh, you don't take sand damage, which is fantastic here.
Right.
Because
you have goggles.
But having to swap into a double up like that, a fantastic turn for Zoo.
Yeah, wow. That was about best case scenario there.
Truly.
And I mean, the damage into the Tauros, that's just basically free damage for Zoo because they protect the Volcarona here. They called the protect. A Quiver Dance would have gone crazy. So it's like when you used the Quiver Dance last game, you should have used it now, you know?
Yeah, it's one of those things because you know it's such a frail mon, but like that's one of the mons where it's like, okay, high risk, high reward. You're always in a position where you potentially have to take a lot of damage because it is very squishy. But if you find just a perfect turn to get it off, then you're just like, oh, okay, I can just basically win the game here. But now you're once again in a pretty tough position. You want to set up because right now your end game isn't looking great. But at what cost? No Terra, I believe. Going for the raw Quiver Dance here. And we saw how this went up last time. We do see a Dragon Claw go into there, doing a good amount of damage here. The question is, what happens here? I mean, this potentially is a Spore.
Yeah,
if
potential Spore.
Then you just unfortunately are in a tough position here.
Yep.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's what it is. Once again, this is another showcase, just like in game 2, where you had the Terra available to you.
Yeah, you need to use your Terra. Yep.
And Terra Grass in this matchup is the best you could hope for, but opting not to do it, and that's been a huge thing for Polar Bear this game. Is just not terroring in this set when kind of needed to.
Yeah, and he's seeing the writing on the wall now because that was the turn right there that could have kept him in the game. It's unfortunate. There's a lot going on. You know, there's a lot of things that could happen, and Jonzu correctly called the turn before where he protected, so you're already in the back foot, right? So, I mean, there's not a whole bunch you could have done, but I think the Terra Grass puts you in a way better spot to at least be a contender in this game.
Yeah. I mean, once again, this is potentially one of those moments where you're trying to just preserve the Terra for your Dragonite instead. But if a Dragonite's trying to do a 2v1, you're putting yourself in a bad position, especially versus something like an Amoonguss and a Dragon Claw Garchomp. So we'll have to wait and see how this goes. I mean, Dragonite hasn't taken a turn of sleep. Remember that. That is also one of the problems here, as you do see a Protect. So Jonzu may be thinking like, oh, you're going to try to get a cheeky KO here. But Sludge Bomb just opting to continue to go for damage here. Volcarona honestly, I'm kind of surprised by the protect, but didn't, I guess, want to get aqua jetted. I'm not sure. Very interesting turn from Zoo, if I do say so myself, because I think could have kept putting on the pressure, but opted to take a little bit of foot off the gas, maybe.
Yeah.
Think this was gonna happen.
I think that he was. That was kind of a weird protect because I didn't think that he was in range to be KO'd or outsped. So, not sure.
Yeah. Now we're playing with sleep turns, which gets a little worried, and now we finally see the Terra
Grass.
we've been hoping for quite a while. I mean, if you wake up this turn, you're fine, but I mean, Garchomp still potentially you can get doubled up this turn, but Giga Drain with the Terra, of course, you should be able to get a lot of HP back where you can sustain yourself. So this is gonna get a little dicey depending on. And Volcarona stays asleep. This is not what you wanted. If this is a double up, this should definitely KO. But it's into the Dragonite picking up a KO there. But if this is Sludge Bomb, this is super effective. There's no special defense boost.
It should be a Sludge Bomb.
A KO here.
I think we see Sludge Bomb, and we do. Amoonguss put in the work.
Oh, Amoonguss showing why it's the GOAT. People doubted it. People always doubt Amoonguss, and right now, Zoo showing off like, why do y'all doubt this Pokemon? It's showing its worth every single turn. 3 spores, a great Terra, and Sludge Bomb, consistent damage, staying power. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a masterclass here by John Zoo Gaming, and
amazing.
Bear, not to take anything away, has played marvelously, but just a couple turns of overthinking and not tearing when had the opportunities really kind of led him down this path in an unfortunate situation here.
Yep, it was very close. The whole set was very close. Couple mistakes or a couple reads that went wrong, we'll say, you know? Like you're trying to make a read, you're trying to save your Terra for later, and then it just doesn't pay off, you know? So sometimes you win those gambles, sometimes you lose. This is an RNG-based game at the end of the day. You're playing the sleep turns,
and this is exactly, I think, the turn where before, just like, oh, the Paldean Tauros switched out because you were worried about the Aqua Jet. But granted, I think Garchomp had more KO, more HP last time, but it is neutral, it is stab, so opting not for there. So great protect there just to clean it up, but definitely thinking this is what alluded to what happened to the turn prior where Dragonite was able to come in. But either way, shout out to John Zoo, shout out to Peculiar Bear, and a fantastic matchup. And
yeah, awesome set.
Really
GG's to both players. Congrats on making the top cut, guys. John Zoo, congrats on top 8. That's our GOAT right there.
Keeps gaming, keeps moving forward, and it's just a fantastic game to watch, and really showing off the diversity in the format and how a lot of these mons, everybody's like, oh, we're so used to seeing them. Look how different it was. King Gambit, which was one of the premier mons in this format. If you don't bring one of these steel types, you're not doing anything wrong. I mean, you're doing something wrong, but like, look at that. It really didn't have a matchup there, so it couldn't really shine like it normally does. Paldean Tauros and the Amoonguss just like, yeah, we don't care, bro. Like,
and also Dragonite in game 3 didn't really do much, right? Because he clicked the Outrage and then it went to the Amoonguss instead of the other slot. So it's like if the targeting was better, then maybe the game would have been different too. But I think if you tear the Volk, you have a chance to win. Even though
there's a couple times where like we saw Polar Bear just really kind of tunnel vision in on Dragonite endgame, and I think that's what took away from the Volk. So definitely, I think that's what happened there. But I think, you know, Polar Bear's a great player, so we'll definitely see throughout the season. We'll see other times where I'll get an opportunity to make that adjustment. But really, really well played game by both, and it was a fantastic showcase here. And John Zoo moves on to top 8. So
yeah, congrats.
Looking forward to seeing what we keep getting here on these feeds. But
we'll probably have John Zoo next round then too, or I'm not sure what Nino has planned, but
definitely. But, I mean, for me, I'm taking a break for a while. Himmy, I know you're up next with the man himself, Mr. Nino PokeBros. So we're gonna make our exit here. We're gonna be right back. Hit you guys with some ads, so hang tight while we get the next matches ready. Himmy and Nino, you guys take over. I'll be back a little later on, and I'm gonna go find something to eat, man. Everybody, stay tuned. Go get some popcorn.
Yo, shout out to Lorsy, Ben. Slim, thanks, bro. It's fun to cast.
Dude. Thanks for the raid, Lorsy. Big ups.
Lorsy, shout out to you, man.
Hey, Lorsy.
All right,
thank
Nino,
you, bro. We're ready.
Me, baby.
We're ready. They're ready. They're waiting. We go right into this, baby.
Yo, you're muted, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
You're muted in the call. Here,
I unmuted you. No, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
They heard me, but you did not. But we're good. No, Ragna's got the view ready to go. They're waiting for me. I'm gonna tell them to go ahead. Let me get you a feed real quick, so you got their feed.
All right, cool. Cool.
And-
Can I use the bathroom really quick?
Yeah, hurry up. You want me to
All right.
stream your empty chair while I talk to chat? Fine, hurry up.
No, it's fine, man.
Hurry your butt up, man. We're
All right,
doing
I'm
this
going.
thing. Hurry. I'll talk to chat like I do what I do best. All right, I'll get him the feed. We're getting all set up. So yeah, guys, we are getting run ads on for the game. Let me see. We can run an ad real quick. All right, so I'll run an ad. We'll talk to chat. Makes sense. Good point. Good call. Good call. We'll run this ad. Get this ad out of the way. Makes perfect sense. No, pay out the Gamba, son. All right, let me pay out the Gamba really quick. Jonzu was the underdog there. Gets the hit up. But I just want to welcome him. Guys, we got so much follows. Shout outs to Lorsey. Did we get our man shout out? Thank you so much, Lorsey, for the raid. We are in top 8, man. We just got through top 16, top 8. We got 3 great sets. I mean, chat, you guys got to agree with me. Every set has been freaking amazing. I mean, anyone in this tournament has won a tournament. And you guys know how tough it is to win a tournament. So everybody, they've got 60 people that have won a tournament. We threw them in a tournament, and we're going to see the best of the best here. So, I mean, like the boys just said, Slim and Himmy, I got to go on their point. Like, every game, everyone's making the right plays. It seems like every game has came down to a double protect, a RNG crit, just RNG is the only extra edge you can get with these great matchups. So let me go ahead and wait for him to get here, and I'll go ahead and tell them, yo, John C. with the 75 stream streak. And let me start the prediction for top 8. No, I'll start it so we get names. Hold on. Getting ahead of myself. But I just want to address the chat. Thank you guys all for hanging out today. We are about to hit hour 7 of our 4th annual Nino PokeBros Invitational. And we are going to see a new champion. Polar Bear was getting his run. He's going to be returning champ, but there will be a new champion crowned today. They are going to get sent the exclusive Nino PokeBros Invitationals trophy. I've sent 3 out so far, and this one's bigger. They told me they didn't have the small size in stock, so they upcharged me, guys. They made me pay the extra $20. It's like this big. So whoever wins this thing, I'm going to have to pay extra money on shipping. I'm trying to see if we can at least keep it in America. But if I got to send this thing to Japan, I got to send this thing to Japan. So, but let me go ahead and make sure they're all. Himmy's back in. I'm going to give him the green light.
Baby. Sorry.
I'm going to give him the green light. Green light. Let's go. All right, let me get you some team sheets. Here, just look on the matchup. I ain't got time to send screenshots. Here.
Okay.
There's the matchup. We got both matches there. You should have view to that, shouldn't you? Aren't you an admin? Yes, you are. You should be able to view that link just fine.
What link?
I just put it in our chat for team sheets. I'll at you where it's at.
I see it.
Let me know if you see that. All right, we'll see their teams. We've already seen Ragna on stream. We haven't seen his opponent. Ragna is.
Do we have his feed?
We have. It's on the feeds page. I just put it on the feeds.
Okay, nice.
Player feeds. So you got his feed. You're good to go.
Yep.
I will switch to the matchup when we get through preview, but this is the Sneasler Rockslide Garchomp team, and Instant's not a fraud. He actually made it into top 8 today. There might be some other ones sneaking around here.
Well, our attorney's the one that tells whether it's fraud or not.
Listen to this guy.
It made it in, so it's not fraud confirmed.
Yeah, shout outs to our grassroots tourney runners, myself and Himmy, and we can't forget big boy Tom, man. Tom ran. I don't think Tom skipped a week. I know me and you take some breaks. I don't think Tom stopped any week for a tourney. He ran every week. I think he got 52 invites in there. He's trying to win a bet with us. Whoever wins this tourney, whoever's tournament they come from gets to go home with $100. So I'm kind of scared.
Oh, baby. Wait, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that bet till right now.
Bro, don't be going fraudulent on me.
I would have sent some more invites out.
Bro, yeah, you already snuck someone in here that you didn't send to the Pokemon Week Invitational. We had to give them a PokeBro Invitational since you didn't hand out enough then either. So
Now watch, they're gonna win the whole thing.
No, they just got knocked out. We had them on
Oh,
pretty
did
much.
they?
Still,
Okay,
they were in top cut. They were making a run. So
Yeah, well, I had to be good for my word. I forgot that they
no,
qualified.
they obviously held up good enough. They made a good run. They're in it. So hats off to them. They're Yuki.
Poppy, good run, bro.
They were just
Good run.
Plop. You didn't let down no one, bro. You're the goat. So. All right, well, we're in TPU right now. We're gonna see our first Hyplosion on stream.
Let me tell you,
excuse me, Typhlosion.
Hisuian Typhlosion. Listen, Basket Legion, Choice Scarp, adaptability.
You got it.
Completely broken.
This guy.
Completely broken, confirmed. So we're gonna see that right here.
Here we are. Let me turn on the little sound. I hear some background sounds. You ready? You ready to get into it? You ready to see?
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's get it. Here we go. Let's see some leads.
Typhlosion. Husini Typhlosion.
Oh
yeah,
my!
Husini.
Hey, Conky, chill. I can't talk to you right now. I gotta concentrate. All right, we got. Is this the beat up Whimsicott?
Wow.
No beat up mouse. We got the beat up fairy cotton ball, bro.
Beat up Fairy Combo is wild. Sneasler, I mean, Sneasler's in like a kind of a bad spot here. You're not faster yet, right? So
yeah, you don't have Unburdened. But
yeah.
Here's the thing, it's Focus Sash. This is what Sierra actually pointed out to me. So once it hits Focus Sash, Unburdened's gone, and then the speed, and then the power ranks up, and then it comes with a hit. You could even Earthquake your own Sneasler, and then you'll get the speed up, and then it'll KO. So there's a lot of tech going on.
That's
in
what
here.
he's gonna do.
It looks like he's going for the Protector. Now we have an option of Tailwind, and we have an option for Beat Up. Let's see what he decides here.
So even if the ape decides to Rage Fist into the Sneasler here, which it's resisted, right? Anyway, or no?
Let me see. Oh, we got a Dark Terror already off the bat. I think it's
wow.
expecting the Terra Blast. Garchomp going for Protect, scared of that Fairy move coming out. So let's see.
Interesting.
Yeah, it
Dire
beat up.
Claw, okay.
There's the Dire Claw. Not enough.
And I'm assuming covert.
Yeah, it is. You got it. Correct.
So
it's
there's
getting
no
the
Dire
beat
Claw.
up right off the bat. Annihilate is assembled. And if it selects the Sneasler slot, which I hope it does, it's gonna go Terra boost. It goes into the Garchomp slot. So I think Ragnar goes for a good read there.
It was to survive the Dire Claw, guys.
No,
Relax.
we want the boosted beat
You're
up.
4x weak to Dire Claw. It's a good Terra. Okay, gamers, trust me. All right.
Oh well, we got a beat up Annihilate on the field, but we need to get rid of this Sneasler's Focus Sash. That's the only way it'll achieve Unburden. This Garchomp looks a little scary getting hit by a Rage Fist though.
Dire Claw the Ape, Parahacks, L face.
No, this is not a Parahax game, baby. Chill.
Randy, what? All right, here we go. Terra Flying Acro.
There it is.
Crazy.
There it is.
The EQ.
Uh-oh.
The double.
Uh-oh. If he gets this right, Garchomp takes a rage hit. I think he can take it, if I'm not mistaken. He'll Earthquake his own. Oh, no. It's not even touching it. It goes for the Terra.
Yeah, he goes for flying.
Uh-oh.
And the acrobatics.
Uh-oh.
So he's got the Terra boosted acrobatics.
But we still got an
Tailwind.
item. He's still got an item. It's not that much damage. So let's see what we have here. Goes Rage Fist in a Garchomp.
There's no way Garchomp lives this.
Oh,
No way.
what a call.
See you later.
All right, mister. All right, boss. You've been doing your calcs late at
We'll
night.
be seeing you, bud.
We'll
All right,
be
now
seeing
here
you.
comes
It's crazy.
Here comes Sneasler. I think this KOs.
No,
I mean,
bro. He's no. See, he's not
that did
unburdened.
nothing.
He's not
L's in the
unburdened.
chat.
You
L's
gotta
in the
find
chat.
a way to get rid of the Focus Sash, and he hasn't even been hit yet. So
Ain't no way that did that little. That's crazy.
man, I don't know. I think Earthquake, Acrobatics turn 1 would have just eaten because he would just went into the Garchomp.
Yeah.
Garchomp, I don't even think he lives still. I think it just got knocked out. So we'll never know. But right now we got a tailwinded, beat up Annihilate, just ready to eat right now.
Yeah, I don't love the Terra flying.
He was looking for.
do say so
I see
myself.
why he did it. He knew the acrobatics was going to be minimal damage, so he wanted to boost it a little bit. But yeah, isn't it? If it's under 60 BP, it gets even boosted in Terra Blast. So we'll have to look into that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, if Terra Blast,
you're right.
no, Terra Blasted moves get boosted if they're under a certain BP. And it's just it's a certain fact. But it ate it pretty well anyway. It still wasn't enough. Even though Conky, it still wasn't enough. So we got a Moonblast in the field. This is probably going to just do about a little over 50%. That's fine. But the double up is too much. It just gets eaten.
Wait, he clicked make it rain though. So the ape's going down here, I think.
I think so too. And the Whimsicott. I think it's enough. We got a Goldango on the field. Are you kidding me?
Yep, it's enough.
So we wiped the boards, both slots. We got a 2v2 and a -1 make it rain on the field.
Gosh, I love that animation so much. The make it rain.
But
it's so good.
No, not the Typhlosion in the back.
Oh yeah, Typhlo in the back, dude. 100%. Well, I don't want to say 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
Typhlo.
Well, Tribal Chief is still.
A fast Blood Moon would be great too. Let me see. There it is.
Ooh, Blood Moon.
And the flow. Give me the flow. Got the funky flow.
Wrap it up.
Oh, Chad, don't call it out yet. We have fake out pressure on the field, and we have a resisted Ensign. But does it have knockoff, and can it get a KO?
I mean, you can't fake out and knock off in the same turn. So
oh, good point.
I just feel like
we got to pick a turn. We got to pick a turn here.
Like he goes Earth Power Eruption here, if I had to guess.
Hey man, we gotta give some kind of optimism here.
If somehow this Ensign just like goes God mode and just lives this,
he's getting doubled up.
Yeah, he's getting Earth powered, 100%.
It's just the way to go.
Huge cope, Nino coping. Nino cope.
Chill on the cope, chat. All right, let me enjoy the match. Let me be hopeful. AV Ensign ain't even living this. Nino PokeBros. Bro, I don't even have bros in my name anymore. Chill, guys.
Okay, now they're thinking about what they're going to do for game 2, so they get the double protect just to stall a little bit. I respect it.
Give it some... Hey, good call on that. I like that. I mean,
I respect it.
But,
I mean...
Well, let's talk about it. What do you do here? How do you set up in the end game after a Tailwind and you have Typhlosion and freaking Blood Moon and Ursaluna in the back? Like,
here's what you gotta save your Terra. The Terra flying Sneasler was not the call. So you need to change it up. Maybe not even bring Sneasler. And then we'll go from there. Alright? Because if you have your Terra, it's a completely different game.
I think the Basque Legion could do some damage here. And you just talked about it. The Choice Scarf, Adaptability, Wave Crash. It's Terra Grass too, so...
Yeah, it's completely
broken. I think
broken.
Basque Legion's got to come in this next game.
I was using it today on TikTok. Everybody was loving it.
Bro.
Whenever it would come in, everyone would get all excited.
Basque Legion's mid. He's a fraud. No, just
Who said that? Oh, you did? Oh, I thought that was in the chat. I was like, who, where?
All right, we're live. Put everything down, Emmy. Don't pay attention
I'm ready,
to the camera.
bro. I'm just sitting here.
Everyone just wants you to sit and look pretty. All right, that's all we need from you today.
He goes put everything down is crazy. Like I got like something out.
Dude,
oh man!
What a way to end our grassroots season, man. I guess me and you, Tommy, do this again. Give out 100 invites and get 60 players for another invitational.
100%, man.
All
I
right.
love doing this. This is our home, bro.
Grassroots.
Like, we are VGC.
Bro, chill.
We've got VGC Twitter. We've got all that, but we are VGC.
We are
okay,
VGC.
and that's all I'll say about it. Okay.
And we're gonna try and bring VGC to TikTok more too. So catch us.
And we'll
over
bring
there.
VGC to TikTok, to YouTube. We're gonna host more big prize pool tournaments, man. We got the best communities in the world right here that come together to put on a show for you guys at least a couple times a week, and we love it, man. We love you guys. So we'll keep coming back as long as you guys do. Sound good?
Right. Well, we like I said, this is probably the biggest invitational we've done so far, and it's just gonna get better every year. So we got a stacked lineup, and it's just gonna get more stacked. And hopefully, Victory Road doesn't schedule on the same time as us, and we can maybe even work together someday. Maybe that's the goal.
That's the goal. Best community in the world is wild.
Whoa!
What?
I mean,
Yo, Dead Wolf. What up?
Dead Wolf! Hey, that's my guy! You can chill, Hemi.
Oh, you see, I got Dead Wolf artwork in the back right now.
I got Dead Wolf right here in my heart.
I got Dead Wolf artwork in the back.
Nah, he's on the inside,
there.
bro.
My goat.
All right, we'll see if I didn't see what Ragnar locked in, so we're gonna be a little surprised. We'll see if he adapts. Among Us doesn't seem. I mean, it's got Terra Water, but it could live these hits from a Blood Moon, maybe barely. So let's see what he goes for. Let's get to the feed.
I mean, yeah, we didn't even talk about Blood Moon. Blood Moon didn't even have to try barely.
He
Came
did
in and just...
lead the Among Us, so we're trying to explore things here. How are we getting around this Among Us? Of course, Whimsicott's gonna resist it just fine. I don't think it's Terra Grass on the Blood Moon. It's the Terra Fire set. Getting around the oh, I didn't even realize it's a Soul Best Final Gambit. Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh,
He could gambit the Among Us here if he's feeling spicy.
No, if this Among Us has enough HP, it's living. It's a waste. You don't want to make that gamble.
I just think that Ape is too goated to Final Gambit something right now.
No, it had so much pressure last game.
Yeah, it's like you really can't be Final Gambiting. Wow, that was a high roll because the last one didn't do very much.
Well, we wanted to sleep there or para, but this is just
it's covert cloak. It can't get put to sleep.
Oh yeah, you're right, and it could have even rage powdered her with the Terra, and it would have been able to rage powder it. I think you cover for the Terra there.
Wait, but what do you mean rage powder it?
Cause it's not a grass type anymore, and you could have pulled it in. But he goes for Spore, which might even have been the smarter play.
Yeah, that was the
sleep. Put it to sleep.
It
made
100%.
sense. It covered it. So we got a sleepy Annihilate on the field.
You just freely swap in your Instant or Garchomp, get some health back on your Amoonguss, and now the games begin.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get this. Annihilate is still defiant, so you're going to give it a boost. Instant's kind of risky. We got to get rid of it first before we bring Instant in. And we definitely want to rotate out Amoonguss, get some more HP, and kind of bulk up a little more. So,
yeah, but Annihilate hasn't even burnt a sleep turn yet. You've got Sneasler here.
You might even be able to sleep that Whimsicott slot because I don't even think Moonblast kills. So, like, what do we do here?
That is true, but you got to get your health back on the Amoonguss at the end of the day. Then you just bring in Ensign. And yes, you boost the attack, but he's asleep for at least this turn and maybe the next one. So
we definitely got to get some pressure on this Annihilate. Otherwise, if it wakes up next turn, it's going to be a little scary. And you're just boosted it, so it's faster than both these mons. But Sneasler can live because of the Sash and then return the favor back with the Unburden Acrobatics. We get rid of the Whimsicott, great, but we get a free swap. So crit didn't matter, of course. But
and the Whims got the Tailwind up before it went down.
The free swap might be worried because you bring in high... Okay, no, it might be okay, because if he brings in Typhlosion, Eruption doesn't really KO any slot. I think you want to bring Blood Moon in here and just Earth Power the instant and get rid of it. But you can't...
I feel like the Sneasler having Focus Sash is good, but it also hurts you sometimes, right? Like we saw in the last game, it's like... It doesn't quite do the damage that you need it to do. Like
you almost want to double up on it this turn, because if you just hit it once and you bring it down to Sash... And I mean, and there's another tricky part. If you don't bring it down to Sash, you don't get the Unburden. It just sits at like 7 HP with the Focus Sash, and then it can't do anything. So
that's why I think Sash is a little bit like sus.
I think that's why the Garchomp is so important. I think Ragnar needs to self-hit himself with an Earthquake to get this Sash proc somehow. Okay, if we double up on this Annihilate and it doesn't wake up, we can get ahead.
He didn't. He went into the he faked out.
I mean, you got to keep him honest. You can't just leave the Ursaluna open. We do get another turn of sleep. We could get the triple roll. This Acrobatics comes up. Not that much damage.
One more will do it though.
One more will do it. It's close. That was lower than he was at, like 80. So it just took him down to 50. He's only doing about 35%.
You're not in a bad spot here, to be honest. If you close combat the bear, and then go for knockoff, I guess, into the 8th.
Bro, I don't. It's a tricky turn. You kind of want to leave the Sneasler alone. You don't want to proc the Focus Sash. If we get this turn sleep, and we don't get anything out of it, we're headed for probably a tough end game.
Yeah. I think the Sneasler can get. I mean, how much does this close combat do to this?
It doesn't
Blood
KO without the Ember. No! Okay, hold
so
on.
he procs the Unburden here.
Okay.
100%.
Does it? It does! Did he target it? If he targets the Annihilate with it, it's gonna KO finally.
I think he goes CC into the
Wait,
air
this
here.
kills!
Yeah.
Yes! Yes!
Wow.
Okay, and we went, what?
Knockoff.
Oof.
I believe knockoff into the ape.
We just boosted its Rage Fist, and it's gonna probably have one more turn to
I
Tailwind.
think that KOs.
Oh!
doesn't. But also, Sneasler is just faster.
I think it is
It's
too. It got
Unburden.
the double speed, you're right. And
Yeah,
but it has
it's just
Tailwind.
faster.
Uh-oh.
Does he have Protect on Sneezy? I would assume he
It
does. He
does.
You Protect here, and then you... Yep. Go for
Sneezy
it.
goes crazy.
Yep.
Sneezy goes crazy.
Sneezy eats endgame here. So
Yeah.
basically he's that the Sneasler's the ape counter, right? Because you have to knock it to Sash with Rage Fist, basically. So well, Drain Punch kills here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Ooh, get a little recovery. We're
That's
faster.
gonna be more than a little. Yeah, that's a decent amount.
All right, we still have it pressure. We know it's a Soul Vest. We know we can freely target in that slot. What do we have for this Typhlosion in the back? We have a beautiful
nice.
Garchomp. So now
Yep,
it's
and we still have Terra too.
Yep.
So
good in game there. That's see how the Sneasler came through with the Unburden now. So now if you're Arachna's opponent, you gotta somehow leave the Sneasler alone. Don't proc nothing. It's not doing enough damage, and you might be able to get some KOs before it is able to do anything.
yeah. Yep, that's a good adjustment for sure. And then making the ape hit you, right?
Yep.
Like you're making the ape bring you to Sash, and that way you get the boost.
Yeah, we
I
definitely.
kind of wish there was like an unburden proc where you could see it. You know what I mean? So that way you know.
No, it's hidden,
like-
yeah, or it's just like some status on when you check the moves. You just gotta know, like, oh
yeah, it's like you don't
Unburdened.
even know that your speed's boosted. Like you just have to know.
That's why this mod's
So.
kind of crazy, man. It's just a lot of people are saying this has been a tough. And Justin Karras, I heard, played this in the VR tour, went 7-1, but it looks like it didn't go to the distance. I'm excited.
This
to go
team, this exact team.
No, just Sneasler. I don't know if it's the exact
okay.
team, but I'm interested to see what won in the VR tour today. I
think
haven't
he's
even had a chance to
running-
look at it.
I'm assuming he's running like size spam because he had Iron Crown stuff at NAIC. I think
Let's see.
he ran Iron Crown, so he might just be on.
Nino, tie your tie. I'm professional. We are on hour 7, bro. It's getting sweaty in this thing. You guys know you've seen me
Yeah,
at
we're
this
cooking
thing.
right now, man.
We're literally
Guys, shout out to Nino. He put a lot of time and effort into planning this thing out.
Bro,
And then it's cool. Shout out to me and shout out to Tommy for all the invites that we've compiled throughout the year.
You guys
And
brought home a
we
lot
can do
of,
cool stuff like this.
You guys doubled last year because I think we only had about 30 or 24 entrants. We had 60 people competing this time, so it was a really stacked tournament. Everyone brought something to play, and it was really, really good. Yeah, guys, I was up to 2 a.m. getting all the Discord ready, getting all the
Yeah, man. It's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes.
I wish I could have just done it all day yesterday, but I was so busy. I had 3 soccer games yesterday. I had to go help my boss's wife cut some trees and split some roots, and I was like, man, I ain't got time for this all day. And then I had Korean barbecue at the end of the day. I was like,
And Korean barbecue is so good, though.
homemade Korean
Oh my
barbecue
God.
too. It
What?
It was a really nice family. It was one of our neighbors. They had us over. Anyways, let's get to the match. Sorry, guys. You know
Dude,
me,
that
I-
sounds so good. What
Oh.
the heck? Did he say he had to do his boss's wife?
No, I had to
what?
go chill. I had to help my
What?
bosses. No, can we
I gotta stop reading stuff out
yeah,
loud,
can you-
man.
yeah, Hammy, let's concentrate on the match. We got a Tailwind Blood Moon coming up. So Among Us is pretty good at living a Blood Moon, if I'm not mistaken. But
Yeah.
this acrobatics has to be procced. I think Ragnar's opponent just leaves the Sneasler alone this turn. But that's gonna give.
I don't know if Amoongus lives a Terra Normal Blood Moon.
Do we?
I mean,
Yeah, that's weird. You gotta find that in game 3. You haven't seen this calculation, but you're gonna find it out now. Are we gonna see
Like,
Terra Dark again? No, probably
wait,
not for the
Clear
third time.
Smog.
Yeah,
What?
that came out a couple turns ago for a boosted King Gambit. Clear Smog's really good. I mean, even for the Terrid Archladon, it's good for too as well. So
Wow, this is crazy.
so we see.
Wait, he's going for Clear Smog into the instead of a Spore into the Sweeper.
I wonder if he's calling a Hyper Voice and just
God,
pinning
here
him on
we
the
go.
damage, and then he cycles the Amoonguss. He knows he's gonna live. I
baby.
guarantee it's living.
Oh, he goes into the Sneeze Boss. Or
No, he goes the
Amoonguss.
Amoonguss. It's enough.
It's
enough.
enough! I told
Oh,
you!
No.
He can't live those.
Oh no.
Amoonguss our goat.
Oh,
Alright,
the clear
but also-
smoke wasn't good. But
CC
not
KOs
enough. It is enough. He's not even unburdened. Why is it enough?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
it's stab CC, isn't it?
It's enough. I thought he'd live on like 1. I think that thing's
It's a 120 base power move. It drops your defense and special defense, bro.
Oh,
that hits like a truck, man.
Okay, we trade 1 sweeper for 1 support. So I don't know, 1 hyper offensive bear for a shroom that has higher attack stat than, or a higher.
But also, bro, Blood Moon's defense is not that good, right? You got to keep that. in
Yeah,
mind.
it's
Like,
special.
they take a ton
I
of
agree.
damage.
Its special defense is higher. So yeah, it knocked it out. Are we 1-1? Yes, this is the 1-1 match. We are really game 3, and here we go. All right, Intimidate comes out. I wonder if he brings up the Annihilate and calls the Ensign. He does. He does. Oh man.
Wow.
Sneasler is
All
still
right.
a threat. Sneasler is still a threat. He's still got to leave it alone. But now this close combat into this Ensign is going to go crazy. So we got to have a Terra Ghost save us or something. And that's what we have. So we got to make a read here. We got to make a big read here. It's not even unburdened, guys.
I'm trying to think what you do here. You go for the Wisp, I guess, but don't you Terra here? Because Drain Punch plus Moonblast, it picks up, doesn't it?
Bro, we're Dire Claw in the non-Terra final. We've been wanting to Dire Claw this Whimsicott since game 1, so I think we're going to have a chance to. It doesn't have Sash, so Dire Claw takes it out. And still, like I said, Ragnar's opponent just wants to leave it alone. It just, you don't want to hit Caesar. I mean, why protect? Because you're not going to get hit anyway. He knows. And no Terra on Ensign.
You can't protect in front of a Whimsicott there, dude.
Oh, here we
Like,
go.
You just can't.
Here we go.
But the Wisp maybe goes crazy. I don't
Okay.
know.
Even with the Defiant boost. Well,
Yeah,
we
the
get the
Wisp
Will-O-Wisp.
goes crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, the Wisp is good. That's a good play. But the Protect was pointless because now they can. Oh, they don't have Encore on Whims. Okay, thanks, John. Okay, so they can't even Encore him, so it's a safe Protect.
Oh, I
there.
see. That's why you were wondering about the protector.
just
D1.
so,
No,
like,
I
used to
still
getting
agree with.
encored.
No, Hemi, I agree with you. Not even with the encore. It's like you're fine. He has to double your Sneasler, so I think he's trying to get in a position where he doesn't get doubled here, and he was scared of that, I think, and he didn't double. He did sprint his attack, so it was kind of an agree. It was kind of a call you had to make.
Yeah, I think Encore is a really good move, Totalist. So I agree.
It's so.
It
I don't-
pins your opponents.
I don't
and
have a
makes them
word
have
for
to
it.
play like into your game instead.
I just don't have a word for it. It's disgusting when my Dozo gets encored.
Yeah, I hate that.
What do you know about playing Dozo? You gave him up, bro.
I'm bringing Dozo to Baltimore. Terra
Okay, we see the Terra flying. Here we go.
coming in. I'm
I
bringing
mean-
a Gaudi's team.
He was playing Dozo, huh?
Yeah,
Wow.
Dozo Blim. All right, here we go. Moonblast comes out into the Sneasel.
Not enough. Oh, we
Special
get a drop.
attack drop.
That's fine.
Doesn't
Drain
even
punch.
matter.
Oh, we're not getting
That's
our
enough.
unburden. We're not getting our unburden.
Yep.
Oh,
Wow,
no.
that was even enough burnt, huh? Well, it was super effective, I guess. So.
We got, and he's +1, but we got to get rid of this. Dire Claw's enough. Yes.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
Bro, we got to get rid of this focus. I would have knocked off my own Sneasler. Freak it, man. Get rid of that sash somehow.
Freak it.
I don't-
Knock off my own Sneasler and I freak it. That's crazy.
Oh, all right. Here's we go. Is this 2v2 now? Still got 1 turn of Tailwind.
All right, here we go.
High
Now
pro-
you can Earthquake and you're fast. You're not faster.
No,
With
but
Sneasel Boss.
you can click it though.
You protect Earthquake here, probably.
1 more turn of Tailwind.
Oh, you just double protect?
We double up.
Wait, is he's okay, yes.
We double up.
Well, I shouldn't be rooting for one side, okay? I'm not actually rooting. I'm just like it's the storyline, it's the plot, okay, gamers? Like we're supposed to be unbiased.
Bro, we're in our like 7th game 3 today. Like it's just it goes back and forth. These competitors are just going at it. We have a Shadow Ball.
Shadow Ball.
Yep.
All right. Rage Fist and
he doubled the
Garchomp.
Garchomp for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Rage Fist, you got to remember, is not going to be hitting that hard because you're burnt.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know how many hits you've taken overall. If you're Annihilate. You haven't taken any hits, I don't think. So the Rage Fist is really going to do, like, basically nothing. Yeah, the Rage Fist isn't going to do anything. So you might as well... I mean, I don't see why you target the ape here. Wouldn't you just double target the... I mean, I guess this is fine, because Earthquake kills, right?
It's not enough.
Okay,
It is!
Yeah, Earthquake just outspeeds and kills, dude. Yeah, GG's, well played.
Wow! Woo! Is right!
Insane!
Good play.
What a go, dude. Sneasler the GOAT.
No, Garchomp too, cleaning it up, man. This Garchomp's a threat. I was
Holy!
I was calling
That's
Garchomp
crazy.
a fraud, but this one's making a stake its claim, and it's headed to top 4.
Let's go, man. Ragna cooking.
Oh man. Where's Slim at? We got some time. Let me go see if we got this match. We'll go ahead and see. Let me see if I can get another feed, and let me see what's going on here.
Let's get some music playing or something, man.
I'll turn it up. We got this over
Play
with.
some DMCA stuff.
Bro, stop. I'm on live on YouTube, bro. I can't be doing all that.
Play
I told
Yellow
you
by
this.
Coldplay, bro.
Bro,
Please.
nah. Started from the bottom, but I'm here. Team Plasma. Throw a link, chat. I'll throw up whatever song you want.
Team Plasma Battle Theme. There
throw
it
up
is.
the link. Alright, let me see what we got here. So I think Ragnar's moving on to top 4. Let me see what we got on the other side. Let me hold Jonzu. Did they already start? Hold. We're going back to top. We're going back to the other side of the bracket. We're going back to the other side of the bracket.
Chat, how we feeling? Black, white, red bar theme, 1 hour.
What the
1 hour
hell?
loop is crazy.
I'm gonna get Jonzu's feed. We're gonna go to Jonzu's top 4 match next.
Black, white, red bar theme. Have you guys ever listened to like something on a loop that long for an hour? That's actually crazy. You guys are diabolical if you do that. All right, are you casting with Slim or what?
Yeah, you need a break. Bring Slam in. You've already went 2, so.
Who's doing the finals?
Us 3. I was trying to get
cool.
Salty to come in, but if he doesn't make it, us 3 will just bring it home.
Sounds good. Should post this on YouTube, man.
Oh, of course. We're going to get all these casting matches in here, so. All right, let's take a little break. We'll take a little break. Let me set up the matches. It's a quick one, guys. We'll be right back. Thank you guys so much.
See you guys later.
Thanks, Unwritten.
Hello?
Yo, yo, we ready to go?
You gotta wait till this ad's finished, bro.
Oh, good point. I told him to hold.
Look at you. Look at you.
I'm
Kinda-
excited.
Yeah, people not gonna be able to see the beginning of the match. That's crazy, bro.
All right, we're just getting heated up, getting the vocal cords all warm, and then I'll switch straight to it. What time we at? All right, one more minute. We're gonna start 1 more minute, guys. Bear with us.
They got over here.
I got feet up. I got team sheets up.
Team sheet. Cool, cool. More Sneasler. Oh, and a Bramble Gas. Oh.
All right, we got cam feeds live for now for those who aren't sitting through an ad. But looks like they're ready to go. Yeah, we got the freaking Hussein, Dasudawa,
bro.
Bramblegast. Oh, we'll get another Sneasler though, like you said, and then another Typhlosion. Now we get to see the Typhlosion and the Sneasler together. We saw them go against each other. They became buddy, and now they're gonna go against us. So let's see how this pans out.
Yeah, I'm still gone over your pronunciation of Hisuian as Husini. So, you know, I'm still trying to recover from that one. But nonetheless, yeah, it is a really good team. So we've all, of course, seen Jiaozu's team. So it is the quintessential good stuff. It is Talonflame, it is T-Tar, it is Garchomp, Goldango, all your normal, usual suspects. But on the other side, that's where D-Man brings the real spice of life. Hisuian, Typhlosion, we've all seen go crazy no matter where you've seen it, from Wolf to now to wherever. We saw it in the last match. Hisuian Decidueye was iffy because it had the scrappy ability, so it can hit ghost types, it can hit everything. I mean, you've got grass moves, you got fighting moves, and you have haze, so in case you want to bring something like Dozo, I can just take care of that. But the pièce de la résistance, as they would say, formerly one of the GOAT mons that a lot of people kind of forgot about and how ridiculously good it is Bramblegast. Getting, of course, those boosts and being hit by anything that has to do with wind, heat wave, tailwinds, whatever you want, it gets boosts. And it is Choice Scarf, so it can do a lot of damage and can ramp up really, really fast. So looking forward to see what these leads are here.
We got the Goldango and the T-Tar on our first side, which is going to be Jiangsu, and then D-Man's got the Bramble and the Tailwind ready to go off the bat.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of interesting because we do know Choice Specs Goldango. We know what it does. It is a huge, hey, I'm immediate damage or I press Trick. And the one thing about Bramblegast is, okay, I can go for a lot of damage here with Poltergeist, but if you potentially Terra, do I even get value out of it? And not just that, you have a T-Tar in front of you. With the sand up, this is not necessarily a place either of them wants to be, especially because it is also that Terra flying. So, gonna have to make some choices here if you are Jiangsu. And honestly, they're looking pretty favorable to you. As you see, we're gonna have a first turn Terra.
That's my favorite thing to do. He's got to get rid of this, super effective that he's about to get hit, so he's going to Terra out of it. I wonder if it's just for a boosted move as well.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. Oh, we see it opposing. So 2 turn 1 Terras, same turn, 1 for Ghost, and there goes the Goldango opting like, hey, I don't want to potentially get KO'd here, but I want to get maximum amount of damage here. Tailwind will give the Bramblegast a boost, but will it be able to pick up the KO is the biggest question. Tailwind comes out, the sand is still up. T-Tar just kind of hanging out and seeing everybody do all kinds of cool stuff. Wind Rider activates, so Poltergeist comes out.
There it is.
Isn't able to KO. It goes into the T-Tar, surprisingly. T-Tar should be able to eat this quite well, actually.
No,
and, hey, 50%, you take that. That's not well, but you take it because you get a free Specs Terra Steel, make it rain, and that's a double knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Goldango's house, and this is where the money is.
What a way to start the game. Oh, man. Both Ghost Mons got scared. They Ghost Terra'd. They tear it into a different style, and then one goes down, the other stays triumphantly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, I think Goldango was just such in a good position because you have to Tailwind there. You're not going to get doubled up. Because why not just take the KO? And you ensure it by Terra stealing there, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. So a really, really well played out turn there by Jiangsu. And now you have a significant numbers advantage. So now you can kind of mess around, like, okay, cool. T-Tar, you can come back for later. Goldango, you can come back for later and reset all of this. You do have to worry about the Indeedee and the Sneasler, of course, getting that Unburden boost. And there's a lot of damage because this is the male Indeedee, not the female. Right. So a lot of damage is on the field. And there's like, what, 4 turns of Tailwind you have to try to get through. So it's going to be a tough go.
Yeah, we're going to see the Psychic Seed get procced for this Sneasler. The other one's Focus Sash. And then we got the Focus Sash on the Indeedee slot. It loves to Expanding Force. Like you said, the male one does a little bit more damage. And we do have a close combat threat as well. So if you're D-Man, you definitely want a close combat in one of these slots. But instead of trying to swap out, Jiangsu understands that. Lets one go down and lets the other one do some damage up. I think that's a good call on Jiangsu's end.
Yeah, absolutely. Goldango does go down, but honestly, hey, Thank you for your
Did
service.
it, yeah, you took 2 down already for me. So 2 for 1. I'll take it all day.
Exactly. So there's nothing you really can't ask for. Dazzling Gleam comes out here with the sand up, is
Not
able
enough.
to take that no problem, like
Yep.
easily. And another rock slide comes out. This is a good amount of damage. And not just that, you're also getting the sand to add even a little bit more chip to that. So honestly, this is just a fantastic turn. Slowly but surely. And look who we see in the back. A tailwind of their own. So Talonflame could easily come in here for later. Garchomp is, we know what Garchomp can do here. So honestly, this is all but being kind of wrapped up.
I'll tell you what this Garchomp can do. It can dodge a move because it is a Sand Veil set, especially with the T-Tar. So it could be doing some bobbing and weaving going on here.
Doesn't even need to, honestly. But if you want to, you can kind of stunt, weave, dodge a couple moves here and there. But we know Tailwind in the back just all but ensures that Garchomp is one of the faster things in the format. So as soon as Tailwind expires, it's EQ City all day, every day.
No, I like the decision there. It's like, okay, we know he's going to have this turn of Tailwind. I'm not going to stagger my Tailwind yet. I'm going to wait one more turn at the end, and then I'm going to bring it out. And I'm going to safely have my Garchomp not even have any damage when the Tailwind comes in. And he calls the right slot, so T-Tar is probably going to live another turn here. So I don't know. Maybe this could backfire on Jonzu because I think he definitely wanted that KO. But with the Tailwind expired, I think it's going to have a little more speed than the Indeedee, of course. But we do get a Rock Slide off, and it's enough to kill the Indeedee, of course. So Sneasler is just stuck with the single target move and nothing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, there's so many different avenues and routes Jonzu had in this end game here. Either one of them were perfectly fine. Because Tyranitar, even if, you didn't protect.
It died! It died!
Well, there you go. And look at that. Weave! Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no.
Hey, Garchomp gets in the lab, goes through the rounds, you know what I'm saying? You got to practice the weaving. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, you can dodge a close combat in the sand.
John, that's sneaky, done. Bro. That's something I would do. I see you, John. I see you 100%, bro. All right, let's go to Caster Feed real quick.
It's the way the cookie crumbles, and you got to just... Listen, there's exceptional mons and exceptional ways to use them. This is one of them. It's a little cheeky, but... Garchomp in itself is already a good mon. What do I need rough skin damage for if I already have sand chipping away at you slowly? Cool. If I can dodge a move, that could be a win con. So I might as well take advantage of it.
You can't even do damage on me. It's what's the matter? Who cares if you're gonna get a rough skin hit? You can't even hit me. So what's even matter? Wow.
Exactly.
Okay, so how do we adapt on D-Man's side for that? We cannot let him get on Make It Rain off. We're not going to go for some weird read. We definitely can't go for a weird read here. We have to play this as safe as possible.
I mean, the only thing you could potentially do here, because you're already down. You got to just go all in. Because, here's the one thing about it, right? I don't know if you necessarily need to lead it here. But Hisuian Typhlosion, because you do have Sunny Day, is a scary thing to worry about.
Yes.
So you could easily just lead it to bluff, set up Tailwind, bring something else in. You can take the damage, like Indeedee. Yep. Indeedee could take the damage under Tailwind. Whimsicott probably gets knocked out that first turn. And then guess what? You'll have Indeedee potentially with one side with Tailwind, and you bring in Typhlosion, and you just spam Eruptions, and you spam Dazzling Gleams or Expanding Forces. Because there's no really damage mitigation here except for T-Tar's typing. So you can just kind of do an onslaught of damage if that's the only way I can think about it. Because you don't have anything that really just this can come in, this can come in. You don't really have one of those on this team.
No.
So, Hisuian Decidueye could potentially try to be
with
there.
the scrappy ability, let it ain't able to hit ghost
You got
Pokemon.
You got fighting moves, you got grass moves, It's okay. It's not great, but it's okay.
It's a little threat.
In some way, Typhlosion has to be kind of the linchpin of what you pin your offense on. Try to get Tailwind up, get in Typhlosion for free, and spam as much damage as possible because you need to maximize your damage on those Tailwind turns.
Yep. Yeah, I kind of looking at Jonzu's Paldean Tauros. It could be a call on the Typhlosion a little bit, but we have other things threatening that. I mean, the Intimidate's not going to matter on a Typhlosion. It's not going to really matter on certain mons like the Indeedee. So it's you kind of have to go for a read on that, bringing that Tauros. So I don't know. If I was Jonzu, I kind of maybe see what my opponent brings this game, kind of play the same game, and then game 3, I'll know how to definitely captivate. Instead of going for a risk here, Jonzu's really in a strong position. He just has to play really safe.
Because I mean, honestly, if you just look at the matchup here, it does steer towards Jonsu's favor a little bit just because of like all the mons that can do immediate damage and resist a lot of the hits D-Man's team has to do. So to be honest, as the age-old saying goes, sometimes if it ain't broke, don't fix it,
baby.
All you have to do is just go out there. I'm gonna lead T-Tar. Let's see what you do. Because here's the thing, that first turn didn't even have to Terra make it rain. Just made D-Man make a decision, and unfortunately, it didn't go for as well. So now Jonsu really has a lot of control as we see these leads come out.
Here we go. So now with the Bramble Gas might even staying all the way. We're going for Tailwind and Make It Rain at the same time. And we force Sneasler to make a call. Am I going to Terra? Are you going to close combat? I don't even think you have to. It's got Dire Claw, Throat Chop. So he's pressured to make a Reave. And I think Jonsu can definitely captivate on forcing D-Man to make a read on this turn.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of tough because once again, Goldango is such a huge problem here, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, what is your best way to kind of handle this onslaught of Make It Rain? And I don't really see it because there's just too much damage. Even you could even Terra Steel and be just perfectly fine.
What about bringing the Intimidate and just tearing and Make It Rain? But it looks like we're gonna go with Tailwind this turn.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options here, so really, there's no really necessarily going wrong. So Whimsicott does opt to just go back, and if this is just Tailwind, Make It Rain, this is going to be, again, another one of those times where this gets really, really tough here for D-Man.
Like I said, Jonsu's definitely forcing him to make a read. So if he kind of goes for the close combat, calls the Tailwind, Terra Steel, Make It Rain, he's going to be really pinned. But I think the safe thing is to do is not make that play. We got a Terra on the field, though. Terra Dark. I'm guessing a Dark Throat Chop on the Goldango. That way, even if it tears or doesn't, we're still getting damage off. Especially with Unburden, I still think it KOs. But we do have a Tailwind. And the Maker... No, the Throat Chop comes out! Is it in? It's in there. I think either way it was... Oh, it lands!
Oh my God.
What?
Goldango, Make It Rain, baby.
Oh my!
There's nothing more you want than getting free damage on a mon that you potentially were ready to sack off.
Yeah.
There's nothing more you want.
Gosh.
That was a fantastic live. That's the power of EVs, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh. Now we can't Brave Bird with Talonflame. This is one thing I always forget. Terrain is up. So since it's a priority move, you can't Brave Bird. So you you can't go for that priority move here. Sneasler is still outspeeding, but Indeedee isn't outspeeding the Talonflame and the Goldango. So we don't do any swaps here. We put pressure on. We try and get a KO here.
Look at Nina out here educating the chatter just in case they forgot about how Terrain and Gale Wings works. www.
Hey, we learned by doing it wrong so we can tell people how to do it right.
Exactly. You got to put people on game. So exactly what we're trying to do here is try to figure out what's the best interaction. As Will-O-Wisp comes out, opting just, you know what if I just nerf your damage instead of having to do any self-damage to myself, since I can't really do anything in this turn. There's no need to switch in anything. I honestly could have seen T-Tar switch in here, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be another Expanding Force or Throat Chop. There wasn't no need to quick close combat, but this works just as well. You do have to worry about, though, Tailwind in the back is just kind of waiting here for D-Man,
and that's
so you're a little worried.
Yeah, that's what D-Man was doing. He's kind of taking notes from Jonsu's game one. He's like, okay, man, getting the late game in this matchup, getting the late game Tailwind in this matchup is really, really vital to winning the game. So he's just waiting for this. I don't know. I think we need Sneasler to stay out, but this is definitely a chance to get a double KO here if Jonsu reads it right.
This is kind of interesting because I'm pretty sure actually for D-Man, I don't know what their face probably looks like, but I'm pretty sure they're shocked that the bird actually lived a single target Expanding Force. That's a pretty fat bird because normally just like Male Indeedee does so much damage and it's single target. I'm pretty sure you're expecting like, okay, I get a double KO here. Not getting one makes this a little just like, oh, okay, that was a bit unexpected. Now you give Zoo more room to kind of work around through the Tailwinds, and you don't necessarily just, oh, I can spam damage and get a Whimsicott for free and then Tailwind, because it's a little different now because you didn't expect it to live.
Right. Oh yeah, exactly. And we want these chaos. Okay, here. Oh, this is okay. We get to see the fourth mon here. There's no way he's swapping in a Whimsicott. He is.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to.
That's kind of tough. So we get the Brave Bird. And since it's not touching the ground,
No, because Gale Wings is deactivated.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He took the proc. Thank you, Slim. Thank you, Slim. Give me catch back up. So we got the expanding force hit from last turn. Now the priority is gone for Gale Wings, so he can safely Brave Bird because he's faster. And now he's not untouched on the ground too. We get a nice chip on the Whimsicott, but this Whimsicott is gonna get this Tailwind next turn. So
See,
I mean that was
no,
the whole
but
point.
This is exactly what I alluded to the turn prior. This is what you didn't want. You know why? Because you expected a double KO, so you had to like reposition to bring Whimsicott in a little earlier than you expected because you expected the bird to go down.
Yep.
Then the bird is like, oh, it lives, so I have to like readjust for my end game. Chomp comes in for free, you get free chip damage, and you lost Amon in return, which really made this odd. But this is the questionable choice here. You called out the Pazillion Toros, but I was on more of the road. Like, I thought T-Tar did so much great work. It would have been fantastic in this matchup, but opted not to bring it. So we're going to see how this plays out.
And the Paldean Taurus came, I think it was for the Typhlosion matchup, but he didn't even bring Typhlosion. So it's like now it's just kind of a once he gets off the boost for the Wind Rider boost, he's going to try and negate that by getting off an Intimidate. So, but here's the Wind Rider getting procced. I think we're going Poltergeist and a Garchomp, and we're just going to let Talonflame KO itself, I think. The Power Whip, no! He goes into Talonflame. Okay.
This is interesting. I do kind of like that you don't have to take not rough skin damage, but you don't have to, like, worry about, the Whimsicott, like, having to, like, worry about the Talonflame. That was super effective damage that was coming in with an O code. Whereas in Garchomp, you're like, okay, I can take some damage here. It's not a big deal. But, like, you were more worried about the bird. Now Paldean Tauros comes in, but this gets a little funky because it's like, oh, guess what? Terra is still available. So you have to kind of call it correct. Yep. And this Paldean Tauros has almost the perfect Terra. It's grass. Yep. You get out of the Moonblast weakness. There's nothing. Brambleghast can hit you with Poltergeist, of course, but you still kind of worry about Garchomp. Garchomp should be able to take one Moonblast, like maybe one, and then get another attack off. So there's still some weird interactions here where you're like, okay, this is not completely sealed up here. So D-Man has to play this perfectly with the targeting to make sure he gets this win.
Yeah, and with the Power Whip on it, it's like now with the Grass Terror, we're not scared of Typhlosion. We're not scared of Typhlosion because we can Grass Terror now. If we Grass Terror, we're weak to Typhlosion. Typhlosion's not there. So this Grass Terror is really, really a good choice here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this plays out, but opting to bring back the Brambleghast, to bring back the Indeedee was like no health. It's on 1, so you might potentially pick up a double KO here, but it depends on how this Terra plays out. It is the Garchomp opting for the Terra here for Terra Steel, thinking the Moonblast coming in, trying to maybe call the Moonblast going into that slot and having a great defensive Terra here. The question is, where does it go? This Earthquake should be able to pick up, but we have to see. And it goes into the Tauros.
No damage.
Oh, that's the one thing you didn't want. So now you get a free Earthquake here. No,
you have the Dragon Claw. Oh, interesting. He wanted more damage on that Brambleghast. He wanted to ensure the KO, so he was making sure that call in case it stayed in, which is fine. I just need to know how much HP this Garchomp has left.
Yeah, this is gonna get really close because now you can't protect Paldean Tauros anymore. So you can once again get another Moonblast in, and it should pick up the KO. It really highly depends. I'm not sure if it's able to pick up. It's going to be really close. But the Brambleghast, with the Tailwind up, Poltergeist, I think with that amount of HP, you should be able to pick up the Garchomp, but you also have to call that. What if Garchomp protects this turn? So this, once again, is this little game of, do I protect or do I not? You have to get these calls right. If you do, you're in the money.
This
if not,
is crazy.
And on the goes into the Tauros, which
unfortunately
just locks you in. Now Brambleghast can freely just like, hey, guess what? I get to pick one target and one target alone. I think Johnson kind of set himself up, unfortunately, for a really tough go, and I don't think you're able to survive this because with all that,
it's a crit anyway. Woo!
That. I don't. It's stab and it's very. I don't know. It's. We'll have to math it out because I don't know. But either way,
that's it.
Really,
the Whimsicott Encore, man. We were just talking about it last game. All right, the opponent didn't have it, and the priority just ended the turn before too, Slim. So they were set that up for a perfect end game. We're going to game 3, and we're going.
That was really great. Like, we got to give kudos to D-Man there just because in that first like 2 turns, of course, not able to pick up the KO, kind of was like, oh, I have to kind of like move some parts around, but did it perfectly. And unfortunately, Zoo was trying to call the protect and maybe pick up a KO on something that is like, if I KO the Bramblegas here, I can just win in the end game, even if I'm encore locked. Unfortunately, Bramblegas wasn't there. Maybe if you went for a potential Earthquake, you might have been able to pick up because you're a Life Orb, so you might have been able to pick up. Then it's a 2v1, which is a little easier to kind of like deal with, but it was still such a tough go and a really, really well played end game there by D-Man. So looking forward to this game 3. And the Paldean Toros, even though you called it, you thought it could be great here. I felt that T-Tar was missed in that one. What if you dodged a move instead of having to Terra?
That sand chip would have took out that Indeedee because he saved it for the end game and that was just his mon he threw away, and it gave Bramble came back in and it got the move it needs. So yeah, well played. We're gonna see what happens now with these adjustments. Do we see the T-Tar back again? Does D-Man know that, hey, I know your Paldean Tauros didn't do anything, so now I can freely bring my Typhlosion in. But even still, the Tyranitar still puts up a good fight against the Typhlosion. So it's going to be the battle of the Tailwinds turn 1, and who gets the last Tailwind in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. These leads are going to be very crucial to how these first couple turns goes and playing into your end game and what it's going to look like. Because for D-Man, you just need to recognize, like, okay, you know what? I don't think you're going to bring Tauros again. It literally it didn't even get to play the game. So how do I stop T-Tar? T-Tar was really putting in some pressure game 1. How do I prepare for that? Do I try to call the lead off the top? Or do I just like, okay, let me just prepare for it coming from the back and then make a read going to these first couple turns to get me to my mid game? This is the question that we're all trying to see is what's going to be answered here.
And Tyranitar is Terra flying too, so he can get out of that
so even Bramblegas doesn't really like to see it because guess what? Oh, I can KO the Whimsicott. I can KO you. It just kind of does free damage to everything. Guess what? You want to close combat? I'm Terra flying now. I do significant damage to you because guess what? I have Terra Blast. 3 out of the 4 of like D-Man's best mods don't like flying. So this is something you have to worry about as we go into these leads.
All right, game 3 is here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who comes out and makes it to our 4th annual Invitational Finals.
This is going to be a good one. It's going to be a banger.
We got a Sandvale and dude, the partners are here. The buddies.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Bring T-Tar back. Make T-Tar great again. And this is exactly what we mean by that. Garchomp now just gets to eat for free.
No.
I mean, what are you going to do?
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be dodging some moves, too. If we get a dodge on this turn, woo, it's going to be such a good position for John.
Yeah, this is going to really tough go because you have to get these turns right or else, like, you're going to lead you're going to have a tough time going into these next couple turns. You have to eat potential Earthquakes. You have to eat Terra Blast. So you have to be every play you make, you have to know what the next setup is. You have to think 2-3 turns ahead. Like,
yes,
okay,
sir.
I'm going to do this, just to get through these next couple turns so I can get in a better position. Because if you frivolously just make some switches against a lead like this, that is too much damage for you to just oh, okay, yeah, it's fine, perfectly good. As we see T-Tar come back here, so this potentially trying to read maybe a close combat, and if that's the case, this is going to be a huge turn.
Oh, that's well. See, we're going for reads in game 3. That gets kind of risky, and the Dire Claw goes into the Goldango slot. So we do make the right call. We're resisting the expanding force. We've rotated into a better position, and we'll see how this pans out. Because now we got 2 big hits coming out. I'm pretty sure. I know this Melandidi's fast. Is it going to outspeed the Goldango and the Garchomp then?
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't matter. All you have is Dazzling and Expanding Force. There's nothing you can do to touch Goldango right now.
Wow.
Goldango, the only thing it's worried about is Throat Chop.
Yep.
Now, if that's the case, that's where things get a little interesting. Because guess what? I also have Switch-Ins. I also have a Terra. That was a marvelous Switch-In. Because now you put D-Man even a more precarious position of like, okay, who do I go after? Do I go after the Chomp? I can't take another Make It Rain from both of we saw what happened before. A Terra Make It Rain would absolutely destroys the board. So it's like, is he bluffing? Do I go for it?
He's
And this is
feeling
what
it
is.
He's feeling it.
Yeah. This is all about poker right now.
Yep.
We're bluffing. Who's gonna play chicken?
My favorite part of the game.
Somebody is going head to head, and somebody's gonna have to swerve off. Okay, Goldango, Terra Steel, Choice Specs. Will it be able to get off this Make It Rain? This is the question of the day.
This is a pinnacle turn, Slim. This turn could possibly decide the game. He does protect. He sees the threats on the field. He's going to wait it out. He's going to try and probably get some Dazzling Gleam chip on this, but this indeed is not long for this world, and we're not going to take a -1. This is big.
That's actually a worst case scenario.
Really?
Guess what? No, Goldango doesn't go to -2 because it hits nothing.
Yes. Exactly.
So now you get full-blown damage.
Oh no,
next turn.
we're talking good for Janzu, right? Because we wanted him to get that damage. Now we're still ready to do damage next turn. It's that turns tough. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like Zoo put in a perfect position where it's like, okay, do you think I'm gonna do it? And bluffed, and actually went for it. Well, D-Man was like, no, let me just scout just to be a little protective, and honestly kind of backfired because Trump was able to pick up that KO. So this is huge now. I was surprised.
Because once again, Bramblegas is in.
Yep.
You don't have Tailwind.
Oh,
this is
and
going
this
to
Make
get
It
a
Rain's
little
gonna
funny.
Oh, and you don't have speed, so how fast?
Whimsicott can't switch in.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
You don't have any switch-ins that doesn't want to take this. This is a lot of damage. So, yeah.
We got to double.
What do you do now if you're D-Man? This is the question here.
Well, D-Man's opened himself up because he's protected that slot. Now he knows that he's either got to go for a risky double protect or we just double that slot and annihilate it. Either way, it's going down. And we still can't forget that Janzu still has Zanfell and Garchomp. He could dodge some moves here and really get ahead.
Yeah. We'll have to see what the Bramblegas goes for here. And what is the speed interaction between? This is Choice Scarf Bramblegas, so no matter what, it should be able.
Yeah, he wants to
catch,
see. He wants
and
to see
then
what
it
he's
should
gonna
be
lock
able to
into.
KO here. And
he
see close combat go into the Garchomp here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think Bramblegas gets a free KO here, and there's the Poltergeist.
He called the double! No! Oh no! No, dude!
That was a huge call, and it
was a last second
wrong.
call. It was and the sand. Oh wow!
Ladies and gentlemen, that all but spells the impending doom because Bramblegas was in such a marvelous position, but
not the
just
KO.
like that.
But the sand is still gonna kill. Sand's up for 2 more turns. He can swap in, save Garchomp for the back. Goldango's locked in. Oh, here we go. That sand is taking him down no matter what.
I'm in awe of that turn. I did not expect such a. That is a
aggressive.
all-in moment
It was
on
a really
Garchomp
aggressive move,
where
yeah.
you have Goldango in front of you. I understand there's no way you keep this in front of me because I'm Bramblegas. I'm Choice Scarf, but you can't let something like that stay on the field and not check it because now it is completely backfired, and like it's I won't say it's not winnable, but you're gonna have to get. I don't know. It's gonna be really tough for you.
I think we're gonna go ahead and sack it. That's fine. I think that's an okay sack. We know he's going down to sand. I'm pretty sure I saw 2 turns of sand. If it's 1, the sand ends and it doesn't proc. If it's 2, he gets the sand damage and goes down.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting turn. As T-Tar
That's the
unfortunately
chip
gets
we
sacrificed.
needed. That's what we
Thank
needed.
you for your service. We needed your sand. Dragon Claw comes out here.
No
Is able
KO.
to pick up.
It lives. Oh.
Yeah, definitely not surprised there. Leaf Blade does hit and critical hit and still lives, by the way.
Yes, that's crazy.
You kind of like that's a little unfortunate. You get a crit and still don't pick up. Sneasler goes down because of the sand. Once again, T-Tar, you've done an amazing job here.
You're in the back just setting sand, getting the chip you needed, but well played. I mean, you got a single target mon on the field, and you got 3 mons left. And he didn't even need to. They said, hey, let's make a gentleman's agreement. We don't need to set Tailwind. Let's just, let our mons fight. Let's not mess with the speed at all. And here we are.
Listen, in the great sport of boxing, that's sometimes you got to get in the phone booth, and that's exactly what this time.
They got in the phone booth, baby.
Garchomp's somebody you don't want to get in the phone booth with. That's like going against Tyson. You don't want that problem. And really, it's just really great positioning. And just honestly, it was more of a game of bluffs, kind of always putting each other in a spot where it's like, okay, you got to call it. And then they just backtrack. You got to call it. Okay, I'm going to go all in. And unfortunately, Zoo seems like the better poker player here today in a really fabulous set.
man,
It was too much fun.
get me in a poker match with this man immediately. All right, we're going live to cam feeds. Johnsy's going to final. Our PokeBro champion. We got our PokeBros team.
Man,
This man
I need some
always
water,
is
man.
bringing it home. We sent him to Worlds a while ago, and man, he's really just always repping for us. And here he is, about to make his first PokeBro Invitational victory here today. So we're definitely going to keep it on this feed, and we don't need to go anywhere. So we give him times to rest for finals, and maybe we bring Hemi back. The three of us go in, get this finals wrapped up, baby. Here we go, you guys. It's been insane set after insane set after insane set, and now we're going to have the final insane set.
What a day. What a day of Pokemon. Oh my goodness.
Hello, Nino and Slim. Bro, I need you to SALP. Watch the chat. Make sure they don't get out of line. Let me see if we have our Jonzu's opponent ready to go. Man! Oh, man. We can see Ragna versus Jonzu, the Californian versus the Texan. That'd be crazy.
Whoa.
But we also have a Brazilian, our only undefeated contender. He's 7-0.
For the homie Agati who came through with the raid,
we need.
let's hope. Let's
Easy,
flag.
easy. Come on, no caster bias. I'm bad at that, John. I'm bad at that.
It's not bias. I'm just showing respect because I'm just like, oh, they came through with the love, so I'm like, it would be nice to cast one of the Brazilian competitors.
Yeah,
nice
I'd love to see him on stream.
know?
I've been DMing him all day. I'm like, you got to cat. He's in game mode. He doesn't have Discord up. He's just locked in on the Switch. Saw Gotti made the run. He's like, I'm gonna bring it home. I'm gonna bring it home for Brazil. Oh,
do it.
So yeah, it's either gonna be Jonzu versus Ragna, who we've seen 3 times on stream today. So we've definitely seen a lot of Ragna's team. It's a very well-built team. I really like the way Ragna's put this team together. He's really piloted well. But I'm really interested to see what Nader's bringing. And I mean, as far as matchups go, I mean, Sand versus Ragna doesn't look too bad. I mean, he's gonna help his own Garchomp, but let's see what Nader has on his side. 8-0, hasn't been defeated. But he's playing the Alolan Ninetales Frothmoth Dondozo Tatsu. I think it's the same team, right? Is that what
I think it was Agati. Agati was using Dozo. I'm not sure the exact 6, but it was Dozo. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same ilk, if not the same team. So I wouldn't be surprised. Yep. But like you just alluded to something I thought was very interesting. So Sand into Ragna's team is kind of interesting because wait a minute, what's the interaction of Sandchip popping the focus sash and unburden?
Oh,
how does that interaction go?
Well, you gotta listen. You gotta think about it like this: like focus sash is only gonna get proc when we take him to 1. But if we proc it, and then the next turn he goes down to Sand, it's kind of you don't get to have it sit on the field and be fast.
That's tough.
It's gonna get hit. Tough. And if it does kill something, fine. But you're still going. I'm taking you down with me with the Sand. Mm-hmm. So, but we got our Terraflying. Our T-Tar. T-Tar is in the final, Slim. Wow. We got Ledge in the chat saying Sand is it. Sand Bros are it. Sand Bros are back. We'll see. We'll find out here in a little bit.
Hold on. We not doing Sand Bros because the OG Sand Bros is the homie Excadrill. So we're not replacing Excadrill. Okay?
We're
not doing that. All right.
The Sandy Boys, the Beach Boys. I don't know.
Okay, you can call them the Beach Boys. That's fine. That works out. Garchomp looks like he plays volleyball anyway, so that's fine.
Oh my god.
Like we're not forgetting Excadrill, all right? Let's relax.
Yeah. He's not too bad either. We've seen him walking around here. He's still kind of doing his thing over here, but it's just
he's still got a lot more. He's got a lot more to worry about, so he can't really do as much. But
he's a little more linear, right? We know what he can do. That's it. It's a closed open book. Easy. We know what it does, but with these other mons, they're getting a little more versatile. They're doing a little more things here. They can do more for us.
Goldango surfing on the beach. Goldango is taking a surf out, right? Coming back and just like, I'm buying everybody drinks. Go ahead, it's all on me. Make it rain, just everywhere. No matter if you don't have one of these.
Well, Slim,
this is what my preferred steel type. If you don't have it, what are you doing?
Well, Slim, we're gonna see today. We're gonna have 2 Dozos in both our big grassroots tournaments. And both Dozos are being played by a Brazilian player. Oh man, here we go. Yes, we are in finals. We got Nader P from Brazil. We got John Zoo from America. Let's see. We're gonna let him know to get started, and let me get Slim some team sheets.
Yeah, let's see. Because I gotta see. Let me see this Dozo team. Let's see what they got
I'll
cracking.
send this over to you
'Cause
right now.
It's always the battle of just like, okay, what can do what. Like Goldango, I think is like fantastic and it's great with specs here. Fantastic. There's no clef or anything to kind of, oh, I can just like follow me away from the Dozo stuff. So, I'm pretty sure like Zoo's labbed this matchup because if you build a team without having a Dozo matchup, then you're kind of throwing.
Nope.
So interesting to see here, but oh, the Frostmoth. Oh, it has Ninetales. I like this. Wait,
does that Frostmoth have Claw Mine? Because otherwise it goes crazy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the team that Nader's coming with, shout out to Brazil, it is Glamora, Incineroar, Alolan Ninetales, Frostmoth with choice specs, Tatsugiri, and Dondozo. I would play this. This is my type of team. I would play this. And I'm not really a Dozo player, but I would play this. This is nice.
It's got.
I'm a huge Glamora fan.
Is this the new 222?
It's not even close to 222. All
right, it's the 2211. All right, the 2211. All right.
This is an actual full blown comp you have to use. You can't just turn your brain off and use snow. No, that's not gonna happen.
Oh my gosh. Well, here we go. They're already in team preview. We can look at the matchup from the outside in, but we're gonna see Dozo, my boy, in finals. I mean, I love to see it, but I also love to see a great battle. And I love to see two Brazilians in two finals today using Dozo. I'm going to Viva Brazil. I'm going there. I'm going to go there for LAIC. They're taking me out. They said we're going to have a good time. I'm going to go meet a Gotti. We'll play some soccer. That's my favorite style of soccer too, Brazilian soccer. So, yes, Vamo Nader, Vamo Brazil, and Vamo Janzu. Let's see a good match.
Oh, wait, hold on. Before we start, Nino, I need you to go ahead and run this ad so they don't get messed up during the finals. We're going to run this ad so you don't mess up the finals,
All right, good. Let me get this ad out of the way. Sorry, guys. We'll go ahead and get back into it. Sorry for the ad. Nino, nobody gets more excited than Nino. Vamos, Senor Zoo. Oh, my gosh. Here we go.
Who would have thought we'll see a Frostmoth today? Really was not expecting it, but apparently it has a really good place in this meta right now, and I'm really happy because, I mean, snow types do get, of course, the defense buff in snow. So this actually kind of works out. And it also, you have Alolan Ninetales, one of the few fairy types that's in the format. And you have Aurora Veil. Honestly, this is really just well constructed. And Tatsu Dozo is just good. Dozo Glamora as a lead is so annoying to deal with. So this is just well constructed all the way around. It doesn't have a steel type, but you have all you need to beat steel types and to beat everything else in the format if played effectively.
All right, predictions are up. Now just let me get my my cards updated and we're going. But yeah, we're in the game. That was the quickest into the next match I've ever seen.
Oh Lord, you should. Oh man, and we should have told them to hold on. We got to run this ad.
We're getting it out of the way. Don't worry. We got Dozo out here. We got plenty of time, my guys. So we got
like I alluded to, this lead, Glamora Dozo is one of the toughest leads to deal with because you just don't know if they're going to go into the Dozo more or just go for Meteor Beam. What if they just wave crash something? It's one of those leads that's just like very, very annoying to deal with. As we do see Talonflame swap in here and Glamora opting to go back into his Pokeball here. Is this the Dozo mode? Let's already turn one. You know what? Screw it. Let's go into Dozo mode. Let's see what we can do here.
That's crazy. All right, let's do it. I mean, I like it. No mirror. Remember that Jonzu is playing the Clear Amulet set, so he's not going to copy these stats. But I've watched Jonzu play Dozo. I've actually watched Jonzu lose to the Dozo off of a crit. So Jonzu is going to play his butt off on this match. I know he doesn't.
Goes into that Talonflame. That's going to be really tough. But instead, it's an order up into the Turo. So this is fantastic because now you get a priority Will-O-Wisp right into that slot. You're kind of just chilling. Like you just
right.
Well, not priority, excuse me.
I see. You just like the bird moving, the gale winds. We just say it's priority. Come on now. It's the fastest thing on the field, so it does technically have priority, just another meaning.
Exactly. Yeah, I had to correct myself. You know, as a caster, you can't be, got to clean it up.
We do.
But either way, well done here. And I guess this is what the Dozo mode, this is how you handle it. You just, hey, I just need to get in Talonflame for free, get my Will-O-Wisp off, and then you just kind of just take your time. Just take your time, drowning it out. It's going to be really weird, though, because Dozo, even though it's burned, can still do damage. So I'm interested to see what this game plan continues to look like.
Because Nader just continues to span order up again all the way through. So it's just going to try and build up what it's getting taken away from it.
Oh, I think I see it here. So you just like with Will-O-Wisp and Sandchip, you continue to just chip away. You just basically swap back and forth between T-Tar and Tauros, and you just continue to sit here and sit here and sit here. Okay, I see it. You wear him down.
Here's the thing, Slim. This is what kind of punished him before. He did this same thing. But if you're giving him this many turns to hit, you know them crit rolls are going to come through. Exactly.
That could be a problem.
This is what we have to watch out for. The Will-O-Wisp is up. We're going to start spamming our Intimidates. We have to put pressure soon. We got to get these chips on. But having the Will-O-Wisp, the burn damage, and the sand damage is really good to help these hits come through.
Yeah. And of course, we see the leftovers. So this is going to be, we're in for the long game here, ladies and gentlemen. So everybody,
we love a good long game. We love a good long game here at the Nino PokeBros show.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a while. So everybody go get your snacks. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be here for a little bit. Let's watch some good Pokemon.
We might just run some ads in between. Just get them out of the way so no more ads for the rest of the stream.
And you were just alluding to crits. And that's exactly what just happened.
No.
The opposite way.
Good. He deserves it. I know he's been wanting it, but we get
deserved
through it.
Is insane as a caster. You cannot say deserved.
Well, I guess I need to reword my vocabulary there. But no, I think Jonzu earned it because, man, watching him his T-Tar get crit by a burned Dondozo wave crash, it hurt my soul a bit. So I'm trying to, but no, I'm always rooting for the Dozo, believe it or not. So.
He should be rooting for good Pokemon. Oh, Nino, deserved is crazy.
No,
oh my goodness.
No, not deserved him. You can't say it against my opponent, but no, poor guy got crit. But here we go. I'm believing Dozo's still got a chance. I don't like to see my boy get abused. So, but we might see a protect and not to get his Tatsu at the same time.
Oh my goodness gracious!
It's just enough. Well, okay, I mean, it's super effective. That wave crash does so much damage. I don't even think a crit matters. I don't even think a crit matters. So.
Wow. I am a little floored on it. I didn't expect that to do that much damage. I mean, granted, he did some order ups.
I think
and all
got
that,
two order ups up, but now we got Tatsu in for free because of that. So it's not taking it, but it is taking the sand chip. So.
Yeah, but still a decent spot here because we don't have Gale Wings anymore. You can't just get any priority Tailwinds up. So this is still a really good spot. And now you don't have Sand anymore. So Glamora could be in the back. We did see. We know that. But if Ninetales in the back, it is a Fairy type will be fantastic here. But instead, it is the Incineroar. So opting to just say, hey, I need something that can fake out, potentially knock off here. So honestly, really, really good bring here.
I like that. But again, we have our clear amulet, Topaldean Tauros, which is such a good call. I think Jonzu really did a good call for opposing Tauros, opposing Instant. So what's ever going to bring my attack Tauros? I'm always going to get that guaranteed damage no matter what.
Yeah, this is going to be... I'm kind of trying to figure out what the game plan is here. Now that you didn't get to get... All you did was really get a T-Tar out of here where you could have like handled T-Tar in other ways. So you didn't really get maximum amount of you wanted from your Dozo mode. Now, Instant, unfortunately, because of the clear amulet, like you said, it doesn't really do much here. I mean, granted, you get to get fake out, but at what cost here? We do see Tauros opting for the protect here. Doesn't want to get faked out and potentially
calls it right.
You have to take off a whatever. Like, what do you want to do? Draco here? I guess you want a Draco. That's not bad, but Brave Bird comes out, does quite a bit of damage, and of course, Sand is slowly chipping away. Chipping away. And Icy Wind is the move of choice here, trying to get some speed drops, but against the clear amulet, kind of interesting. That was a move of choice.
And there's the Icy Wind to clean it up, but no, freaking Talonflame is really bulky. Jonzu's got a lot of bulk invested in that.
Oh yeah, that's a turkey bird right there.
And after seeing the Brave Bird damage, I can see why. It's kind of taking some attack away to kind of put that in so it lives another turn. If it gets 2 hits off, then the Brave Bird's going to be enough. But it goes down. We're down to a 2v3 though. So Nader's still not in a bad spot. Jonzu kind of has to lock this in with this next turn.
Yeah, this is now the huge. Right now, the most important Pokemon is actually Incineroar. Incineroar is the most important Pokemon right now.
Interesting.
Like, think about it. You need Incineroar to kind of take care of knockoff on both slots. It is the most important Pokemon.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So now it's a matter of like, okay, what can I get out of the Tatsu before I have to commit to whatever Terra or maybe even a swap? Like, because we know Glamoura's in the back.
Yeah, that's what you're guessing.
Like Glamour, so you have to kind of chip away at this Tauros, and then if it locks itself in to make it rain, as long as it goes to -2, Glamour can then win versus the Goldango. So
I think we're gonna see this Ghost Terra then, and that's what we're gonna see.
I would not be surprised.
Yep.
My question is, will it be able to take a potential wave crash and
that's gonna be
this
tough.
is specs
because it's Terra'd out of one, but it's Terra'd into another where it's gonna take a little more damage.
But calling that and just like, you know what, I'm gonna take the KO here because I don't want you to get any free damage here. This is a single target specs, make it rain. Now the question is, knock off into what slot? And it goes for Trick to get rid of the choice specs here. And that's actually a huge one right there. Because now you can at least change your moves going into the next few turns. And you do obtain the Assault Vest. And Flare Blitz comes out. This is super effective. You should be KO'd by this. But no, eat it. And that's huge, actually.
And now he's locked into Flare Blitz for the rest of the game against Tauros. So Tauros doesn't even have to worry about Instant as much. And here comes the Glamoura, who doesn't have Terra anymore. And you called it right, Slim. He does have Glamoura in the back.
Yeah, we did see it lead with Dozo, so we were just waiting for an opportunity for it to come back. But there was never a great opportunity for even it to potentially do any moves. And now you're versus the Tauros. And Goldango's still threatening. So it's just a really tough spot here.
Wow.
You're locked into Flare Blitz, and I mean, Glamoura has a chance, but it's very squishy, so I'm just not sure how much damage you can really withstand here. I mean, you can potentially just like go for your spiky shield here. You go for Flare Blitz into the Goldango to make sure you pick up that KO, and then you can go from there. And I think that's exactly the play that Nader's going to do here.
Yep. Wave Crash into the Glim spot. I mean, it's the only thing that's threatening him right now, so it's kind of, he's got to keep him honest there. So, but we are not locked into specs anymore, or we're not locked into a choice move. We can go to Shadow Ball. Well, we did go to Make a Rain to double up just in case, because that Glim is Power Orb, but we just want to make sure it's enough damage depending on the bulk in it. Flare Blitz does go into, maybe going for a burn here. I think that's a good play that we want to see. Do we see a burn? No burn. Okay.
So yeah, once again, you just click Make It Rain, you go for Wave Crash, and you just have to really hope here. If you get a double Spiky Shield, you potentially take care of the Goldango, and then you just keep trying to get it as close as possible. Wave Crash from the Tauros goes into the Glamour, should pick up the KO, and absolutely does. There was no way. Crit does not matter there. Tauros is way too strong for that. And yeah, Toxic Degrees doesn't really matter here because there's no other Pokemon that's going to swap in the back. These are the last two. So a really well thought out game plan from Jonzu here, and made it work. This is a single target and should be able to pick up even with the -2 and Assault Vest. So game 1 in this finals going to Jonzu.
Nice. Okay, let's go over the match real quick. I just want to reiterate the Dondozo does not deserve to get crit ever. Let's just make sure that right now. Let me switch to our cam feed so I can look you guys dead in the camera and say that.
Yeah, you gotta let him know.
Gotta let him know. That was a good set. So now I think Nader goes for the same game plan and just we don't get crit. We don't get crit, and maybe we set up Glim. I think Glim does the 50-50. We bring Glim and Dozo. But we got Goldango, and I mean, we could put Goldango in the back, so when I come in, I don't take any Toxic Debris damage. And we could even threaten the Glam turn 1 with the Make It Rain, and then we do the will he or won't he lock into Dozo. Watching Nader's gameplay, he really feels safe locking into Dozo. We just have to kind of call what Jonzu's going to do, really.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, there's so many different ways I think this team can operate. Because if I just look at Nader's team, right? Even though, like, your Dozo mode should be good into this, right? You can honestly get away with Alola Ninetales and kind of go a more balanced way. Ninetales, Instant, Glamora, and just solo Dozo kind of is not bad. Or even Tatsu. Like, a solo mode, just, like, basically bringing your own version of your balance of this comp isn't bad here in this matchup. But if you're going to go Dozo mode, I think you just have to, like, okay, don't go turn 1 into it, depending on lead. I think maybe you just, like, kind of stall a little bit and scout a little bit more, and you can go from there. Because you didn't need the Terra on Dozo. So if you lead Glim and Dozo again, you could just honestly, like, okay, I'll protect my Dozo, and I potentially Terra this turn with my Glamora, get off some damage, a Meteor Beam into whatever slot, because you're going to do a ton of damage, potentially pick up a KO. And then you can scout and play the slow game. Not necessarily need to go into Dozo mode immediately. Because even if you get your Glamora to +1, just swap it out and go into your Dozo mode and then bring it back later.
Yeah, no,
I think you can slow the game down a little bit more and scout to see what Johnson wants to do first before just committing.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's going to be kind of guessing if he's going to Terra Grass on the Talonflame. But I've seen Meteor Beam KO the Talonflame. It's going to go down, but Jonzu's is a little bulky. Does it live? Let's get to the
You don't even necessarily need to KO the Talonflame. Because what if, let's say, that turn, he swaps in to Talonflame, right? And you don't go for damage. Even if you just go for Meteor Beam into potentially what is the opposing Palliatoro slot or whatever's in that slot, that's a win. That's less damage than you were getting before. So it's all a matter of choices here. So now it's Goldango and Talonflame, which makes this very, very interesting because it's almost like Jonsu wants to bait. Yeah, you want to go into your Dozo mode, don't you?
Yeah.
But that is also very scary to do here.
Yeah. And he could call the Terra Water and just Thunderbolt that slot and then just burn the Dondozo. I think that pins both slot. The only way it doesn't pin him if he doesn't Terra here. So we still haven't seen Terras yet. We're going to see the swap. He's using Talonflame as bait right now. Gets off the Intimidate on Dozo. And I think we can live a Meteor Beam if it is on the Toro slot. So
yeah, we do have to worry about
no
what the
Terras.
So this is going to be a pretty interesting turn. This could potentially
Double
set the tone. And this is what I like.
You called it.
This is what I like. You got to
it.
slow the game down and see what you lock into.
Yep.
You have so many options. Why not take your time? Because guess what? Now, even though you brought in Intimidate, if you want to Will-O-Wisp me, you have to take a turn, and I potentially can get that turn correctly and wave crash into that slot. You have options now. Take the time and slow the game down. Play half-court basketball.
I still like Jonzu's choice here. He still has Trick here. He still has the option to lock in someone. You definitely don't want to lock a Specs on a Glamora, so it's definitely going in the Dozo slot. And we're definitely forcing Tatsu to come in or a Terra on Glim. It's got to be one of the two. It's just that's how it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And this turn is going to really kind of set the tone for what Nader can do going into the mid game in these next couple turns, because now you're going to have to lock into something. Either you're going to lock into your Dozo mode, or you're going to lock into more of like, okay, let me just try to move around, play my little balancing game, try to mitigate as much damage as possible. So let's see. As we do see, Zoo is going to opt to bring back in Talonflame, calling potentially like, okay, I think you're going to go into that mode. Let me prepare myself right now.
Whoa, this is going to be a Terra Water on Glim, and I think it's going to try and Meteor Beam. Here we go. I think he's going for the read. He was reading the wave crash. Losing Talon would be crazy here. So we're definitely tricking the Dozo, which we already saw. And what's the Dozo going to lock into? Most likely a wave crash. I mean, that'd be crazy because you're going to take chip too. So let's see what we got here.
Yep, and it's exactly does switch with his targets here. So the Specs now going over there, overflowing with space power. So goes to +1. We'll have to kind of hang out here, but does hit the target here and is able to get some significant damage on Goldango.
It's going into Goldango!
And Wave Crash on a big double up here.
We doubled it. And it lives! Oh my! It's bulky. That thing's bulky. I'm not. You guys can't tell me anything other than it. It's lived. So many good lives. The calculations have gone crazy.
But this is again another one of those turns was kind of interesting, right? Because like now, because you Terra'd, I can go for Thunderbolt.
Yep.
Will Thunderbolt pick up? Not really. It shouldn't. Just because, like, it's not Specs anymore. You shouldn't have that much investment. You're mostly tanky. But Talonflame kind of is in a weird spot where it's like, oh, I want to go for Willow,
Yep.
but I don't want to have to eat a potential +1 Sludge Bomb.
Yep.
So it's again this slow mode where you have to make decisions, hard decisions before committing into your Dozo mode. And Zoo is playing this as well as you can. Really good trick there, opting just like, you know what, I'm gonna lock you into something and just kind of go from
And
here.
he's locked because he's just going to sit and do wave crashes the rest of the game. Now we know we can Will-O-Wisp it, but he's going to switch out, make a different move choice. I think we're going to see Incineroar come in, get some -1 on the Talonflame. Calling a Will-O-Wisp, I think.
You know what's an interesting play that I thought of now that I see the Incin? Depending on how this turn goes, as weird as it sounds, there's a world where you could self knock off and get the choice specs off of your Dozo later on.
Oh my gosh.
So it's a very interesting thing. Save it for later.
Slam,
It's not going to be anytime soon,
I think
but
that's what he's setting up for. I'm not even
you
going to
could
lie.
definitely do it very easily. It is very, very easy. And once again, good thing, Toxic Debris is out, so this helps the Dozo mode because whatever comes in here now has to just, oh, I get poisoned, and you get to go from here. Does Glamora go
It's
down?
not
Glamora doesn't
enough.
go down. It's just
It's
huge.
not enough.
So now you get another KO, so there's no more Will-O-Wisp after this now.
Oh.
Now things are getting interesting.
Oh man, what a good play, Nader. So we get the Sludge Bomb there. It's not enough. We just needed a little more. I think we needed 2 high rolls and we got it. We got 2 mid rolls or 2 low rolls. It's not enough. Glim's sitting another turn. And we need to maybe summon the sand. No, we're going for Intimidates here. So with the clear amulet, we're fine. Instant's already on the field, but we, like you said, we're gonna take Poison Chip on the next 2 mons coming in.
Yeah, this is where things get kind of interesting. Because now, to be honest, now is the time you could actually go into your Dozo mode. And it's okay because whatever you're locked into, you just spam order ups until the cows come home. And eventually, you bring back in these 2 later. You can easily go into your Dozo mode here into the Incin slot because Glamora has to be KO'd by something.
Right.
So, like, might as well just go for that there. But Zoo seeing that potentially will go into that slot here. You have so many decisions to make. This is what Dozo's all about. Forcing people to make decisions they don't necessarily want to make. And now you're just like, you're kind of like, all right, I'm in a good spot. I've done what I need to do. There's no more Will-O-Wisp. So even if I'm locked into something, I will always get maximum damage. The Intimidator's already here.
There's the fake out. I saw him click close combat the instant. I don't even think that KOs, but we're going to not do any damage here. We are going to get rid of the Glim.
Tried to call the Dozo.
No!
Tried to call the Dozo.
I don't... It's
It
tough.
makes sense. Like, this is
It's
what the
tough.
Dozo can do.
Yeah.
Because if Dozo were going to come anywhere, it would be into the instant slot. But opting to, like, you know what? I'm playing slow basketball. I'm forcing you to make these calls.
Dang.
And guess what? I have more options than you right now because I got rid of the Talonflame. Now, I can just do whatever I want. Guess what? You got poisoned. Time is ticking. Tick, 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 tick. You got to make faster decisions. You got to spam all your offensive moves right now. And guess what can take it? Dozo.
Here it comes. And Jonzu knows. Jonzu knows this matchup. He knows that Tatsu and Donzo. I mean, we didn't see the Tatsu, did we? It could be big,
No.
but...
But that's the thing. That's the beauty of Dozo. See, a lot of people like hate on Dozo because people are just kind of going to that weird mode of like, oh, I just Dozo and then call it a day. No, if you play Dozo how you're supposed to, you take your time. You force decisions. You force terras. You force moves. Take your time before you go into the mode. Unless you know off rip, oh, there's nothing you can do about this turn 1. But this is what it's supposed to do. This is how you play it optimally. Take your time.
Are you coaching this guy, Slim? Because he heard you from all the way from Brazil, man. He
It's not
slowed it
coaching.
down. I mean, I know, I get it.
Everybody,
it was the play
everybody
to make.
fell in love with the 2-2-2 style because you could just turn your brain off and just brrrr, and then E-speed at the end. But real Dozo, you just kind of hang back, take your time. I force you to put yourself in weird positions, and then I go into Dozo mode, and then you feel hopeless. That's what it's supposed to do.
That's wild too. He didn't even go into Dozo mode, and he just
didn't
got in the
need
right
to.
position, and it's just
Glamora Dozo is one of the most annoying leads to deal with. It is like Ensign Grim. Remember that?
That was my
'Cause you're
favorite
like,
lead. That was
yeah,
my
like,
favorite
it's
lead.
annoying.
Oh my!
Because you're just sitting there like, okay, are you gonna set up screens? Are you gonna parting shot? What are you? What's the deal? It's one of those things where it's like you have to think out all the options and try to make a hard line onto like, okay, you're gonna do this, and what worst case scenario, this happens, and I'm okay with that. Dozo does the same thing, except at a higher scale, because once those boosts come in, you don't have many switches.
Oh, we're definitely
Especially if your game plan is based on just like whittling the Dozo down with like Will-O-Wisp. Once I get rid of that, oh, okay, well, now the ball's in my court, and I'm not giving it back.
Well, Slim, we got a Game 3 finals, bro. I swear there was only one set today that didn't go to Game 3, and now it's happening finals. The winner of this game will be our champion. And
if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's
Jim.
Dozo. Now, this is what I like to see. If I know somebody's going to make an adjustment, it's going to be Zoo. I like the Amoonguss bring here. It's really huge in this matchup because it can deter a lot of the nonsense that you want to do because you have Spore. So it forces a potential Terras.
Here we go, the 50-50. I mean, do you do the mind game here?
Well, the thing is, like, because Amoonguss is here, you can't. You're not Terra Grass, so you can be put to sleep.
Oh, wow.
Like, so this is where Amoonguss comes in super, super clutch here.
No
because
clear
if you're
smog,
Dozo, no clear smog, that's fine. But Amoonguss still does so much to just on Dozo, where it's like, okay, cool. You have to Terra Grass or else I'll put you to sleep. And then if you do Terra Grass, I get to keep cooking Sludge Bomb over and over and over.
Knowing Jonzu, he's running the Sludge Bomb set, the damage set, which is really a good spot to be in. And we're seeing a Terra right off the bat. And we're going to see it on the Glim, which I think is wild. I don't want my Dozo to go to sleep, but we're going to Terra Water because we want to protect the Glim because we think that was the ace in the hole for this game.
Hey, I mean, no matter what, you can get a +1 power herb here. And then you have things you can go into because, like, there's other options you have. You know, you don't like it, but you can mitigate what you can do what you can do. You can just stall it out a little bit. Sleep is 3 turns, and you just kind of like, all right, let me just get through this as much as can. +1. Oh! That is what you did not want to see. Amoonguss was a huge part of this game plan, and now without it, I actually do not think you're able to do much because now not only that, these spikes come in and nothing can absorb these spikes. Wow. And Amoonguss was one of the things that could do that. That's a huge critical hit there.
Wow.
Oh, that's truly unfortunate to see.
No, not again.
Oh, that's a tough position.
Better luck, as Salty Dolphin says, better lucky than good, which is an unfortunate play on this in this case. But here we go.
It's so toxic. How could you say that in this moment?
I'm quoting
in the finals.
I'm just quoting what Salty said. This isn't my words.
In the finals, bro.
No,
quoting that is crazy.
I'm
bro.
lucky as heck. I mean, but we got to Game 3 by the plays that were made. So I mean, I'm just saying. So we see if there's an out here.
Truly, it's a tough one because now you can potentially just go into the Dozo mode for free, and you can spam earthquakes. You can, and there's so many options for you. So you could even potentially just once again slow the game down, double protect here, and just kind of see what's going. Well, don't protect the Dozo because you just protect the last turn.
Dozo
and then
mode's
you
here.
Well, actually, no, you earthquake, so you can double protect here, no problem. But Glim, we're going into the Dozo mode.
Okay, hold on. We know the Goldangle lives in Earthquake. We know Talonflame's going to be fast enough. If we call this and Wave Crash the Talon, but if we can call this Earthquake, we can maybe get a little inch ahead, get this Dozo trapped down, and we might be able to make something happen.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that it kind of came down to this, but let's see what these moves go into here. If you can potentially... Okay, order up. Not bad.
Not bad.
Does... Yeah, significant damage, actually. My gosh. The Thunderbolt, unfortunately, does miss because it wasn't to the Tatsugiri slash, which was formerly the Gomorrah here.
Yep.
And, now you just... Yeah, I completely understand this. You just have to, like, use your speed, and you just try to, like, set up Tailwind. Hopefully you can endgame with Goldangle here because you're in a really difficult spot, but it's not the end. If anybody can do it, Goldangle is one of those things that can do it. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, that was. So next turn, that's going to be enough. So but it being leftovers, he needs another higher roll. I don't know how high that roll is, but he would need a really high roll here, even a crit. That way he can Thunderbolt the Dondozo and then KO the Tatsu. But it's going to be tough with this Tauros because we've in close combat, depending on its spread. But we have a focus sash on this Tatsu, so it's definitely living no matter what.
Yeah, but I think, unfortunately, just because we've seen what the damage numbers look like, I think you can just like, oh, this is a free turn for me to just like try to get leftovers here, and you just protect.
Yep.
Like, there's nothing wrong with that, and it's good that you did like two order ups there, so you're in a really decent position. So like Jonzu has what it takes to win this. It just depends on what the damage looks like, because you maximize all the turns of Trick Room. You know, you can get there. You can get there. And I do worry about Glimora in the back, and of course Ensign, which potentially should be the other mon in the back, but the damage is there to get there. We just have to see if we can power through this Dondozo for this next turn with Thunderbolt and close combat.
Yep. Even a Paracrit might even help us, but it's still going down to two hits, so.
Yeah. So let me see. There should be one, I'm gonna say three more turns of Tailwind, I believe. So, because it will set that turn. There's one Protect. So yeah, should be 3 more turns, and now you just kind of have to wait it out.
Should be enough here. Should be enough. We can double up Tatsu if it doesn't Protect.
And here we go. Thunderbolt coming out from the Specs Goldango, which one of the steel types you absolutely need in this format. It's so good, and is able to pick up the KOs. The question is, what comes in now? I believe this potentially could be just easily Incineroar, just because you get Fake Out, and then you can potentially Flare Blitz. But, you know, with a clear Amulet, it doesn't really matter here. You're getting a tough spot because Terra Water Glimora doesn't like Goldango at all.
And with the Specs, because last time he switched the Specs away, but now he still has it, and there's the instant call you were saying.
Yeah. So the Fake Out is so important here because you blew the Terra so early now. You potentially can finish this off. There's enough offense here, and still, Jonzu hasn't used the Terra yet. So if there's any danger, you can easily just like, you know what, let me Terra to put myself in a better position. Meanwhile, maximizing these these Tailwind turns. Excuse me.
We need some Draco misses, I guess. Oh, all right. So we got a double a slot here, but we have Fake Out pressure definitely on the Tauros.
Caster Curse, bro.
Bro, chill.
Come on, Nino. Just say Draco. You don't have to say anything else. Just say Draco.
Let's go. I just want to see a good set. That's all we can ask for.
Yeah, exactly. This is the finals. You put on a marvelous show. We had great casters, great matches all around. Let's end off on a nice note with some good old-fashioned Pokemon. Fake Out goes into the Tauros. We are ticking down. Poison slowly ticking down. Thunderbolt comes out. This should be more than enough. It does not KO.
We got a miss.
An Icy Wind.
Goldango miss.
Oh, that's not what you wanted. You really wanted to hit the Goldango with the Icy Wind there.
Okay.
Little unfortunate. That was huge.
Hold on. We definitely have 2 KOs here. We have a Thunderbolt on the Tatsu, and we have a Wave Crash on the Instant. We're going to lose Tauros maybe, just depending on... He already terrored.
This is so bad.
No.
You needed the Icy Wind on Goldango for Glimora in the back.
No.
To try to get any type of damage as possible. You needed as much.
Hold
you needed
on.
as much as you could do.
Hold on.
To try to spit.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is gonna be really tough.
I see what Nader was doing. He was setting up his Glimora to sweep at the end.
Yeah,
because
because you would have had Earth Power.
Yep. But,
like you would have forced the Terra.
Oof. I mean, what's doing more damage here? Close Combat or Wave Crash?
I think you close combat because you don't want to take potential Wave Crash recoil.
He called it! He called it!
No
he
shot.
called it!
No shot.
He called it! Oh, hold on. We got Fake Out pressure, but still, this should KO. Oh no.
Wow.
Here we go. He called the Thunderbolt on the Glimpse slot to be safe.
Yeah, I think you always do
What?
that.
Hold on, chat. Everyone hold. Everyone hold for everyone. Here we go.
I like this. I see what Nader's doing. Nader is whittling down the Tauros because Fake Out and then you...
Oh my god.
Oh, this is going to get so close towards the end because you protect on the Fake Out or else you're definitely going to go down.
Yep.
This all depends on how much poison damage this does. It's on 20 HP right now.
It's living. It's living. He just protects here. And then he Thunderbolts the Tatsu. It's enough. He already did 50%.
But here's the problem, right? What if you call the Protect and you just Flare Blitz the Goldango? Or knock off? Like,
but we outspeed. He just protected. So, I mean, and that's the thing. Oh, yeah. I think that's your safest
All right,
play.
well, here we go. This is for all the marbles right here.
Oh, my god.
This is for all the marbles right here. He's whittled down the Tauros, which is the biggest offensive threat.
Oh, my god.
Let's see where this goes. Protect on the Toro.
I think he's got to call this. He knows he's behind. He has to call this. No.
Fake out. Oh, goes into the Toros just to make sure. And
The
this
icy
wind
wind miss was too. Oh, we do have muddy water. He's faster. We get a muddy water hit, which is good. It's a flare blitz.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, we hit. Oh my gosh! Here we go! Instant versus the world. This game is so good. What a good game! Here we go.
It lives on 2
HP. We got away. We got a close combat. We got a thunderbolt.
Nah, that should be it. There's no way. That should be it. That should be more than enough.
Do we? Here we go.
That was just fantastic. Because imagine if you call that turn and you just flare blitz and muddy watered that turn, but under circumstances it was just too.
You had to keep him honest. You had to keep him honest.
Yeah, exactly. Close combat comes out into the Incineroar.
Lives on a couple. Wow, dude.
Once again, the icy wind makes a huge difference.
Jonzu can't even lie to me. He was about to run away on the turn 1. I saw him thinking about running away, but you always play it out, and you always see the end result. No, first of all, hands off to Nader. Well fought. That was a great set. You played that game so well. It's just a great end game, you guys. Just a great game. That's all I can say. Hats off to our runner-up from Brazil, Nader. We love to see it. Jonzu brings it home.
Absolutely played marvelous.
Let me bring my guy over here. Let's get him in the channel. Let's talk to him about this end game, and let's celebrate our champion real quick.
Absolutely. Fantastic to everybody. GG's in the chat for everybody, because it was a fantastic day, not only in finals, but all around. Great matches, great competition, and it was just marvelous, and I'm honored to be part of the casting team for it. It's been super fun.
Oh man, this is the most hype Nino PokeBros Invitational ever. I'm counting down till next year, you guys. This was so crazy. What a finish. Everyone counted him out. We thought it was over. He was going up and down over the button to just run away. Oh my!
Nah, let me put this out. You know. You gotta play to win the game.
Oh
That's
my
exactly
God.
what he did.
He's gonna jump in the VC right now, and we're gonna hear from our champion. Wow. Let's just.
That was good.
What, guys? Game 3 after game 3 after game 3 after game 3. Like I said, every one of these competitors is goated at the game, and there he is. Is he mic'd up? Is he ready to talk to us?
Yo, what's up?
Real humble, like, just, hey, what's going on?
This guy, talk us through game 3, please, Jonzu.
So the adjustment was always gonna be Toro Samu. Like it just was the best thing because he was never gonna bring the snow mode into the team.
Into the sand team.
It seemed to make no sense for him with me bringing T-Tar and Goldingo every time. And then Amu just pressured both slots, force a Terra. His best shot was always Meteor Beam there and doubling the Amu. But the crit was super annoying. But I had to go for my outs with T-Bolt crit, T-Bolt para, para on either of the Mons, and then the multiple reads if he was gonna fake out or not too, because I was gonna protect the Tauros that turn he faked out because he always faked out because we played already. So it was just a lot of mind games.
This was your second set? Wow.
Yeah, this was our second best of 3 because we played it in Swiss.
Oh wow.
So yeah.
Dude, you played through. You didn't get a para. You didn't get any of those crits. You still played it slow enough where you chipped him away every slot, and you caught the read of the game was the Thunderbolt, the Ensign. You knew he had to switch and Glim. You knew he had to get another fake out. That was the play of the game for me, where you Thunderbolt that slot. I thought it was crazy at first, and I was like, oh wait, he's reading the Glim swap, and it came through.
Yeah, because I figured in his position, because I killed him with a wave crash on the instant in our Swiss round. So I figured he thought oh, I'm going to die here and I could just chip the Tauros because it's already poisoned. So a lot of Glim team, Dozo teams are meant to play hey, I can stall this. So I figured if he protects the Tatsu, he protects the Tatsu, but my play is always to just go after the Ensign like with the T-Bolt, because it always makes sense for him to switch there. Recycling his fake out, bringing it back in, stalling the poison, then trying to get another protect, stall, switch, all that jazz. Like he could do basically. Like it just made sense for him to make that play.
Bro, for the 4th year in a row, the Nino PokeBros trophy is staying in North America, and we're sending it to you, buddy. I can't wait to send that to you, man. Congratulations, bro. Is there anyone you want to shout out? Anyone that helped you out build the team? Any homies you want to throw up there?
Absolutely. First and foremost, shout out to Clouds.
Yeah!
He made this team. No lie. He made this team. And we always rag on him because this Dozo matchup is actually garbage. And we tell him that all the time. And he doesn't care. He's like, it's okay, bro. Just punch. And it worked out. And it worked out.
And you
It worked out. It worked out. And shout out to Shiny, Jose, Kian, Reiki, the boys. They're the boys. And shout out to Nino and all the casters. Thank you for hosting, Nino. Appreciate you. Me and you sent that message to me earlier in the morning. You know what I'm talking about.
Do I gotta show chat? Do I gotta show chat? Guys, I did. I needed a feed in the morning. I just wanted to make sure that Jonzu had a feed ready to me. But I said, go win it, bro. He's like, I'll try. We'll see if I'm in the later rounds. Bro brought it home like a champ, bro. I'm so excited for you, man. Well done, dude. Well done. Anything else you want to say? Because I'm just speechless after that amazing gameplay, man.
Yeah, shout out to my wife, too. She holding down the kids.
8-hour day, man. Same. Shout out to the wives for sure, dude. Because I'm over here running hits too, man. So, well done, bro. I mean, our PokeBros champion won a PokeBros tournament, won another tournament to get into this too. But hats off to you, man. Good luck this year, man. We know you're gonna do great things as always, and we're always watching, bro.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Hey, no problem, man. We'll catch you later.
Later.
Look at that, the GOAT, bro. Look at him. Always putting in the work, bro.
Oh man, all right. I mean that does it for us. Anyone else want to Slim? You got some final words before we send everyone off? Because I got nothing left.
You, bro, you've taken over and taken the mantle of making sure the grassroots community stays well and healthy. So keep doing what you do, man. Proud to just always see it come together and it's getting better. So it's like just fun for me to watch from the sidelines, and I come on and hop on.
You know, I always appreciate. You've been my number one rooter since day one. You've always wanted me to see success, and I appreciate you. You're always rooting me on, making sure I'm doing things right, and making sure when I'm doing things wrong, I know about it. So I appreciate you, man.
What's a friend not being honest?
You need that in life. Everyone, I'm telling you what. So
everybody be well, be great, and just continue to strive for excellence and just try to be a good human. All good things will come to you. So appreciate Nino for putting this on. Shout out to all the casters. Make sure y'all go wish Necra a happy birthday.
Yeah.
The fact that she came on her birthday is so fire.
I didn't get to say it on stream yet too.
On Twitter, go say hello wherever you can. Just give her all the love.
Yeah, give her some Twitter love, please, because I asked her to do this a couple weeks ago. She was more than excited to do it. Didn't even mention it was her birthday. She said she had a tournament later in the day. She already told me that. I just hats off to her. What a great human being, and it's just like, and can't leave it out. Our other casters too, Costa and Sierra, taking their day off to come hang out and doing this stuff with us. And I mean, I call them nothing but friends, because you know only friends do that for you, man. And I appreciate them, and I appreciate my friends too, Hemi and Slim, doing this with me, always supporting. And look out for greater things later on, guys, because we just keep going forward. There's only one way to go, but up.
Next time, I better be on the guest poster, bro.
Ah!
Like a sick poster,
Come
and
on,
you. I was like, wow,
bro. Come on, you know I gotta hype up everyone with the casters. Everybody knows Slim's coming to the Nino show. It's just understood. I gotta show the surprise guest, because everyone know Hemi's gonna be there. Wow. Slim's gonna be there. Don't worry. It wouldn't be a show without you. All right.
Wow.
Oh man, shouts
What's
out.
Up, Wid?
Oh, what a show!
Chatters.
I'll cut you off.
Thank you, Slim.
I'll close it up, man.
Community,
Appreciate you, man. All right, that's it. All left but one, guys. What a show. What a game. Oh, what a day. What a day. I loved it. This was awesome. I'm lucky it's still 4:30. I'll actually be able to do something, go out and do something right now. I didn't spend the whole day doing nothing. But I love doing this thing, guys. I was a little nervous last night. I ain't even gonna cap. I was a little nervous, like, oh man. But I tell you what, guys, if you ever feel nervous, it just means you're excited about something. That's all it means. You're just excited to do something for someone, and you just gotta power through it. Do what you do best and just clutch it up. I thrive under pressure, if you guys ever noticed that. So it's like, pressure's on, let's go. But that does it for me. Oh, and I gotta shout out real quick my Dundozo team, my Dundozo bros in the Opal League. We had about 5 weeks of a draft league. Our team brought it home again. Shout outs to my my co-manager, Justified Joe. Couldn't do it without you, man. You always make sure the team's prepped. Me and you have late nights where we just go over the roster, go over what monsters, who needs to play, and I'm officially putting my hat in for management and NPA. That's the next step. I want to go grab. So if you're in here, I want in. Come on, I've won two season draft league champion. I'm a 2-time champion. I'm ready to move up. So, all right, guys. I think that's about it. Thanks again, everyone. Let me see. I was gonna see if I could raid the Opal League to get started. It doesn't look they've started yet. I think they were waiting for me to start, unfortunately. And we wanted to hear from Tom. Shouts out, guys. Shout out to our boy Tom. Can't forget, last but not least, Tom Hayden, running a tour every week. Man, does so much for the community, and ever since I met him day one, me and him have been the fastest of friends. So yeah, shouts out to Citrus and coming and Coach's playing. Hey, let's get Citrus getting PokeBro invites. How about that, Lunchbox? Let's get on that. You're a PokeBro. What's going on, man? We should have had those invites going. We'll figure that out soon enough. But we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you for shout out Nino. Shout out Katie too, man. Katie gave me the first feed this morning. Played a rough matchup. He was gaming. He would have won it if he stick through, but my man's gotta concentrate on business. I understand on that. So, but yeah, guys, I could talk all day, but I'll get to it. Go hang out with my family. Let me see if there's any love we can send either way. Yo, there's a hype train going on. Wit! Yo, Unwritten, resubscribe. Wit gifted a sub to Ryan. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the follows today. If you followed and you're still in here, thank you so much. I check Volcran. I can't. We went through 30 followers. I mean, I could go through follows all day, but I can't shout out the raids too. Lorcy, thank you so much for bringing it over. Agati, man, just those 2 players alone, best players in the world. Let's not cap with each other here. Getting rated by the best VGC players in the world, it warms my heart. I just love the place that I'm at. We just love to be here, and we love to do things for the community too as well. It's all we love doing, and we love this game. It's a hobby that we have fun doing. We love competing, and you know, I love helping my son grow with it and play it too as well. But we better get out of here before we hit an ad break. Thanks again, y'all. Is there anyone I'm missing thinking? Please let me know if I missed you. You know I love you. Let's go. Oh, we got a PokeBro live right now. What do you know? And they're doing a Citrus series. What do you know? And he's playing Tommy. What do you know? Johnzu, we love you, bro. DM me that address. I gotta send you a trophy, man. I gotta send you a trophy. I can't believe I'm sending it to you, bro. What the heck? I can't wait to see it on your stream. Now I get to see it on a stream. I get to see it like, hey, this is the trophy, guys. Nino sent it. Just came in. I'm gonna send a plush with it too. Why not? Yo, Lunchbox, stop spoiling it, bro. All right, we'll see you guys later.